Chapter 441. Sugarcane is the top priority in Jiangyu's upcoming plan. Having experienced the hard times of having no seasonings at all, Jiangyu has long since realized the importance of sucrose to a nation where the people generally crave sweets, but sweeteners are extremely scarce. It's no exaggeration to say that those who possess a steady supply of low-cost sucrose truly control the culinary lifeline of the Principality of Huntington. Maltose and sucrose have different tastes. If the sweetness of sucrose is 100, then the sweetness of maltose is only around 30 to 40. Furthermore, because maltose is mostly stored in block crystals or a thick syrup, it's less convenient to use than white sugar. From a production perspective, as long as there are sufficient raw materials, sucrose is much simpler to make than maltose. As a Cantonese native, Jiangyu also loves sweets, especially sweet soups. These soups have become a part of every aspect of his life. Red bean paste, double skim milk, sesame paste, lily, lotus seed, and mung bean paste. Sugar is essential in all these soups. Adding sugar to enhance the flavor is a basic cooking technique. Even soy sauce, Jiangyu prefers sweetened soy sauce with sugar. Since the sugar cane is about to ripen, Jiangyu naturally wants to visit the source. Besides, no one else, besides Jiangyu, probably knows how to transform sugarcane into snow-white granules. If Jiangyu wants to go, then Andre must go too. The young couple is in the thick of love right now. They're both going back to their hometown to harvest sugarcane and research how to make white sugar, launching the future of the Lich Food Group's most profitable sweets project. So of course, they go hand in hand, but Andre hasn't finished his work yet. The gold, however, has been processed. What should be kept has been kept, and all that should be sent to the king has been secretly transported to the treasury under cover of night, unnoticed. This time, Andre and his men plundered the treasury of Evil Amun. Any carelessness could bring on Evil Amun's vengeance. Therefore, throughout his planning, Andre exercised extreme caution, meticulously concealing his presence. He initially directed the main force toward the capital, marching until they were completely in the wilderness, before turning toward East Eston. The smaller group entered through a tunnel and, upon leaving, eliminated all traces of their presence. Aside from His Majesty the King, the hired dwarves, the 5 unfortunate individuals captured, and the undead, who had defected to Jiangyu, no one knew that the kingdom's knights in West Eston had committed such a deed. The box Andre used to store the gold was also very plain, with the coins and bars wrapped in thick straw. It looked like a shipment of soy sauce and fermented black beans to the capital, and it went unnoticed. Ever since the Lich's catering group took shape, caravans like this have been making the rounds every once in a while, laden with goods, traveling from West Eston to the capital and back again. It's nothing new. However, the knights who secretly met with the undead have brought back the latest intelligence. On the edge of East Eston, several burly men, dressed simply like woodcutters, drove carts and stopped stealthily in the grass by the roadside. One of them slipped into the woods, looked around, then pulled out a whistle and blew it. Cuckoo! Cuckoo! After a few cuckoo calls, he retreated back into the grass and crouched down, as if waiting for something. The undead in the East City moved slowly. A few minutes later, several familiar-looking undead, vaguely recognizable as once human beings beneath their grotesque tentacles and numerous eyes, slowly drifted over and landed in a corner of the ruined city wall. Bolin. The whistleblower recognized one of the undead, who emerged from the brush. Has the situation in East City changed? As you expected, strangers have arrived. Bolin used his tentacles to pull several large sacks full of soul grass fruits from the darkness he shrouded, dropping them in front of the whistleblower. It's a woman! It struggled to find a descriptive word in its hazy mind, partly dead, partly alive. Half dead, half alive. Finally, it gave up thinking. Well, anyway, it's that weird thing. She danced over with a group of zombies, then went into that hut, threw a huge tantrum, and then came out and ate all the zombies. The whistleblower's expression was solemn. He waved behind him, and the men unloaded several sacks of offerings from the cart and carried them to the undead. The two sides quickly exchanged the sacks. The whistleblower instructed his companions to load the soulgrass fruits into the car. He then turned to Bolin and asked, "Is the woman still in the hut?" "No. She left after consuming the zombies. She deliberately avoided our companions, and we avoided her. No one could tell where she was going. However, her presence hasn't appeared in the past few days." Bolin pulled a piece of offering from the sack and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed it, a look of particular satisfaction on his face. He then continued, "Later, a man wearing a ghost mask arrived. He's still in the hut." The whistleblower instantly became excited. "Ghost-faced man? Is that the one who was injured earlier?" Bolin tilted his head, recollecting for a moment, then rolled up a tentacle and scratched one of his eyes. It doesn't seem to be it. The smell is different. Not the same one. Another smaller undead interjected. The previous ghost-faced man had a dark pattern of one embroidered on the hem of his clothes, and he was always swinging a wire around. The one who came this time has a pattern of 4 embroidered on his clothes. He doesn't use a wire, but he likes to sneak into people's shadows. But no matter which one, they don't dare to approach us. The whistleblower looked up at the smaller undead. It must have been a girl in life, but now only the lower half of its face remained fair and lovely. The upper half of its head seemed to have been split open by an axe, revealing its scattered brain. Strange and eerie shadowy branches had sprouted from its head, occasionally wriggling as if alive. The bark of the shadowy branches seemed to be wrinkled, but the whistleblower knew that within those wrinkles were large, terrifying round eyes that, once opened, would lock onto the undead's food. Extremely terrifying. The whistleblower couldn't help but shudder. Honestly, if they hadn't become familiar with these undead under Boss Yu's guidance, and if they hadn't known that the undead wouldn't actively or passively absorb the energy of living people from them as long as they had offerings to eat, they wouldn't have dared approach them. At that moment, he seemed to feel that he could sympathize with those ghost-faced men. Working for an unscrupulous boss, and having to toil in a dreadful environment surrounded by undead, was miserable enough. Who would actively approach the undead? Wouldn't that be like asking for food? Chapter 442. Come to think of it, his arrival with those sacks of offerings could be described as rushing to offer food to the undead. The whistleblower's lips twitched, and he suppressed his overflowing empathy as he continued to question the undead. Where is that man now? What is he doing? How strong is he? After asking, he politely pulled out another pile of offerings and shoved them into the undead's hands. The undead closed their eyes, lowered their heads, and for a moment, communicated with their companions in the distance. Then, they all pointed him in the direction. Go this way until you reach the city square. The ghost-faced man is scouting there now. He's very fast and can slip into shadows, but overall, he's not very strong. The smaller undead said, It smells like enough for me to eat 3 mouthfuls. Whistleblower, What kind of counting method is eat 3 mouthfuls? He pointed at himself and said cautiously, Then I smell enough to eat. How many bites? The small undead sniffed and said decisively 2.5 bites. The whistleblower, Isn't that still a loss? You probably can't win alone. The small undead pointed a tentacle at them and said, You guys are definitely enough. If not, I can help. Bolin rubbed the 2 tentacles on his chest eagerly. As for the reward, just send me another bag of offerings. The whistleblower rolled his eyes in frustration, but ultimately accepted the offer. The evil moon bandits they captured were all low-level cultists, tricked into doing menial labor, and unaware of their superiors' plans. This time, the ghost-faced figure seemed quite influential, perhaps even a mid-level or high-ranking official. He couldn't be let off lightly. So, the delivery team instantly transformed into a capture team. They pulled swords, knives, and axes from under the cart, strapped them to their backs, and, using the undead's cover, advanced in the direction they indicated. The sinister aura of East City was already quite dense, and even the undead's constant cultivation of soul grass hadn't significantly diminished it. Now, 4 or 5 undead surrounded the capture team, slowly moving around them. A faint purple-black mist spread outward, obscuring the sight and perception of outsiders. That ghost-faced man smells like an ordinary person, probably a necromancer, with a hint of the netherworld. Bolin explained to the whistleblower as they walked, devouring a netherworld scone clutched in one of his tentacles. He can use his shadow as a portal to the netherworld, but he can't stay there for long. He needs to emerge for air after a while. Though the undead are transformed from the dead, they are actually monstrous creatures of the netherworld. They can discern the wealth and status of those who enter their food chain by simply smelling them, a remarkable racial skill. What about that half-alive, half-dead woman from earlier? What is she? A lich? Whistleblower asked curiously, still some distance away from their target. No, she's not a great being like Boss Yu. Bolin's tone was filled with reverence, clearly indicating his deep affection for the Lich boss. No, I don't detect any connection to her phylactery. She's more like a living corpse, awakened from her own corpse and transformed. The whistleblower struggled to recall his knowledge of these spectral creatures. In his meager knowledge, completed liches with phylacteries were probably the pinnacle of existence. When liches possessed a complete body, they could even use magic to simulate breathing and heartbeats, appearing virtually indistinguishable from ordinary humans to the average eye. Next were liches like Boss Yu. While lacking a body to match their souls, and appearing unremarkable on the outside, their phylacteries preserved their souls, granting them near infinite lifespans and powerful abilities. Then came the living corpses and zombies, spectral creatures whose souls were immobilized within their own corpses. Because they lacked phylacteries, and used only their original bodies as containers, these living corpses struggled to retain sufficient soul energy. Their energy would constantly dissipate, and their memories of their human lives, along with their rationality, would gradually fade, leaving only their deepest obsessions. And if their former friends, loved ones, and children were not part of their obsession, they were no longer important to them. Even if they met again, they would be no different from strangers. After the separation of life and death, even species change, and naturally, emotions, feelings, and ways of thinking also change. Zombies are merely mindless, moving corpses. Living corpses are slightly more advanced, barely retaining some obsession, acting according to obsession and instinct. Living corpses can use necromancy and control zombies. Their methods of extracting soul energy from humans are quite brutal, making them quite formidable to deal with. Not to mention that Mifuna was a potion master in her lifetime, so perhaps she still remembers how to mix potions. Fortunately, she already left East City, otherwise the whistleblower would have had to worry about how to deal with her. The whistleblower's scalp tingled at the thought of the report sent from the capital. The undead are another type of spectral creature. They lack bodies, and are often trapped in places of excessive pain and resentment in the form of soul fire. As their soul power continues to dissipate, they lose their sanity and become hungry, becoming the ultimate black hole that automatically absorbs energy from all living and dead things around them. The more energy the undead absorb, the more bizarre their appearance becomes. Tentacles, limbs, eyes, heads, all sorts of parts sprout from their original souls, a sight that makes one question life itself. The more gluttonous the undead, the more strange souls they mix with. The more strange souls they mix with, the less rational they become. The less rational the undead, the more they follow their instinct to eat. It's a completely vicious cycle. Until Boss You interrupted this cycle with an even stranger purple-black offering, the undead here were sucking the soul energy from zombies and reanimate corpses. Even a fully formed lich would likely be nibbled by the undead if they passed through. For the creatures of the underworld, soul energy is food, magic power, and lifespan. No one wants to painstakingly consume hundreds of souls to only have the undead devour them completely. However, the whistleblower glanced at the undead, who were devouring the offerings non-stop. For the undead now, only offerings could whet their appetite. They had to pay the undead a few bites from the evil Imoon's people, and they had to pay an extra bag of offerings. The whistleblower scratched his head, suddenly feeling that this deal was a bit odd. So, they now had to pay offerings specifically for the undead to nibble on humans, who were already on their diet? While it didn't seem like they were losing out, it still felt like the undead were making a killing. Chapter 443. Ghostface Man number 4 was currently wandering around East City, a headache abounding. He and his brothers were all personal soldiers trained by Princess Derisi, her shadows, guards, and servants. And the princess was their master, their infallible mother, the deity they worshipped. As soon as the princess spoke, they would do their utmost to clear any obstacle for her, even at the cost of their own lives. Number 4 excelled in shadow magic, a master at lurking, gathering information, and investigating clues. He had arrived with great confidence, but he had run into a hard wall in East City. The hut, supposedly guarded involuntarily by countless undead, was deserted. The 5 guards, who had been assigned to watch over it, either robbed the hut or were eliminated, had all vanished. The tunnel door had clearly been tampered with, and the treasure room below had been completely emptied. Not even a speck of dust, let alone gold, had been left behind. Number 4 felt a wave of breathlessness at the thought of the mountains of gold and silver from the treasure vault vanishing without a trace. If even he felt this way, let alone the fury and pain felt by the true owner of these riches, Princess Derisi. What further frustrated him was that this was clearly not the first time the other party had committed such a robbery. Every trace had been completely wiped out. He released shadow insects that track magical auras and circled the mausoleum for 3 hours, even getting himself dizzy and unable to find any trace. Underground proved unsuccessful, so he returned to the surface. Would such a large amount of gold have left traces of its transport? But there were no wheel tracks or indentations anywhere, and with so many undead on the ground, he didn't dare get too close. He could only lure the undead away before investigating. After several trips, he was exhausted, panting, sweat dripping down his face and back. He had successfully led away 5 undead and advanced 200 meters. That's wrong. Number 4 frowned. These thieves, these bandits, How on earth did they get through all those layers of roaming undead? The last time Baron Newman stole the gold and jewelry, it was number 4 who detected the divine amulet's presence and traced the clues to Baron Newman, the man who had made the substitution. But this time, there was no divine amulet, no trace of magic left. It was as if those people had simply swaggered through the defenses of the undead, who were eager to take a bite of anything, taken the gold and jewelry, and then walked away again. It was outrageous. That can't be happening. I must have overlooked something. He was so engrossed in his search that he didn't notice the undead around him gradually closing in on him, slowly surrounding him, and then, with a swish, they simultaneously opened their bloody mouths. Ah! A scream pierced the sky, startling a flock of birds. The whistleblower watched Ghostface Man number 4, whose face paled and breathless, having lost at least 90% of his energy, collapse on the ground. A wave of sympathy welled up in his heart. How pitiful, he muttered, then deftly pulled out a rope and bound Ghostface Man number 4. Together with his companions, he lifted him and threw him onto the cart. Okay, then we go back. We deliver the offerings as a reward tomorrow morning. He addressed the undead, who possessed extraordinary combat power, respectfully. Please continue to keep an eye on this place. If there are any more people like this. He pointed at the unfortunate Ghostface Man and said, for each one we capture, we give him a sack of offerings as a reward. The undead burped with delight, agreeing to the deal. The whistleblower and his companions were escorted out by the undead again. They stuffed the bound Ghostface Man into a huge empty sack, covered the cart with a tarp, and secretly transported him back to Eston West City, where he was imprisoned in the deepest dungeon. Andre, having received the news, quickly arrived. Ghostface Man number 4 had been stripped of his mask and disarmed, and was bound to the dungeon with chains infused with sealing magic. No matter how he tried to move, leap into the shadows, he was restrained by the chains, unable to move. I won't say a word. Ghostface Man number 4 said fiercely, I will never betray my master. Oh! Andre replied nonchalantly, it's okay if you don't tell me. We didn't expect you to confess anyway. What? Ghostface Man number 4 choked, countless complaints flashing through his mind. Finally, the huge question mark in his mind turned into a huge exclamation point when he saw a skeleton emerge from behind Andre. Ghostface Man number 4, shock. Hey! Jianyu happily waved his bone claws at him. I'm going to consume your soul fire. If there's anything you don't want me to know, you must, absolutely, never even think about it. Ghostface Man number 4, Even if you say so, it's impossible to do such a thing. Humans are strange creatures. The more they're told not to do something, the more they itch to do it. After being warned by the skeleton, Ghostface Man number 4 instantly went over all the secrets in his mind. This instinct was simply irresistible. Then, he watched helplessly as the skeleton snapped its fingers and ripped a large, vibrant, and colorful ball of soul fire from his chest. Ghostface Man number 4, shock. He felt a nauseating feeling, as if his entire body had been hollowed out, rising from the depths of his soul. This is simply too much. He protested weakly, but Andre and Jianyu ignored him. Is this all right? Andre leaned closer to Jianyu and whispered in her ear. That should be the case. Jianyu nodded. All we need to do next is find a quiet place and consume this soul fire. We should be able to see all our memories. It's a surprisingly easy way to solve cases this way. No need for complicated deductions. All we need to do is capture a criminal and devour their soul fire. Well, this would be extremely harmful to the person who extracted the soul fire. If they were to do the same to an innocent person, it would be a bit excessive. As for extracting the soul fire from the Ghostface Man, who was clearly a key figure in the Evil Eye Moon organization, Jianyu simply felt that this was all retribution they deserved. Those who have committed evil deeds must pay the price for their actions. Chapter 444. Alexei hummed a song as she cooked herself another bowl of noodles. Boss Yu has been very busy lately, sometimes opening a new factory in the Witch Forest, sometimes being called by Andre to the City Lord's mansion to help out, and I heard he'd be staying at Andre's mother's estate soon. As a result, the nightly staff dinners have become separate meals for everyone. However, the Lich's food court is starting to take shape, and everyone can order whatever they want using their employee benefits or cook it themselves, which is quite convenient. Alexei recently finished sewing sportswear, and found time to write a few letters to her sisters. After hearing that Boss Yu has a solution to the violent disorder that has plagued their clan for years, many of the cicadas agreed to come and try it out. Boss Yu then handed the matter over to Alexei to take charge. After a few days of hard work, Alexei finally settled the sisters into the new weaving workshop. After enjoying the soul fire Alexei earned and the delicious pastries from the newly opened Netherworld Bakery, many of the weaving maidens agreed to move to the city and try working for Boss Yu for a while. Sewing clothes is a job that works the same anywhere, but if these delicious soulfire and Netherworld delicacies can truly solve the violent problems that have plagued the weaving maidens for generations, then they won't have to be trapped in the small village for life, their vibrant natures stifled by suffocating rules and regulations. Alexei had expected to face many obstacles, but she was surprised by the support she received from the weaving maidens. Their new weaving workshop was rented across the street from the tofu shop, making it convenient for Alexei to come and go. However, despite Alexei's talent for weaving, she recently felt she enjoyed running the tofu workshop even more. Day after day, she made soy products, cooked noodles, and fried tofu balls, her days becoming joyful amidst the lingering steam from the pots. "Hello, are you still open?" The door opened and closed, and a familiar short, blond boy walked in, carrying a basket. "Oh, Parfuz, you're a little late." Alexei glanced at the time. It was already 6:30, and the tofu workshop closed at 6:00. But for a regular customer, Alexei wasn't inconsiderate. She glanced at the remaining food on the counter and said briskly, "Since you're a regular customer, I can give you a little backdoor. Whatever you want, I can make it as long as we have the ingredients." After all, these unsold ingredients would eventually become her family's dinner, and if they weren't finished, they would be fed to the chickens in the backyard. In that case, selling a little more wouldn't be a big deal, it wouldn't be wasted. "That's fantastic," Paige said happily. "Today, I want 3 bowls of noodles, with fried tofu balls, fried tofu, and matsutake mushrooms. Lots of tofu balls and fried tofu. 2 bowls with braised beef, and 1 for a Grand Slam." Grand Slam is the name Boss Yu came up with for the dish. Since the tofu workshop randomly updates its meat noodle menus every day, many diners want this and that, making ordering a hassle and time-consuming process. The Grand Slam is a small portion of all the meat dishes in the restaurant. While it's a bit more expensive, it's cheaper than ordering the meats individually. "Okay." Alexei skillfully cooked the noodles, casually asking, "Are you having guests today?" "So grand." "Yes. My teacher came to see me." Parfa's whole body was brimming with joy. "I want her to try my favorite dish." "Well, then I have to cook to my best ability. I can't let her down." Alexei smiled. She quickly prepared the meal and, to Parfa's liking, wrapped the crispy, double-fried tofu balls in oil paper and placed them in his basket. She took the money and smiled, "Goodbye." "Yes. Thank you." Parface, carrying his packed basket, walked briskly across the street to the magic bookstore. The bookstore was still closed, and even though it was dark, only a small magic lamp was lit in the back. Parface had no trouble navigating the obstructed bookstore, reaching the small back room with exceptional skill and ease. A woman in black sat upright in the room, a servant wearing a black veil, and a beak doctor's mask serving beside her. Pace's servant, Tran, emerged from the small kitchen next door, carrying tea. He took the basket floating behind Pace, and expertly placed the dishes on the table. "Teacher Funa," Pace said respectfully, "please enjoy your dinner. This is Tofu Workshop's popular noodles, and they're delicious." He placed the Grand Slam in front of the woman and sat down at the table himself. He picked up a pair of chopsticks and dipped the tofu balls from their oil paper wrappers into the noodle soup. He preferred it this way, soaking in the rich broth for a while retaining the crispy, fragrant fried shell. Mifuna removed her veil, revealing a silver-white mask, only the upper half of which barely covered her rotting eye sockets. She had applied heavy makeup to meet her apprentice, her purple lips covered in vibrant red lipstick, making her look almost alive. Her beak servant brought out a delicate bowl, filled it with a small portion of noodles, poured broth over it, topped it with various meat garnishes, and respectfully handed her a fork. Papiz, observing the servant's unnecessary and contrived gesture, couldn't help but twitch his lips in dissatisfaction. Mifuna's eyes twitched beneath her mask. She took a deep breath, a surge of rage welling up within her. That damned Lich had brazenly transformed her potion brewing workshop into a sauce brewing workshop, and even turned this old street into a food court. This was outrageous. This was Pharmacy Street. When she was alive, it was all about potion-related businesses. Potion shops, magic bookstores, herbal shops, magical plant shops. Now they were all sauce shops, bakeries, tofu workshops, textile workshops. There was even a garden restaurant. That old bastard, Mayberry, had even gifted the Lich with a sign. This was too much. He didn't even consider whose shop it was. Okay, even though she was dead, that didn't mean the Lich could do whatever he wanted with her. As a resurrected zombie, Mifuna didn't really need to eat, but she couldn't resist the lingering aroma that still permeated her nostrils. She glanced at her apprentice, who was happily slurping noodles, hesitated for a moment, and finally took the small bowl and started eating the noodles in small mouthfuls. Chapter 445. That bowl of noodles was unexpectedly delicious. Mifuna had never been one to care for food. She came from the kingdom of Shimon, a bitterly cold land in the far north. In that icy land, ordinary plants struggled to survive, but only magical plants thrived unchecked. Crops were scarce, and naturally normal food was scarce. But beneath that land lay a mysterious and immense power. Ancient gods perished in that ice and snow, their bones melted into the earth. Abundant magic energy transformed into veins within the land, nourishing the growth of countless magical plants. People used the magical plants as medicine and the magical plants as food. The magic became their food, making them stronger and granting them longer lives. Thus, people devoted their long lives to the study of magical potions. Over and over again, their understanding of the magical plants deepened, and they used this knowledge to develop more potion formulas. Mifuna had been obsessed with potion research since childhood. Thousands of magical plants, cut, juiced, and extracted through various techniques, ultimately flowed into a crucible. Catalyzed by magic, they underwent a myriad of wondrous reactions, emitting smoke, condensing and changing color, ultimately transforming into miraculous nectar. Her favorite moments were stirring the crucible, watching the magical potion gradually take shape under her control. At such moments, Mifuna felt her fragile self brimming with power. Through those potions, she could control the lives of others, manipulate their emotions, making them beg, tremble, and even give up everything for a single dose. For those who longed for a strong body, she bestowed upon them a pill that strengthened their bodies and cured all ailments. For those seeking sweet love, she gave them a potion that dazzled their lovers and made them fall in love at first sight. For those who desired the power to dominate an entire nation, even the world, she concocted a deadly poison and held the antidote firmly in her grasp. She relished this feeling of power. She felt like an almighty goddess. Look! Her followers enthusiastically pursued her potion. They queued up through the night, offering countless gifts of gold, jewels, and medicinal herbs, all for her to brew a single concoction. All was going smoothly until civil war broke out, and the human kingdom was reduced to a purgatory. In the human kingdom, countless pharmacists, like Mifuna, sought and enjoyed the status and power that potions brought. Swayed by the allure of power, people took sides, choosing to join their respective factions. Poisons, antidotes, harmful, healing, lethal, non-lethal. Various potions were sprayed during the war, flowing into rivers, seeping into the soil, evaporating into the air, and then, unseen, producing unpredictable magical reactions. The master pharmacists had not anticipated the effects that emerged one after another. People were horrified to discover that they could not control the mutated toxicity, and their antidotes were rendered ineffective. The magical plants used for medicinal purposes were also rapidly declining due to their heavy use, mutating and withering in the polluted land. Mifuna was not only gifted at brewing potions, but also adept at assessing the situation and seizing opportunities. Upon realizing the imminent fall of the human kingdom to war, Mifuna packed up her belongings and moved to the neighboring Rusman Federation. There, in the Scholars Federation, she transformed her knowledge and formulas into internationally recognized qualifications. Since then, Mifuna had risen from a renowned human kingdom pharmacist to a renowned potion master. But it still felt insufficient. She yearned for a richer life, a greater reputation, a longer life, greater power. She missed the feeling of controlling everything with potions, longed for a place in history, a place of immortality. Sadly, even the most powerful potions could not break the laws of time. Humans had only two paths to immortality: to pass on their achievements through generations, or to extend their lifespans until they reached immortality. Mifuna tried the first path first. The Rusman Federation was a land of scholars who valued knowledge, but the vast majority of its citizens were scholars, meaning it would be difficult for Mifuna to rise to prominence there. This was the so-called literati looked down on each other. So, Mifuna turned her attention to the neighboring kingdom of Durman. At the time, King Rudolf Durman was still alive, Crown Prince Frederick had been designated as the heir, Princess Darcy was still a caged bird at Rose Hill, and Mayberry Huntington, seeking medicine for her gravely injured father, sailed alone to the Rusman Federation. As a master of potions, Mifuna naturally heard about the Huntington family's quest. She missed Mayberry's trip to the Rusman Federation, but seized another opportunity and traveled to the Durman Kingdom, where she successfully met the student Mabucha Huntington. Mabucha was also a simple scholar, absorbed in the study of magic. For him, The only things most important in the world were his elder brother and the secrets of magic. Mifuna had encountered countless such simpletons in the Rusman Federation. She knew how to win Mabucha's favor, and quickly became a close friend of the future great magician. Through Mabucha, a son of a noble family, Mifuna gained access to Rose Hill, met Princess Drisi, and became her teacher. At the time, Mifuna considered this her greatest fortune. However, now it seems, perhaps meeting Drisi was her greatest misfortune. Mifuna, driven by her pursuit of fame, power, and eternity, quickly struck a chord with the equally ambitious Drisi. In some ways, they shared striking similarities. Both possessed an ambitious thirst for power, and an uncanny desire for control over their own lives and the lives of others. Therese hatched a shocking, dynastic plan. She wanted to break free and become the true queen of this land. From the moment she learned of this secret, Mifuna became Therese's accomplice. If Therese became queen, Mifuna would be the greatest contributor to her ascension. Therese promised her countless favors, and Mifuna believed them all. She concocted a slow-acting poison for Therese, successfully sending old King Rudolf and Crown Prince Frederick to the realm of the dead. Unfortunately, within the German royal family, the twin curse wasn't just some myth, it existed. After successfully poisoning her twin brother, Therese inexplicably collapsed, drawn into another world by Frederick's ghost. Chapter 446. As the saying goes, to die before achieving victory leaves a hero in tears. Although Mifuna had never heard of this otherworldly poem, she felt immense pain, grievance, anger, and resentment as Drisi drew her last breath. She had painstakingly planned everything, committed the heinous crime of poisoning the king, the crown prince, and the queen, and was on the verge of achieving power and status second only to the emperor, only to have her superior die with a groaning sigh, thanks to her own potion. In that moment, Mifuna nearly choked herself. She could almost hear the veins in her forehead crackling and popping. No, to be honest, Drisi's death wasn't caused by Mifuna's poison, but by the mysterious Gemini curse triggered by Frederick's poisoning. Drisi's soul was pulled apart, shattered, and ultimately ripped from her body, resulting in her death. Mifuna was not from the kingdom of Derman, and knew nothing about the kingdom's twin curse. It was only after Drisi's death that she learned from Mabucha that before ascending to the throne, King Rupert had engaged in a brutal power struggle with his twin brother, Abra, which left half the kingdom in flames and a city completely destroyed. Before his death, King Rupert and his successor, King Franz of Lorraine, had placed a curse on their descendants. If twins were born within the royal family, their souls would be cursed to be bound together, sharing life and death. If one killed the other, they would also be dragged into hell. The two kings, witnesses of war and bloodshed, believed this would prevent their descendants from fighting against each other and bringing bloodshed to the country. But they never imagined that within just a few dynasties, the curse would be misinterpreted and misinterpreted by later generations, gradually evolving into a superstitious legend. Before her first death, Drisi had never believed in the twin curse. She believed her unfortunate fate, bound to Rose Manor, stemmed entirely from her parents' foolish superstition and their favoritism toward her brother. Twins born from the same mother, so similar in appearance, personality, and thoughts, how could only one ascend to the throne, while the other was condemned to a life of solitude in an isolated manner? Drisi was inconsolable, but she had never imagined that the so-called curse was not superstition, but real blood magic. She cruelly eliminated the family members who stood in her way of ascending the throne, but unfortunately, she also eliminated herself in the process. Retribution came too quickly, and Mifuna lost everything unexpectedly. She had once had the chance to become the imperial teacher, but now, the door to wealth, power, and fame slammed shut before her, leaving her bruised and bloodied. Mifuna's only consolation was that she had used a brand new potion to poison the Delman royal family. It was colorless and odorless, and it only targeted the Delman royal family's bloodline, causing flaws in their bloodline and rapidly destroying their bodies. This potion left no trace, and had never been seen by the world. No one suspected that the Delman royal family had been poisoned, and no one could connect her to it. She remembered destroying the remaining potion in Rose Manor, her expression dazed. Mabucha seemed to notice her distraught state, but she brushed it off by saying she was deeply saddened by the loss of her beloved disciple. She also remembered Mabucha's cold gaze, which seemed to pierce her soul. Finally, the newly appointed Grand Master sighed softly, "Go to Eston West City. It's a good place to settle." Mabucha didn't offer any further reasons. Of course, at that time, Mifuna didn't much care for reasons. She had been displaced and far from home, spending all her accumulated wealth on funding Theresi's quest for the throne, secretly researching a new potion, a money-consuming beast that madly consumed magical plants. Even though Derisi had accumulated some connections over the years, she would never use royal funds to develop a poison to kill the king and queen under their noses. No, such an unusual expenditure would only arouse the royal family's suspicions and inquiries. They couldn't take that risk. So Derisi feigned illness, while Mifuna diverted the money from the medicinal herbs to research and development. But that money was only a drop in the bucket. The rest had to be paid for out of Mifuna's own pocket. Honestly, if this could be used as an opportunity to acquire the entire kingdom of Delman and the royal family's vast wealth, this expense would be a somewhat painful, yet extremely cost-effective investment. But everything was shattered the moment Derisi breathed her last. Mifuna was completely bankrupt. She had no money left. The only valuable thing she had was the crucible of time, which had accompanied her for so many years. Even if she was a master of potions, what good was that? She had no money to buy herbs, no money to set up a workshop, and after Derisi's death, she could no longer remain at Rosehill as the princess's teacher. With nowhere else to go, she followed Mebja to the west city of Eston. Mebja paid for the brewery and gave her some start-up capital. He even took her to the capital, east city of Eston, under the guise of relaxing, and explained the origins of the twin curse to her. Mifuna was confused. She almost thought Mebja had set his sights on her. Although she was slightly older than Mebja, they were a perfect match in terms of knowledge and research. They had endless topics to discuss about magic and potions, suggesting a perfect match. She quickly weighed the pros and cons in her mind, almost ecstatic at this wonderful development, when Mebja's words were like a bucket of cold water poured down on her head, chilling her to the bone. She would never forget Mabucha walking her to the palace, looking up at the towering palace, and whispering, seemingly casually, "The direct bloodline of the Delman royal family is now extinct. Counting down through the collateral line, my eldest brother is the most likely to ascend the throne. Whatever your motives. Well, as your friend and one of the ultimate beneficiaries, it's only natural that I lend you a helping hand. From now on, live peacefully in Eston West and run your potion workshop. It's a peaceful city, not far from the capital. It won't be long before Eston West also has all the good things in the capital. With your abilities, you'll soon be living a life of plenty. Don't covet power and wealth that don't belong to you. Don't wade into those murky waters again. If you live peacefully, I will forever owe you a debt, and you can always withdraw from me. But if you dare to attack my brother, I will no longer care about our friendship." Chapter 447. He knows. At that moment, Mifuna was so shocked she could barely breathe. But then she realized that Mabucha had no intention of handing her over. Instead, he wanted to keep her and allow her to settle in Eston West. Although her and Derisi's plan to usurp the throne had failed catastrophically due to the usurper's unexpected death, they had already eliminated all direct descendants, leaving Grand Duke Mabucha Huntington as the beneficiary, poised to ascend to the throne as the new king. Mabucha Huntington had no intention of reporting her, naturally because everyone now believed that members of the Delman royal family had died of natural causes. If people learned that the Delman royal family had been poisoned, then regardless of who she had previously served, they would all assume she was a Mabucha member. Mabucha had been too close to her, and Mayberry herself had a dubious relationship with Princess Derisi, who had even secretly given birth to 2 children. There were so many complex and complicated relationships involved. If she hadn't been an insider, she would have wondered if it was all a fluke or a deliberate scheme, a mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole waited behind. Besides, befriending a potion master was a surefire investment. Mifuna raised her head, her gaze seemingly piercing the bookstore door, as she gazed at the brewery that was both familiar and unfamiliar to her. She had lived here for over 20 years, and she cherished this house, this land, this street with a deep nostalgia. Yet, everything here had changed. The bookstore had changed owners. Most of the residents had moved away. The merchant who had once sold her herbs had long since passed away, his shop now a hothouse restaurant and tavern, and the streets were filled with cicadas. In the entire neighborhood, perhaps only the gossipy wolf ant remained. The noodles tasted delicious. She unknowingly devoured small bowl after small bowl, finishing an entire portion in a long reverie. Then she burped violently. "How is it, teacher? These noodles are delicious, aren't they?" Pathless asked cordially, like a child offering a treasure, wanting to give his best to his most respected teacher. A warm feeling rose in Mifuna's heart. Of course, it could also be the warmth of the warm noodles radiating from her stomach. Since becoming a zombie, she hadn't eaten anything other than the souls of living people. This feeling was completely unfamiliar to her, but it softened her hardened heart a little. High-level zombies, like her, could use magic to digest food, though it did cost her a small amount of energy. Before, Mifuna hadn't believed any food in the world was worth expending her hard-earned energy on, but now she felt that perhaps the Lich had some merit. The resentment in her heart faded slightly, but a bowl of noodles alone couldn't dispel the years of resentment she had harbored. Mifuna had never let it go. The failed attempt to usurp the throne had become a lingering shadow in her heart. Even though she had settled down in Eston West City, her reputation as a master potion master resonating throughout the Duchy of Huntington, she was never content to remain in this small town, brewing potions over a cauldron every day. Even if it was only for a very brief moment, she had truly tasted the taste of power at Derisi's side. The feeling of being able to control the lives of countless people with a single word intoxicated her, a feeling she could never forget. She had given so much, yet Derisi was dead. She resented and resigned herself, mourning her lost power every night. Just think, she could have been the imperial preceptor, a teacher to the queen. She could have been both a teacher and a mother, ruling the country alongside Derisi. But that damn curse had taken it all away. She lay awake at night, daydreaming about how to change everything. Finally, she sneaked back to Rose Hill and took Derisi's great magic book from the study. Mifuna had read the great magic book before, and one of the main reasons she came to Derisi's aid was her deep interest in it. The blood curse inflicted by the deceased kings on their descendants is a long-lost form of dark magic. Therefore, only dark magic of the same caliber can counter it. Mifuna read the magic book over and over again, finally deciding to call Derisi back from the other side of the underworld. She wanted Derisi to become an immortal Lich and claim the kingdom she deserved. Before her death, Derisi had seized the wealth of the Delman kingdom and hidden the gold and silver treasures, forbidding anyone but herself to touch them. Mifuna also knew that Derisi had adopted children from the mostly burned-down villages near the villa, secretly brainwashing them and training them to be loyal warriors. Derisi possessed so many resources. If she could be resurrected, Mifuna could, through Derisi, gain access to that wealth and power. This would not be easy. Lich-making is an extremely difficult and forbidden black magic, and the only records that have survived are of the caster transforming themselves into an immortal Lich. No one would be willing to sacrifice their body, soul, and lifespan to call back a soul that has entered the realm of the dead and grant it eternal life. Although Mifuna wanted to call back Derisi, she also didn't want to sacrifice herself. So, she came up with a bold, almost cruel idea. Derisi could adopt those orphans and train them as death warriors from a young age, and so could she. She would create the most perfect body for Derisi, and have that body willingly offer its soul and body in exchange for all she had lost. And so, after disappearing from the brewery for over 6 months, Mifuna finally returned, holding a baby girl. That child was Miyu. Mifuna dedicated all her resources to nurturing this child, intent on shaping her into the most perfect body. To ensure the success of the complex lich-making ritual, she constantly pressured Miyu to learn magic, even using Mabucha's debt to send her to Mabucha's mage tower to become his apprentice. Unfortunately, this child, half her blood, surprisingly showed no interest in magic. She possessed magical powers, but didn't know how to use them, and no matter how she was taught, she couldn't learn. Besides drawing, she spent her days immersed in romance novels. The thought of her daughter filled Mifuna with rage. Chapter 448. When people are full and have nothing to do, they always reminisce about random past events, and even a zombie like Mifuna is no exception. She lost herself in the memories of her long and eventful life for a long time before looking up in confusion. Why hasn't that Lich returned yet? Of course, Jiangyu hadn't returned yet. She had just finished her business in the Witch Forest and visited the boisterous little beavers when Andre's urgent report summoned her back to the city lord's mansion. After extracting a large ball of soul fire from the ghost-faced man number 4 imprisoned in the underground prison, she didn't have time to consume it immediately to explore the clues. Because, after a long journey from the capital, the great mage Mabucha knocked on the door of their city lord's mansion. "So, you are the Lich summoned by Miyu." The great mage Mabucha lowered his head slightly, looking at Jiangyu through his monocle. Though thin, he was tall, and even standing there exuded a commanding presence. Seeing her mentor Miyu, for the first time, she felt a strange sense of dread. It's me." Mabucha glanced at her leisurely, his eyes revealing a depth she couldn't decipher. He said nothing more to Jiangyu, but instead looked at Andre, who was standing nearby. "Let's find a quiet place to talk. His Majesty the King has sent me with some information that may be useful to you." Andre perked up. "Please follow me." He led Mabucha and Jiangyu into the third-floor study, which had been renovated and converted into an office. "We searched the entire city lord's mansion and set up a protective array to prevent eavesdropping and surveillance. It's absolutely safe to talk here. Mabucha slumped unceremoniously on the wide armrest of the leather sofa, not even slightly dignified. Alright, I won't beat around the bush. Andre, the mastermind behind the evil Imoon you're tracking is most likely Derisi Delman, the last princess of the Delman kingdom. Huh? Isn't she dead? Jiao looked at Andre in confusion, and was surprised to find that his expression, though solemn, lacked a hint of surprise, as if he had been prepared for what Mabucha was saying. She died once, but death is far from the end. Mabucha smiled. You should understand this, Miss Jiangyu. Ouch. Jiao realized. She's a lich? Yes, and she should be a complete lich. I'm afraid from the outside, she looks just like a normal person. Unlike Miss Jiangyu, who is so high profile. Jiangyu grinned. She didn't really want to flaunt her skeleton, but there was no other way. Even though she had money now, she was still short on soul fire. It was true that offerings made from soul grass could provide a lot of energy, but maintaining a human form was quite costly. While it wasn't unaffordable, it simply wasn't necessary. Other liches would have to eat several living people daily to maintain their human form. Those who consumed food offerings like Jiangyu, who consumed soul fire, had to use the best steel on their blades and not waste it carelessly. Anyway, she was used to walking around on a skeleton, using her skull as a handbag and advertising her business. If she did that with her human form, she'd probably scare a few random passers-by to death. Actually, it's not just Andre. Ever since the evil Imoon appeared, His Majesty the King has been sending people to investigate this matter, Mecha said. And now, we agreed that we should share all our findings with you. Why now? Andre asked gravely. There are some subtle connections involved. Mecha scratched his nose awkwardly. Well, for example, your sworn brother Winston is actually the son of King Mayberry and Princess Derisi. Although it was a fleeting romance, there's always some lingering affection between the two. In fact, His Majesty once considered returning the kingdom to Derisi. After all, she's the heir to the Delman kingdom. If Derisi wasn't so crazy. I don't know if it's the mad blood in the direct line of the Delman royal family, or if it's because she's become a lich after spending too much time in the netherworld, but Derisi is no longer capable of normal communication. All her intelligence and talents are devoted to conspiracy and subversion of the dynasty. Mabucha paused. Besides, we don't think Derisi cares about the people. We must be better at governing the country than she is. Since communication is impossible and reconciliation is impossible, we can only go all out to determine the outcome. Andre nodded in understanding. We believe that with your abilities, you probably already guessed most of it. There's no point in hiding it any further. It's better to speak frankly. Mabucha's eyes grew sharp. However, everything I'm about to say must be kept strictly confidential. Otherwise, if its contents were leaked, it could arouse suspicion against His Majesty the King and destabilize his regime. He chanted a spell, casting a secrecy spell over Andre and Takumi. Okay, now we can talk freely. Let me think. This story probably starts at Rose Manor over 20 years ago. We roughly know what happened at Rose Manor back then, Andre said. Yes, the Rose Manor case. You were involved too. In fact, we suspect Valentine committed the crime at the behest of Derisi, but the specific motive remains elusive. Mabucha coughed softly, gathering his thoughts. Due to the twin curse, Derisi was imprisoned at Rose Manor since birth, raised by an alchemical doll. During that time, only her wet nurse, governess, and the queen herself should have had access to her. But Derisi was a woman born with ambition. She was extremely intelligent, and could draw inferences from one instance. The queen gave her countless books to entertain herself, and she learned many truths, both true and false. He sighed. She should have been a soaring eagle, but the royal family prematurely clipped her wings and trapped her in a cage. But she is by no means a canary willing to be kept and bound, nor will she remain content in a cage. Given the opportunity, she will tear open a window and break down a door. My brother and I have both been unwittingly exploited by her. I have wondered countless times if I hadn't introduced her to Mifuna, whether things would have been different. But fate is always so unpredictable, and perhaps a twist of fate will cause even greater ripples. Chapter 449. So, Mifuna collaborated with Derisi to murder King Rudolph, the crown prince, and the queen. But due to a blood curse cast by someone within the Twin King's tomb, Derisi accidentally killed herself, undoing all her efforts? Jiao summarized swiftly, after listening to Mabucha's account. While it's true that His Majesty got a great deal, given his relationship with Derisi, if this were to become public knowledge, they might be considered accomplices. In that case, His Majesty's legitimate succession to the throne would also be seen as a conspiracy, Andre continued. Excellent generalization, Mabucha praised. In this matter, our family has indeed become the unforeseen beneficiary. So I helped Mifuna, bought her the brewery, and allowed her to settle down in West Eston. Jiao scratched her head. She hadn't expected that the crazy idea she had after hearing Aunt Wolf's gossip would actually be largely correct. Hey, could she be the famous detective Jiang Yu? Mabucha continued, as long as she lived a peaceful life, I owed her a debt of gratitude. So when she asked me to take Miyu on as my apprentice, I didn't refuse, nor did I suspect any conspiracy. But you still noticed something unusual, Andre said confidently. Mabucha nodded. About 4 or 5 years ago, I noticed someone buying certain potion ingredients. These magical plants originated from the Shimon Kingdom, and could be used to create a special poison. It was this poison that caused the Shimon Kingdom to fall apart, severely damaging its vitality from which it has yet to recover. I long ago deployed men to monitor the merchants dealing these materials. When they showed signs of activity, I followed their lead and cornered Mifuna, disguised as a woman, in the alleys of the capital's black market. He took a deep breath and confessed to the 2 men, I killed Mifuna. She violated our agreement and attempted to brew a forbidden poison. I couldn't risk her bringing disaster upon our country and my brother. Jiao sniffed the sadness emanating from the great magician. She could tell that Mabucha was telling the truth. The great magician must have been deeply troubled when he made the decision to kill his friend. Then again, this great magician held a position of great power, second only to the king. There was no need for him to lie about such a matter. Oh wait, I'm afraid the word killed can't be used here, it should be executed. Although there's no trial process, Mifuna has a long criminal record. For the crime of murdering the previous royal family alone, she deserves death several times over. If it's to prevent her from causing further disaster, this treatment is understandable, Andre said with understanding. Mabucha smiled bitterly, his eyes tinged with sadness and regret. My entanglement with Mifuna and Miyu is profound. I made this decision to protect my country and my family, but ultimately, it's not something that can be simply dismissed as reasonable or legal. It's true that Mifuna committed the crime, but it was I who robbed Miyu of her mother. This is the sin I bear. I'm aware of this. He sighed deeply. However, at the time, I didn't realize Mifuna had accomplices, nor did I realize how much I had disrupted their plans. In fact, it wasn't until Andre spoke with me after the enfeoffment ceremony that I finally pieced all the pieces together. He smelled of regret, self-blame, and irritation, his slender fingers tapping the back of the sofa several times, as if to vent his frustration. I now suspect that in Mifuna's eyes, Miyu was never just a daughter, but a magical ingredient that would bring her power and wealth. Jiang Yu gasped. Born into a normal family in a peaceful world, she could hardly comprehend the possibility of such a mother. Her jaws cracked, opening and closing several times, but she ultimately said nothing. She didn't know what to say. This had been foreshadowed long ago, but I never truly understood the truth behind it. Mifuna was too strict with Mio. She didn't care about Mio's personal preferences, forcing her to learn magic, a skill she had no interest in and was incompetent at. I thought this was a reflection of a strict mother's hopes and concerns for her child's future. I thought Mifuna simply didn't know how to raise her daughter and was overly controlling. But in reality, Mifuna simply wanted Mio to be strong enough to sacrifice her body and soul in the magical ritual, allowing Drexy to be resurrected in her body. Wait a moment, Jianyu raised his bone claw like a studious student. I have a question. Both pairs of eyes turned to her. You killed Mifuna 3 years ago for other reasons, but it was only a few months ago that Miyu accidentally created me using a magic circle. Is there something wrong here? You're very perceptive. Mabucha nodded approvingly. I suspect that Miyu is the body Mifuna prepared for Drisi, but she likely already collaborated with the Evil Eye Moon to summon Drisi's soul using some form of necromancy. Evil Eye Moon's activities began shortly after my brother ascended the throne. By then, Mifuna was already operating a workshop in West Eston City, and Miyu was still an infant. Drisi couldn't possibly have been resurrected in an infant's body. However, Evil Eye Moon was able to draw upon the connections and wealth of the previous royal family. If Drisi didn't have a backup plan, then someone must have resurrected her soul, allowing her to manipulate everything from behind the scenes. You know, there are many types of necromancy. Cultivating a lich is the most difficult of all. Creating a phylactery requires countless materials and specific rituals. The failure rate for cultivating one's own lich is over 80%, let alone cultivating a soul that has already entered the netherworld. That's twice as difficult. But if we had simply used Drisi's own body to summon her soul back and transform her into a living corpse, that would have been much easier. Mabucha paused, then added, "Oh, don't be misled by my choice of words. All necromancy is extremely difficult. The spell to resurrect the dead as a living corpse is only relatively simpler than the spell to create an immortal lich. To accomplish this, it still requires a great deal of investment and preparation. So Mifuna has accomplices," Andre concluded. The old nobles who once secretly supported Drisi suffered just as much as Mifuna. They may have believed that resurrecting Drisi would be more beneficial to them. Chapter 450. "Let me put it in perspective," said Takumiyu. Mifuna wanted to offer her daughter's body and soul to the princess, allowing Drisi to ascend from a zombie to a lich. Then, for some other matter, she was snapped off by the great magician Mabucha. She made a beheading motion with her cervical vertebrae. Her accomplices then took over the task. They followed Miyu throughout her travels, using magic or drugs to cause her mental state to plummet. She went from an optimistic, happy, and traveling painter to a paranoid, mentally weakened patient on the verge of collapse. She recalled the contents of Miyu's letters and took a deep breath. The noblewoman who hired Miyu to paint a woman's oil painting is extremely suspicious. The blonde woman in the painting, who bears a striking resemblance to the Delman royal family, must be Princess Drisi. Having Miyu constantly construct and depict her appearance for 3 whole months? Is this some kind of ritual? Andre looked at Mabucha. The great magician Mabucha was well versed in these kinds of magic. Yes, in summoning the undead, besides knowing the true name of the soul, you also need to mentally picture their appearance. The more accurate and detailed the depiction, the greater the chance of success. He glanced at Takumiyu. Of course, magical accidents are another matter. They are caused by a variety of coincidences, and even deliberate attempts are difficult to replicate. So even if Miyu doesn't know your appearance, he can still summon you with a simple sketch. Takumiyu pondered for a moment. Perhaps this has something to do with the failure rate of poor students. Assuming Miyu's spell success rate is 10%, then Mifuna and the others will have to do everything they can to increase their chances of summoning Princess Drisi. But with Miyu's cooperation, the failure rate could easily reach 100%. As a possible outcome of failure, her being summoned to this world as a lich is almost a high probability event. Even Mabucha couldn't help but laugh. This theory is new to me. You're a truly interesting lich. Jakuyu, Andre pondered. Miyu didn't follow their wishes. After the summoning of Drisi failed, these accomplices simply left without cleaning up the mess. Mabucha shook his head. They didn't need to clean up the mess. Under their pressure, Miyu had already claimed that she was forced to attempt lich formation due to a magical accident, so failure was perfectly normal. On the contrary, if someone came to clean up after the failure, it would attract the attention of the neighbors. After all, Miyu has no family left, and that neighbor is a notorious gossip monger. I guess another reason is that they weren't sure what kind of being Miyu had summoned. Souls from the netherworld are generally dangerous, so it's not surprising that magical accidents can lead to extreme situations. To protect themselves, those people would have left immediately after the incident, before the lich woke up, to avoid being dragged into the situation if it escalated. Jiangyu scratched his head. No wonder there was no one around me when I woke up. That faulty magic book you found must have been their finishing touches. As long as the Kingdom Knights believe that the faulty magic circle that created the lich was a random creation by the unlearned Miyu, based on a magic book she got from somewhere, no one will pursue the matter further. Takumi nodded. Indeed, it's much less noticeable this way. If Andre hadn't shown up, I'd probably have inexplicably opened a soy sauce shop in this abandoned brewery, running it completely obliviously. It's quite dangerous to think about it. Enemies are observing her from the shadows, and she's completely unaware of it, even complacently believing she's gained a cheat code from time travel. After failing to use Miyu to summon the princess, she's probably made more attempts. I suspect she's now become a true lich, and Mifuna has been resurrected as a zombie. Takumi, why did she suddenly get the illusion that these people were playing a game together, with one dying and the other pulling others in, and then another dying and the other pulling others in again? Nanny's so busy, Nani. Andre's focus was somewhat different. So, we need to capture the zombie Mifuna, Princess Drisi, whose body she's taken over, and their accomplices. He rubbed his temple with a slight headache and looked at Mabucha. Do you have any more information about these people's identities? Perhaps, Mabucha said. I vaguely remember Mifuna taking in an apprentice when she was in East and West. That person seems to live near the brewery. You could try investigating from there. Nearby residents. Jiuyo fell into deep thought. Most of the people over there have moved away. Only Aunt Wolf and the bookstore across the street remain. Huh? Could it be Papis? His surname's initials do match my previous research, Andre stroked his chin. Worth investigating. By this point, the information had been shared. As a warm host, Takumiyu, in accordance with ancient Eastern custom, invited the Grand Mage. Would you like to have a meal together? Yes. Mabucha replied with remarkable briskness. By the way, can you bake small cakes? I can bake small cakes, large cakes, and cupcakes, Takumiyu said confidently. It just takes a while. If you don't mind waiting, I make them right away when I get back. Thus, relying on the charm of small cakes, Takumiyu successfully won the Grand Mage's favor. And so, in the dead of night, Mifuna finally saw a carriage approaching from the end of the street. She perked up, fan in hand, skirt lifted, and menacingly blocked the carriage's path. Lich! Come out! I've been waiting for you. Her voice died abruptly, when she saw the familiar face of Grand Mage Mabucha peering from the carriage door. Why is this old man here? Hey, Jiang Yu's skeletal head popped out, her pupils ablaze. Isn't this a coincidence? Speak of the devil, and he appear. Mifuna didn't understand the Chow Chow joke. She took a few steps back, ready to run. It seemed she had a deep psychological scar on the great magician Mabucha. Mabucha had already leaped from the carriage. A thick, full-length magic wand, as thick as a small tree, materialized from thin air in his hand. He slammed it into the ground. Bang! A transparent barrier rapidly unfolded from the base of the wand, instantly blocking Mifuna's path. Chapter 451. Before Takuya could react, the two old friends had already engaged in a silent, yet arguing, fight. Andre calmly parked the carriage back home, then pulled Takuya into a sitting position at the door, enjoying a front-row seat of the feast. Oh no, watching a spectacular fight filled with magic, special effects, crackling and clattering and multicolored lasers, flying everywhere. Don't you need help? Takuya asked politely, pulling a netherworld twist out of his head. It's a Grandmaster-level battle, we don't need to intervene, Andre said. By the way, you can activate the dragon crystal defenses on the nearby buildings to prevent accidental injuries. Takuya did as she was told, but she soon discovered that Grand Mage Mabucha had thoughtfully shrouded the surrounding streets and houses in a protective magical barrier. Mifuna's attacks would be absorbed, causing no damage. They chatted late tonight. The surrounding shops were already closed, the travelers and diners long gone, and everywhere was shuttered, yet no one came out to check. I don't know if it was the magic barrier's exceptional soundproofing, or if people of this era were well aware of the life-saving rule of not watching magicians fight. The undead Lich once again bravely ate melons under her boyfriend's protection, feeling like she was participating in a live-action show at an amusement park. Why do you always have to ruin my business, old man? Mifuna was on the verge of collapse. Why are you coming to West Eston instead of staying in your magic tower? Mabucha naturally wouldn't say he was craving a little cake, and had to follow the cook all the way here to force him to make a midnight snack. Even though it was the cook who had offered it. This cute little hobby was completely out of place for a great wizard like him, and it would easily undermine his always aloof image. So he said mysteriously, of course I'm here to stop you. Jiayo and Andre, you didn't even know Mifuna was here 5 minutes ago. But criticizing one's own combatants isn't a good habit, so they both tacitly swallowed their words. A great wizard versus a potion master was truly a spectacle. In a moment, the streets were ablaze with flying sand and rocks. Mabucha was clearly well-versed in Mifuna's fighting style. The potion master launched a barrage of potion bottles. But once a potion was released from the shattered potion bottle, its range was extremely limited. Once swept away by the raging wind before it could evaporate, it was like garbage in a vacuum cleaner, unable to escape. Large-scale environmental magic was Mabucha's foremost area of magic. The violent wind lifted the potion into the air, sucking it all into the inky black abyss. It was so quick and efficient that it almost made one feel sorry for the master who had painstakingly spent so much money to refine it. Mifuna, with a bitter face, fled in panic amidst the silver-blue lightning that struck everywhere. Slivers of lightning slithered like serpents, blocking her path. The howling wind and rain drowned out the clatter of Mifuna's dancing shoes. As she frantically dodged the attacks, she had no time to sing her bewitching ballad. Unable to cast the zombie curse that controlled the zombies, she felt frustrated, yet she was helpless. At that moment, Mifuna felt as if she were back in the alleys of the royal capital's black market 3 years ago. Back then, she had been trapped in the alley by a sudden appearance of her old friend. Their plan to overthrow the Principality of Huntington seemed so close to success, but it was thwarted. "Come out! My servant! My disciple!" she shouted fiercely. "Kill him!" A dark figure burst out of the bookstore window. Wearing a bird-beak mask and a black robe, He attacked Mabucha with a sharp dagger in each hand. Mabucha frowned slightly, then instantly lifted off the ground, retreating as fast as the wind. The magician wasn't good at close combat, so Andre clapped his hands and stood up. "Little Bones, it's time for us to take the stage." "Hey!" The next second, Andre's fighting spirit transformed into a silver-white light shield, blocking the bird-beaked masked man's dagger as it stabbed at Mabucha. He grinned, his green eyes gleaming with a belligerent glint. "Your opponent is me." However, the enemy's reinforcements weren't over yet. The short, blond boy hesitantly emerged from the room. Before he could raise his staff, he was struck by a glass bottle. "Eh? What is this?" "What?" The thin glass shattered, and a sticky mass of soul fire, as soft as fat, struck Papis. The blond boy suddenly went limp, collapsing to the ground like boneless slime, muttering, "No, I don't want to study anymore. Let me lie down for 5 more minutes, please, just 5 minutes. Mifuna, ? She looked at the bone lich nearby, who had thrown the glass vial. "What have you done to my beloved disciple?" "Oh, just a little biochemical weapon from a poor student." Jiao had unearthed her tactical belt from the skull again and slung it over the bones. Her upper and lower jaws creaked, and she looked delighted. "I didn't expect it to be so effective." The mental attack of the soul fire penetrated deeper into the soul than any potion. Pappas writhed on the ground like a maggot, thrashing about but unable to overcome the terrifying inertia of a university student. The next tall servant, who rushed out, was struck by the fear of the final exam, and stiffened in eerie slow motion. He clutched his head, trembling as he knelt. "I'm failing. Help! I'm failing." Even though Mifuna had spent considerable time with a lich like Derisi, she had never seen him use his emotional soul fire in such a way, besides devouring the souls of the living. Her brain froze for a few seconds. Distracting herself during battle was a terrible habit. She was struck by Mabucha's silver lightning snake, instantly being electrocuted until her skin was crispy and her body was tender. Her entire body stiffened, trembling uncontrollably from the shock of the electric shock. Her half-corrupted head tilted back, a puff of white smoke emanating from her mouth before she collapsed to the ground with a thud. Andre's battle was also nearing its end. His Do-Chi shield thudded, blocking each strike from the bird-beak masked man's dagger. The recoil knocked the man off balance, causing him to stagger. He swung his sword fiercely, the sharp edge cleaving the bird-beak mask in two, revealing a hideous, fanged, zombie-like face. It was a nimble corpse. Since it was a corpse, there was no need to hold back. Andre unleashed full force, his silver-white Do-Chi magic soaring into the sky, transforming into a massive silver sword light that slashed down, slicing the corpse in two from top to bottom. Chapter 452. This 3-on-4 battle ended at lightning speed, aided by the miraculous soul fire. After Andre bound Papis, still dazed and trapped in his emotions, and his servants, Grand Mage Mabucha unleashed the magic barrier, allowing the patrol knights, drawn in by the noise of the barrier's construction and forced to wait outside, to enter and apprehend the prisoners who had fallen into his trap. "How interesting," Takuya grinned. "They're so proactive, it saves us a lot of trouble." Grand Mage Mabucha sheathed his staff and coughed softly at Takuya. "The little cakes we promised. I go bake them now." As the owner of most of the food stalls on this food street, Takuya hummed a song as he entered the bakery's kitchen. He pulled out a whisk, a spatula, 2 batter bowls, paper cup molds, eggs, and cake flour, preheated the oven, and quickly began preparing. Separate the golden yolks from the whites. Add milk, sugar, oil, and flour to the yolks to form a batter, while gradually add finely granulated sugar and lemon juice to the whites, beating until stiff peaks form. Jiangyu meticulously blends the 2 batters together using the folding method. A gentle, even blend without losing air bubbles is the key to a delicious, fluffy cake. Pour the batter into a piping bag and squeeze it into a small, delicate paper cupcake. Fill it only about 80% full, and it will expand into a golden chiffon cupcake during baking. The entire batch of cupcake batter is placed in the oven. Jianyu uses his magic to check the oven temperature, adjusting it to 120 degrees Celsius with both top and bottom heat for an initial bake of 20 minutes, followed by a further bake of 145 degrees Celsius for 35 minutes. Every oven has its own power and temperament. At this temperature and time, this oven can bake delicious chiffon cupcakes that won't shrink, crack, collapse, or burn. Cupcakes come in all shapes and sizes, and their textures vary widely. However, compared to thick, greasy, and hard cupcakes, Takumi prefers the soft, fluffy, and sweet simplicity of chiffon cupcakes. Freshly baked chiffon cupcakes are delicious eaten plain after they cooled slightly. For more texture, you can pipe cream filling into the center of the cupcake, top it with buttercream flowers, and sprinkle it with dried fruits, powdered sugar, granulated sugar, or chocolate. To reward Mifuna's ultimate nemesis, the great magician Mabucha, Takumi has spared no expense, using all the expensive ingredients. This little expense, to boss you, was nothing compared to the fact that he could deal with Mifuna, the troublemaker lurking in the shadows and targeting him. In one word, worth it. In 2 words, a huge win. An hour and a half later, Great Mage Mabucha drifted into the bakery, following the scent. Takumi was humming a song as he placed perfectly cooled cupcakes on a tray. One retained the classic original flavor of a chiffon cake. The second was topped with vanilla cream and a maraschino cherry. The third was chocolate cream, sprinkled with shaved chocolate flakes. To avoid a greasy feeling while eating the cake, Takumi brewed a pot of black tea. Although it was late at night, the mages were all masters of late-night cultivation, unable to get up during the day and sleep at night. Presumably, the top-tier masters among them wouldn't mind losing sleep after drinking black tea. Takuya brought a tray of 3 small cakes, a cup, and a pot of black tea to the great magician Mabucha. Enjoy your meal. A satisfied smile finally broke out on the great magician's face. He sniffed the sweet aroma, then picked up the plain chiffon cake, peeled off the wax paper, and took a bite of half. Delicious, he murmured in praise, stuffing the remaining half of the plain cake into his mouth. This is the first time I ever had such a soft cake. It's so light, even lighter than sponge. Like a sweet breeze. He savored it with satisfaction and said, "Is this the plain one? Give me some more." Okay. There were still a lot of baked cakes. The ones with cream were difficult to make, but the plain ones were as much as you wanted. It was late at night, and there was nowhere to sell the baked cakes, so Takuya simply packed them all up for the great magician and Andre to eat while they worked overtime that night. After a late-night snack, both men's impressions of each other were significantly improved. Jiangyu found this exceptionally powerful great mage particularly easy to appease, and Mabucha also found Jiangyu's Lich trustworthy. After working overtime to bake a small cake, Jiangyu went home to bathe and sleep, feeling relaxed. As for Andre and the great mage Mabucha, they had to work overtime all night, interrogating the performance that had come their way. Ahem, prisoners. Poor overworked Andre didn't return home until the sun was already high in the sky the next morning, yawning. He slept soundly upon reaching home, waking up only at noon. The great mage Mabucha led a group of knights to escort the prisoners back to the capital. Andre found Jiangyu in the small restaurant. "Is there anything to eat?" "Yes, you just caught a ready-made lunch," Jiangyu said. "Today we're having my mom's pig's trotter soup. I even made a red oil dipping sauce." She brought Andre a large bowl of snow-white, soft pig's trotters drenched in a milky kidney bean broth, accompanied by a red oil dipping sauce, and a bowl of fragrant white rice. It looked incredibly tempting. So delicious. Andre took a sip of the milky broth and was immediately surprised. Not greasy at all. "I feel like my appetite has been whetted." He took another sip, feeling the warm broth slide down his throat, warming his stomach, which had worked hard all night. "This soup tastes different from the 5-fingered ginseng soup we had before." He licked his lips. "I prefer this one." "Hee, each has its own flavor," Jiangyu said. "Dip the pig's trotters in this sauce. The spiciness is truly intense. By the way, is Mifuna still alive? Have those prisoners confessed?" Andre nodded, eating as he spoke. "She is still alive." "Well, not quite. After all, she's been a corpse for 3 years. Anyway, Grand Mage Mabucha's lightning magic didn't send her back to the netherworld. She told me a lot, but Grand Mage Mabucha probably has other concerns, and doesn't intend for you to directly extract her soul fire. He has other means of accessing her memories." "Oh!" Jiangyu had no problem with this. The relationship between Mabucha and Mifuna was incredibly complicated, and it was obvious they had many secrets they didn't want to share. Jiangyu didn't want to be destroyed by inexplicably learning something he shouldn't have. "So, should I still eat the soul fire from the Ghost-Faced Man number 4? "Yes," Andre said. "Come with me to the City Lord's mansion later. We see what secrets this soul fire holds." Chapter 453. The whistleblower had already taken a large amount of offerings from the Nether Bakery this morning. Calculating the time, they should have been handed over to the undead by now. Jiangyu, carrying the soul fire of Ghost-Faced Man number 4, followed Andre back to the study in the City Lord's mansion. 2 couches were placed in the room, and on the floor beneath them was a magic circle in the shape of O equals O. Above the equal sign, between the 2 couches, was a small table with a recording crystal on it. What is this? Jiangyu tilted his head in confusion. This is a magic circle drawn by my great magician Tomobucha. It allows us to simultaneously access the memories in the soul fire, and allows the recording crystal to record everything in those memories. Jiangyu understood. If the soul fire were a CD, it would be the probe that reads the data, and this magic circle would allow any external devices, such as Andre and the body camera, to connect. Andre locked the door, and had Jiangyu lie down on one of the couches. After doing so, Jiangyu pulled out the large, vibrant, and colorful soul fire from his skull. It looked a lot like a bowl of ice jelly with toppings. This thing has a rich flavor. Jiangyu sniffed it gently. The black soul fire exuded the aroma of sesame paste, while the purple-red part smelled like sweet red-fleshed dragon fruit. The green part had a refreshing, pungent flavor like mint, and the amber part had a sticky honey. She held the soul fire in her hand and took a deep sip. It really does taste like ice jelly with lots of toppings. With that, she instantly lost herself in memories. Everywhere was a blazing flame. The sound of horses' hooves, the sharp clash of swords and iron, and the thud of sharp weapons piercing flesh echoed in succession. Jiangyu slowly raised his head, his pupils glowing faintly, as he glanced around in confusion. This, what on earth is this for her? Suddenly, a familiar hand grasped her bony claw and led her to the side of the road. A galloping horse galloped past the ground where she had just stood. A dark figure sat on its back, its face indistinct. Perhaps it was due to the memory's perspective, but both horse and rider seemed unusually large. Jiao looked up, following the hand that grasped her bony claw. Familiar muscles, familiar handsome face. It was Andre. Where are we? She asked. This village looks familiar. Andre frowned, looking down the road toward the village. Over there, on the hillside outside the village, aren't there many roses? Oh, Jiangyu remembered. So this is the village next to Rose Villa? It should be. Andre looked around and caught a particularly clear thin figure. Let's follow that child. Okay. Jiao also noticed something different about the child in this memory. He looked terrified and dazed, yet his form was remarkably solid. Amidst the fleeting, faceless, ghostly nights, like black particles, he seemed remarkably real. The child's face also looked familiar, somewhat similar to the true form beneath the mask of Ghostface number 4. He stumbled along the road, his expression vacant, but his direction clear. Perhaps he was trying to get home. A wooden house gradually appeared before him, but just as he was halfway there, a ball of fire erupted from within. The flames quickly climbed up the wood, reaching the door beams, window frames, and roof. In a moment, the entire house was engulfed in flames. The child sat down on the ground with a thud, his face a look of terror and disbelief. A dark figure burst from the doorway. Black particles drifted and condensed into a recognizable face. Though Jiangyu didn't recognize it, he only felt a faint familiarity. This should be old Baron Chandler, said Andre. He looks a bit like Baron Chandler. Oh! Jiangyu watched the blood-red light flashing from old Baron Chandler's body. He looked at the little boy at his feet, scooped him up like a chicken, and held him by the waist between his elbows. We can't stay here. If you want to live, follow me. His voice was hoarse and rough. The child, bewildered and at a loss, nodded. Everything around him began to spin, then a different scene solidified. The child stood uneasily on the playground, standing in the middle of a group of children, shifting his weight repeatedly from foot to foot like a chicken. He clearly knew the children around him. These children were probably picked up from the village by old Chand. Andre frowned. Did they kill their families, and then brainwash them into becoming the princess's personal soldiers? How insane. Jiao couldn't help but grumble. Isn't she afraid these children will betray her? The people who massacred the village were Queen Delmon's men. What does that have to do with Drisi? Andre said, when Drisi goes crazy, she even kill herself. Not a single one of her family escaped. Just tell these children that joining her will avenge their families, and they follow her wholeheartedly for life. I think if Drisi hadn't had so few men back then, she'd probably have someone else take over old Chand's role as the hero who saved all those children. Andre shrugged. But these are just children under 5. They're too young to remember much. Drisi probably thought it was okay to just mess around. Jiao opened her mouth, but the words she wanted to say were stuck heavy in her throat. Finally, she closed her jaws silently. The children were each given a number. They no longer had their own names. They were held together for training and living together. Number 1 was an older child whose face and throat had been burned by flames. His face was bandaged, and his eyes shone with venom. This guy must be the ghost-faced man who loves to chop people's heads with wire. Andre recognized him. I remember his scar. These children were eliminated during subsequent training, and those who were eliminated disappeared, their lives unknown. The remaining children each learned a specialty, their weapons and magic all varying. For example, number 1 excelled at wire combat and decapitation, while number 4 excelled at shadow manipulation, stealth, and eavesdropping. In the end, the children gradually grew up, and only a dozen or so remained on the training ground. Each of them was given a ghost mask with a different appearance and expression. Some smiled, some cried, some were angry, and all had a hideous look that was terrifying to behold. Chapter 454. The scene in Soulfire's memory shifted again. This time, the grown-up children, the young ghost-faced men, were led into a luxurious mansion. The guide was once again a mass of black particles that sometimes dispersed, and sometimes gathered into a human form. It seemed that number 4 had no clear memory of this person. They followed the blurry figure into the mansion, descended the long stone steps leading into the deep darkness, and finally arrived at a gloomy basement. Several flames ignited automatically, illuminating the cylindrical stone platform in the center of the stone chamber. A pile of scattered bones lay on the platform, trembling as they approached. The figure stepped forward and bowed deeply to the skeletons. Master, they arrived. The skeletons responded, spinning and jumping, forming a yellow-brown skeleton. Green pupils blazed in the empty eye sockets of the skull, gazing darkly at the ghost-faced men. What an ugly skeleton! Andre frowned in disgust, as if he had seen a lousy, inferior, unappetizing meal. Yellow, old, and covered in dust. This is so disgusting. Ahem, no. This is so shabby. Jian Yu, Although you quickly corrected yourself, were you actually trying to say that this skeleton is disgusting? Good news, my Doberman boyfriend really loves bones. Bad news, he really loves to chew on them. I am Princess Teresi. The creepy skeleton spoke, as I promised you. The culprit who ordered the destruction of your village and the murder of your family has been poisoned by me. Your blood feud has been avenged. Now, you must serve me as promised and repay my kindness. Wow! Jiao looked incredulous. No, when that village was destroyed, Teresi was probably involved in this deliberate misleading, testing the queen's limits, wasn't she? She's simply putting all the blame on the queen? Teresi is very skilled at using these half-truths to win over people. Andre said as he took notes. She's clearly a selfish person, obsessed with power. She fabricates any lie as long as it achieves her goals. Parents, brothers, lovers, children. Perhaps to her, they're all just stepping stones to be discarded and exploited at will. What a terrifying person. Jiao couldn't help but gasp. Even though she had no tongue. If the Delman royal family were this crazy, their deaths were truly well-deserved. This country needs some sane monarchs. Andre laughed. You're truly worthy of me. In their memories, they listened to Teresi's endless exposition of her ambitions, promising those Ghostface honor, power, and fame. Those Ghostface, isolated and brainwashed from childhood, clearly believed her words wholeheartedly, while Takumi yawned loudly. Andre meticulously took notes throughout the entire conversation. This information isn't necessarily useless nonsense. We can use this to analyze Teresi's personality and mindset, and thus infer her next moves. The ambitions she revealed may contain some truth, allowing us to conduct targeted screening and prevention. Jiangyu let him work, smacking her lips as she tried to recall which color of ice jelly topping tasted best. Then, as the soul fire faded, she took another large mouthful. The scene in her memory shifted again. This time, the only NPCs in the scene were the princess and number 4. The princess wandered the mansion, while number 4 followed closely behind her skeleton, listening to her endless complaints about how difficult this body was to use. I miss my smooth, delicate skin, not this yellowed skeleton. I once had brilliant blonde hair and a beautiful face, but now I'm just a bare skull. She cursed, damn Mabucha, useless Mifuna. A mere shell. Is that so difficult? Number 4 didn't dare to utter a word, hunching back in the shadows as he listened to her curses. I need a body of flesh and blood. Miyu is young and beautiful, nurtured and cultivated by Mifuna with potions for years. She's a sacrifice tailor-made for me. Using her as a sacrifice will surely yield the most perfect Lich body, a true replica of my own in life. Teresi said, No, I can't wait another few years for another body. Mifuna may die, but I won't let Miyu slip through my fingers like this. Why, born as a sacrifice, can freely travel the world in pursuit of her dreams. No, I won't allow it. She took a deep breath. As long as I'm in hell, I won't allow anyone to find happiness. Number 4. Go inform Countess Canberra. I need her to travel to the Rusman Federation and help me hire you. The Countess of Canberra. Jiang Yu repeated the name. Is it that Madame Duran? Or does the Duchy of Huntington have a second Countess of Canberra? It should be the Countess of Duran de Canberra. Andre was also surprised. He knew that the soul flame of number 4 would contain a lot of information, but he hadn't expected to find such an evil eye moon leader so easily. That lady was a close friend of Queen Isabella, and she also has many connections in the Rusman Federation. This explains why Evil Eye Moon has so many Rusman Federation resources. With the legacy left by Queen Isabella and the Countess of Canberra acting as a liaison, it would be very easy for Derisi to leverage those resources. The memory continued as they watched number 4 deliver a message to Mrs. Duran, then travel thousands of miles to the Rusman Federation, launching a long-planned hunt for Derisi's favored prey. Miyu was powerless to fight back, unaware of the horrific events unfolding around her. Mrs. Duran tricked Miyu into painting Derisi's portrait. Through constant verbal provocation, inducement, and PUA, she had etched Derisi's features deeply into Miyu's mind. Andre suddenly realized, this painting. They're not just trying to make Miyu. Miyu established a connection with Derisi and summoned her spirit. They even wanted Miyu to sacrifice herself, so that she could create a perfect Lich body, identical to her previous incarnation. Derisi's actions went far beyond this. In the magical world, manipulating and controlling a girl with an already shaky mind is a surprisingly easy task. Potions, magic, and shadowy assassins constantly plotting tricks. This elaborate scheme quickly led Miyu to doubt herself and develop symptoms of mental breakdown. Chapter 455. The sudden onset of madness was like a storm, swiftly dragging Miyu from the shimmering surface of the ocean into the deep, dark sea, where she could not even call for help. Everything around her became unfamiliar. Strange whispers echoed in her ears, inaudible to all but her, as if they were an eerie murmur from the depths of her heart. She began to see her own shadow come to life, transforming into the women in her paintings. A voice within her heart told her, "Look, what a beautiful person. Become her, and you will be welcomed and loved by everyone. No longer will you be the ugly rat despised and forced to hide in the shadows of the gutter." Miyu tilted her head, hesitantly addressing her mumbling shadow. "No, are you really my shadow? Are you mistaken? I've never been interested in a glamorous, attention-grabbing life." She was somewhat baffled. "I certainly don't have many friends. But those superficial people, who like me and admire me solely for my looks aren't worth truly connecting with. Why would I change my appearance for someone like that?" Hidden in the shadows, number 4, choking her voice, broke out in a cold sweat. Oh no, she wasn't fooled. After receiving number 4's report, Derisi gritted her teeth. "Increase the dosage. Resurrect Mifuna as a zombie." It seems her mother's intimidation is still essential to controlling Miyu. Miyu felt her madness had intensified. Her shadow continued to whisper those strange whispers to her day and night. She felt that these were not her true thoughts. But after all, what were her true thoughts? She began to doubt herself, becoming lost and at a loss. Then, one night, struggling to wake from a nightmare, she got up to pour herself some water, and suddenly saw the long-dead Mifuna standing outside the window. Maggots were crawling across the half-rotted face, and Mifuna, seemingly oblivious, smiled broadly at her. "Ah!" Miyu screamed heartbreakingly. The servants outside rushed into the room, but no one could see Mifuna outside the window. One servant even said hesitantly, "Miss Miyu, this is the 3rd floor." Miyu's previously strong mental defenses finally crumbled. She couldn't sleep or eat well, and she was rapidly losing weight. The whispers in her ears seemed to make some sense, so she hastily ended her trip and decided to return to Eston West City. Mifuna and number 4 had been quietly following her, pouncing when Miyu was least prepared, repeatedly disrupting her thoughts and shattering her sanity. Mifuna had never needed a daughter, nor had she ever loved her own daughter. She simply needed a sacrifice for Derisi. This need became even more pressing after her death, for Derisi alone possessed the resources to transform her into an immortal Lich. Zombies differed greatly from Liches. They lacked phylacteries. They merely bound their souls to their dead bodies. Corpses could move under the influence of necromancy, but they lacked breathing, heartbeats, and the touch and warmth of a living person. Eating was no longer essential to life. Mifuna could use a zombie's body to feed, but the cost far outweighed the benefits. Rather than expend the energy, she would simply harvest the soul energy of the living. Derisi only resurrected Mifuna as a zombie. The cunning princess promised that once she became a full Lich, she would craft a phylactery for Mifuna and find a sacrifice to help her become a true Lich. Mifuna just believed Drisi's lies? Jiangyu said in disbelief. At this point, it's probably no longer a question of belief or disbelief, but simply a game of interests. Andre said, Mifuna is dead. If she wants to become a Lich, she can only rely on Drisi, who holds the resources. If she betrays Drisi, she will be destroyed by Drisi as well. Of course, this shouldn't be a reason for her to attack her own daughter. They continued to watch Miyu struggle to save herself. Miyu wrote endlessly to Grand Mage Mabucha, but all her letters were intercepted and destroyed by number 4 upon leaving the workshop, preventing any message from reaching her. Meanwhile, the Whispers and Mifuna had robbed Miyu of all faith in the outside world. They won't believe you. You gone mad. A daughter grieving the loss of her mother, constantly seeing her dead mother's ghost. Oh, what have you done to embarrass your mother? Forced by Mifuna's ghost, Miyu resumed her mother's business and opened the brewing workshop. After receiving an order for an aging potion, she failed miserably, and the Whispers interfered with her crucible, causing an accident. Miyu was splashed with the spilled potion, instantly aging most of her exposed skin by decades, with the aging spreading to her internal organs. Miyu panicked, feeling her life slipping away. Although she had spent the better part of 20 years in depression, she feared death even more. Mumblings began to guide her, leading her to search for a way to save herself among the items her mother had left behind. In reality, it was simply number 4 who had placed the phylactery materials and Lich books they had prepared where you could easily see them. In times of crisis, desperate people will grasp at any lifeline thrown their way. Drisi and the others' plan wasn't perfect, but only when Miyu paused to reflect could she realize the abruptness of the materials and books' appearance. However, Drisi and the others didn't give Miyu any chance. The terror of death, like a ferocious hound from hell, drove Miyu onward. Driven by fear of death, Miyu unleashed nearly her full potential. She successfully, with the covert help of number 4 and Mifuna, completed the drawing of the magic circle and crafted the phylactery. Until the final step of activating the magic circle and signing her true name, Miyu, holding the parchment inscribed with Drisi's soul's true name in one hand and the pen in the other, diligently sketched, suddenly stopped and trembled uncontrollably. This isn't my true name, Miyu muttered in fear, her voice so faint that number 4 didn't immediately realize anything was wrong. Chapter 456. Even though she was a terrible student, Miyu had used her soul true name in her past studies under the guidance of the great magician Mabucha. Admittedly, this awful thing was difficult to write, draw, and memorize, and everyone's soul true name shared certain similarities. To Takumiyu, a person from another world, it was comparable to a modern-day hand-drawn payment QR code. If everyone could instantly recognize the differences between QR codes, there wouldn't be so many cases of stolen payment codes. But as an artist, Miyu still sensed something was amiss. She realized that the parchment bearing her soul true name had most likely been swapped. Perhaps from the very beginning, she had been caught in a massive scam, unable to extricate herself. However, the magic circle was already in operation, and she couldn't remember how to write her true name correctly. In desperation, she simply gave up and drew a completely wrong true name. Since she couldn't survive no matter what, all Miyu could do was completely thwart the plans of the mastermind lurking around her, leaving them with nothing. This shared unhappiness might be a long-standing tradition, passed down from the kingdom of Delman to the principality of Huntington. A false red light flickered within the magic circle. The true name of the soul Miyu had inscribed within the magic circle belonged to a deceased soul from another world. She wasn't fully compatible with the magic circle, yet her power summoned her from a distant otherworld, drawn into this wondrous magical dimension. Miyu's body gradually disintegrated under the magic circle's strain, her soul escaping from its crumbling form. A skeleton formed within the coffin at the center of the magic circle, and the soul's light poured into the phylactery bound to it. Just as the magic circle should have continued to generate flesh, skin, and hair, it suddenly froze and uttered an error. Number 4. What's going on? Mifuna hurried forward to investigate. Picking up the parchment on the ground, she finally realized that Miyu had written the wrong name. Damn it! Miyu's hand was shaking, and she wrote the wrong real name. Since she hadn't written Drisi's real name, the magic circle naturally couldn't create Drisi's appearance based on Miyu's imagination. Number 4's mind blanked for a moment. Wait, what the hell did she do? It was a magical accident. Mifuna looked at the skeleton in the coffin, and was suddenly struck by the terrifying horror of the skull's face. The hairs on her back stood up. Most souls summoned by magical accidents possess unfathomable power. We can't stay here for long. We must evacuate immediately before it wakes. But that phylactery, those materials. Could everything we prepared be for nothing? Number 4. Number 4 asked in disbelief. Do you know how much effort and manpower we put into preparing this ceremony? When the master asks about this, what will you say? We talk about the rest later. Mifuna, eagle-eyed, noticed the skeleton's finger bones twitch and immediately pulled number 4 out of the basement. The magic circle hasn't been fully activated. That half-finished lich will be starving when it awakens. We're all on its menu. Anyway, we already made a backup plan to prevent Miyu from failing. Now that things have come to this, it's all about saving our lives. They swiftly climbed over the wall of the backyard, as if they had never been there before. The soul fire memory abruptly ended, but Takumi already knew what happened next. It might have been minutes, hours, or even days, but her soul, drawn into this world, finally merged with her phylactery and skeleton. Her eyes lit up, and she slowly awoke, crawling dazedly from her coffin. I see. Takumi rubbed his jawbone. It's pretty consistent with our previous deductions. The magic circle didn't complete its operation, so Mio only died, but she still retained her soul, at least most of it. Andre pondered. This also explains the origin of the note from the Nether Festival. She didn't perish in the sacrifice, which is a good thing. Are there other memories in the soul fire? Takumi shoveled another mouthful of icy soul fire. This time, they saw a furious Drisi, a trembling, speechless Mifuna, and number 4 kneeling on the ground, covered in whip marks. Failure! Drisi's jaws snapped in anger, making an unpleasant grinding sound. All these years of preparation, all for nothing. I shouldn't have trusted you and gambled everything on that loser Miyu. I need a body. I can't stand this disgusting, ugly skeleton anymore. I need fresh flesh. Why not try possession? A voice that sounded familiar to Andre and Takumi came from the side. They turned and saw the scene of their memory unfold, revealing Valentine reclining on the chaise longue. The dissolute Earl swirled his wine glass lazily. Mother, your phylactery is ready. Perhaps, if you let go of your obsession with your appearance and choose another body, you can escape this skeleton. Ah? Mother? Didn't he just call Drisi mother? Jiangyu was stunned. Isn't he King Rudolph's illegitimate son? Another lie. Andre frowned. It seems Drisi gave birth to twins. That would explain those inexplicable things Valentine said to Brother Winston earlier. I received a report that Baron Chand has squandered his fortune, and is now deeply in debt. He plans to sell his father, the old Baron Chand's notebook. He claims the notebook contains the final secrets of the previous royal family, Valentine said. Drisi's skull grew even more sinister, and she gnawed on her thumb knuckle. Old Chandler is dead, so what's the point of leaving behind a notebook? He did so much for me back then. Isn't it all written down in that notebook? I have an idea, Valentine said. We can use the mysterious Rose Hill as our stage, and hire Madame Butterfly to host a party. At this party, we can gather all those enemies who intend to leak our past intelligence, and those who have betrayed us, and take them out one by one. And from among them, we can select a suitable body for you. What do you think of Baron Chandler's beautiful young wife? She's quite pretty, with beautiful blonde hair. Chapter 457. Oh, that explains a lot. After reading the entire memory, Andre said dryly. He had thought the Rose Manor case had been successfully resolved, but he hadn't expected the real Eleanor to be attacked by Valentine and Drisi at the manor, her soul devoured by Drisi, and her body possessed by the princess. Another victim had been added to the list of victims, and if it weren't for Little Bone, they wouldn't have known until now that the Lich had changed its appearance, and was lurking among the nobles. After the last bit of soul fire had been consumed, Andre let out a long sigh, put away the overflowing photo crystal and the filled notebook, and prepared to ride after the great magician Mabucha's convoy to tell him the truth and entrust him with the evidence. The only thing still undetermined was the location of Ghostface Man number 1, but if they captured Princess Drisi, they could wipe out all her followers. Andre was confident. However, after so many years of pursuit and revenge, Andre couldn't help but feel a little tired. Perhaps, after all this was settled, he could take Little Bone to his mother's territory for a while, show her the beautiful scenery there, enjoy the rare warm weather in winter, and then return home to celebrate the new year in comfort. These thoughts flashed through his mind, but were quickly pushed aside. No matter how much a worker longed for a holiday, the first priority was to get the work done. If this information wasn't reported to His Majesty the King as soon as possible, and Drisi and her followers were apprehended immediately, once Drisi learned of number 4 and Mifuna's disappearance, she would most likely escape once again. Though Drisi doesn't have much left to pack up these days. Hey, wait. Andre was about to leave when Takuya called out to him. Great Mage Mabucha has been on his way to the capital for almost a day, right? If we catch up now, He might already be there by the time we catch up. She looked up at the sky outside the window. Why don't you use the contact book to report the list of Evil Eye Moon personnel to His Majesty the King? I go and help you with the dragon fight. Andre, what do you mean? A dragon fight? For a moment, the knight's mind was filled with images of his own little bone beating up a dragon. He finally managed to erase the strange thought from his mind, and in the blink of an eye, Takuya was gone from the room. Andre, With absolute trust in Little Bone, despite his trepidation, Andre followed Takuya's instructions, pulling out the contact book and reporting the important information they had learned in the simplest but most accurate language. After delivering all the messages, Andre felt as if most of his magic power had been drained. This contact book is useful, but it's a real drain on mana. After sending the message, Andre copied the image crystal and conveniently locked one in a filing cabinet for future analysis. Just as he finished his work, Jiang Yu brought the little dragon Leoto into the city lord's mansion. There were even suspicious traces of cream and cake crumbs on the little dragon's mouth. It seemed more like he'd been completely bribed by the Lich's sweet tooth than being beaten by Jiang Yu. Andre felt slightly relieved. My Lord Viscount wants to go to the capital. I take care of it. Leodor said confidently, just let me know when you're ready, and we be off right away. Andre placed the copied photo crystal in a leather bag and tied it around his waist. Let's go! A silver-blue dragon, carrying a black-haired, green-eyed knight, soared into the sky from the backyard of the city lord's mansion. A dragon's flight speed was much faster than a horse's, and it wouldn't be long before Andre caught up with the great mage Mabucha's caravan. Jiang Yu stretched. She just consumed too much soul fire, and her bird still reeked of ice powder. It looked like she could skip dinner tonight. She had nothing else to do, so she simply took a stroll home from the city lord's mansion. It was dusk, the sun setting in the west, casting an orange-yellow glow across the city. She stood in front of the city lord's mansion, gilded by the sunlight, and watched the bustling streets. Ever since Andre took over as lord and Jiang Yu opened the food court, life in this territory has changed somewhat. Good food is one thing, of course, but the most crucial factor is the lack of exploitation of the poor. Jiang Yu's restaurant group boasts numerous stores, but their prices are incredibly interesting. Each store offers expensive items targeted at the wealthy and aristocrats. Others offer affordable meals, priced so low they're practically a loss-making expense, meant only for the poor. Of course, the latter aren't particularly delicious. They consist of plain noodles and a clear broth, or dark bread that, while not as hard as a stick, is nonetheless quite difficult to chew. Boss Yu isn't afraid of losses from this approach. For every expensive item sold by the wealthy, she earns enough to support hundreds of poor people. It's a modern-day form of robbing the rich to help the poor. Now, Jiang Yu's restaurant group is a thriving business, bringing in large sums of money daily. Combined with her and Andre's plundering of Evil Eye Moon's assets, they temporarily fill the endless pit of money the king demands, and their cash flow is now quite healthy. Rather than making a fortune, and then using some of it to improve the surrounding environment and give back to society, it's better to address the immediate needs of the people from the outset, improving the lives of residents through small, everyday aspects like food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Providing practical benefits to the residents has not only stabilized public order, but also brought more joy and happiness. Jianyu now lives in this town, and any small, positive change can significantly improve her daily comfort, making her money well spent. Jianyu still remembers a few months ago, when banditry was rampant in the city. As soon as night fell, every door was locked, and shops closed early, making even the slightest effort to buy something impossible. Yet, the streets were still bustling with activity. No one seemed to be rushing home, but rather chatting and shopping in the fading light, their faces brimming with peaceful smiles. This was, of course, directly related to Andre's handling of the Evil Eye Moon bandits. However, subsequent policies also allowed those petty criminals to put down their knives and pick up their hoes again, leading a peaceful and simple life. Taxes had returned to affordable levels, and meals suitable for daily living were easily available in the city. The rich have their own way of living, and the poor have their own way of living. As long as life is manageable, people will find a way to survive that suits them. Once Evil Eye Moon is completely apprehended, perhaps even a small change will occur in the lives of the people of Huntington. Without this troublemaker trying to disrupt the political situation and gain power for himself, His Majesty will surely be able to focus his efforts on the right things. Chapter 458. The sky darkened completely, and the streetlights flickered on one by one. Though not as dazzling as the neon lights of the metropolises of his past life, the warm yellow lights exuded a sense of warmth. It was the dinner rush hour, and the sky was filled with busy Raven delivery drivers. The air was filled with the aroma of food, sweetly baked bread and pastries, the slightly sweet aroma of soy sauce, and the spicy tang of Sichuan peppercorns and chilies stir-fried over a high flame. Just the smell brought a sense of happiness. Of course, takeout is no longer the only dining option for the people of Eston West City. After passing the wealthy area, Jiangyu arrived at the area where ordinary people gathered. Here, the houses were low-rise, and the atmosphere of life was stronger. Many families simply set up stoves outside their doors. These crooked stoves typically held 2 pots, one bubbling with boiling water, the other, most likely simmering a delicious broth. One such family stood at the doorway of the hut next to Jiangyu. She paused to watch as a woman in a peasant's headscarf, at the small stove, tossed a few balls of dried noodles into a pot of boiling water. She plunged her long chopsticks into the water, quickly stirring the noodles. After a moment, the noodles were cooked, scooped out with a thin bamboo sieve, and plopped into a large bowl. The woman scooped out the thick, milky broth from the pot next to her with a large ladle and generously poured it into the bowl. A burly man stood beside her, his head bent over, slicing meat piece by piece on a chopping board. A few minutes later, the thick slices of braised pork were neatly arranged on the noodles. The noodle soup was lightly oily, and the chopped green onions rustled on the noodles, which looked very tempting. The young couple chatted with each other, their faces beaming with joy, arguing over whose bowl of noodles deserved a few more slices of meat. Their happiness overflowed naturally, and even the passing Jiangyu could smell the rich, sweet aroma of soul fire. That's how it should be. Jiangyu chuckled. Everyone should be able to afford food. Yeah, noodles too. As the sale of noodles spread throughout Eston West, and even throughout the Principality of Huntington, the locals gradually learned to cook their own. Boil water, scoop noodles, add broth, and toppings. Cooking a bowl of noodles is about as difficult as making a pot of oatmeal, yet it's at least twice as delicious. Soup noodle toppings are the easiest to prepare. A handful of blanched, green vegetables, a poached egg nestled in the noodles, and, if possible, some chopped meat. Bacon is a popular dish in Huntington, and nearly every household prepares some. Sausage also pairs well with noodles. Simply chop some, simmer in noodle soup, or sauté in hot oil, and toss with noodles for a delicious meal. Those with more money can naturally purchase prepared foods from the food court. Whether it's tofu, braised goods, or roast meats, taking a portion home with a main course is enough to satisfy the whole family. Even the most financially strapped can shell out a few nickels for a small bag of dried noodles and a small bottle of noodle sauce. Drain the noodles, add a little noodle sauce, and stir, and you got a satisfying meal. This is infinitely more satisfying than slurping up dry, tasteless black bread with your saliva and grinding the crumbs down your throat. With the tongue soothed by delicious food and the stomach full and warm, one has the motivation to keep working hard and living a good life. No matter how hard the day, it seems they can be endured with a little grit. Jiangyu strolled leisurely towards the brewery. Throughout the journey, people constantly recognized her, tipping their hats to greet her. Her skeletal appearance didn't frighten them. Instead, they excitedly approached her, asking for handshakes and autographs. There were even cheerful children who insisted that Jiangyu take a piece of their soul fire, then ran away happily. Mommy, the Lich ate my soul fire. Jiangyu, having a soul fire forced upon her, said, Wait, does that make sense? She walked a little further, and arrived at the newly opened hospital. It was called a hospital, but it was actually a small clinic, a 3-story stone building with a separate courtyard. Though it was already night, the hospital was still brightly lit, and the gates were wide open. Jiangyu stealthily peeked through the courtyard wall, only to see several familiar veterans lined up, waiting for Dr. Bird's beak to examine them. Doctor, is my leg curable? The veteran asked, disheartened. Well, you have to be prepared. Dr. Bird's beak said gravely, your injury is over 10 years old, and the bone has long since grown crooked. Treatment requires a clean break, magical reconnection, and the latest, best potions to promote bone and muscle healing. That's going to cost a fortune. I mean, 3 gold coins a month, and it take months until your leg is fully healed. What? The old soldier exclaimed. 3 gold coins a month? Yes, that's too expensive, isn't it? If you want to give up treatment, I understand. No, what I mean is, with just 3 gold coins a month, can I walk like a normal person? Will I have a chance to return to the battlefield? Well, returning to the battlefield is hard to say for now. It depends on my subsequent recovery and rehabilitation. But as for getting you to walk like a normal person, I think there's still hope. Dr. Burbeek tilted his head. No, Can you afford 3 gold coins a month for treatment? Thank you, boss you. Thank you, Lord Andre. I can actually afford it now. The old soldier's eyes welled with tears as he fished out 3 gold coins from his pocket. This is my salary for this month. As long as it means I can walk again, I can afford it. Jiangyu, outside the courtyard wall, grinned. They say that a problem that can be solved with money isn't a problem. Giving the veterans higher wages would not only reward these heroes who sacrificed their health and the rest of their lives for the safety of their country, but would also ensure their unwavering commitment to keeping the secrets of their various formulas and processes for Takumi and Andre. Most importantly, a salary of 3 gold coins a month wouldn't make the city richer, but it would provide a significant number of veterans with the means to afford medical treatment and even regain their health. These are all valuable combat power and labor. Of course, the wool comes from the sheep, and all of Takumi's businesses are very profitable. The healthier the veterans, the more work they can do, and the greater the value they create. The money they earn far exceeds this salary. If the toiling workers knew their bosses were raking in billions of dollars daily, while they were only making a few silver coins or even a few coppers a month, trouble would sooner or later ensue. People are all made of flesh and blood. No matter how loyal a person is, if he is not valued and treated well, one day he will not be able to suppress the anger in his heart. Chapter 459. Hee, that's great. Jiangyu watched several veterans getting their legs and hands healed, and he couldn't help but feel grateful once again that this was a magical world. While magic wasn't omnipotent and had its limitations, since it could transcend the barriers of life and death, regenerating severed limbs and reattaching broken bones wasn't completely hopeless. As long as there was hope, people would continue to strive towards it. Technology, or magic, didn't seem that different. A small expenditure of money was the most insignificant cost. Simply taking a portion of the veterans' profits and distributing them as wages and bonuses would allow them to fund their medical treatment. This would also allow a large sum of money to flow into the market, circulating continuously within the territory, creating greater economic value. The benefits brought by this would far outweigh those gold coins simply gathering dust and being sealed away in the noble's treasury. Just as water vapor rises from the sea, carried by the wind to the land, transforming into gentle rain to nourish the earth, and eventually becoming rivers, lakes, or groundwater that flows back into the ocean. Money needs to flow like water, from one person to another, to create greater happiness in this territory. Ever since she began dating Andre and built the Lich catering group, Jiangyu felt that her perspective had broadened considerably. Honestly, she quite liked this feeling. It was like playing a lord game, where she was the master of this land. Well, while technically Andre held the land and the title, and Jiangyu was merely his military advisor, it didn't matter at all. Jiangyu stealthily withdrew her head from the courtyard wall and continued toward the workshop. Before heading home, she planned to visit the weaving mill. If anyone's lives have been dramatically transformed recently, besides the newly employed veterans gradually beginning to resume treatment after years of delay, it would be the weavers who had moved to West Eston. Under Alexa's guidance, these spider spirits had gradually established themselves in West Eston. During the day, they worked in the weaving mill, producing the various clothing, shoes, and hats Jiangyu needed, primarily work clothes and fitness gear for the employees, and at night, they slept in the dormitories upstairs and adjacent to the weaving mill. Most of these women came alone to explore the area, and only after they had truly experienced the dangers of Berserker syndrome and had eliminated them would they make the fateful decision to relocate their families to West Eston. Jiangyu had always been generous to his employees. Of course, when it came to a unique species like the weavers, generosity was unavoidable. If the soul fire supply wasn't sufficient, they would likely go berserk due to lack of soul energy, causing losses to the store, themselves, and their colleagues. However, after discovering that offerings made from soul grass could also replenish the spider spirit's soul energy, Jiangyu's pressure eased considerably. After all, while there were many customers willing to provide soul fire, only Boss Yu was the Lich who could truly draw it out. Procuring enough soul fire to feed all the spider spirits was a considerable workload. Jiangyu was a boss who would slack off if he could. Since he could rely on the production line to produce the purple-black soul grass offerings, there was no need to do the work himself. However, after witnessing the devastating effects of the magician's bizarre soul fire on their enemies, Jiangyu felt it was necessary to have some unusual soul fire for self-defense. And occasionally, he could satisfy his craving for some delicious emotion soul fire. The Netherworld Bakery is located right next to the bakery at the corner of the alley. Aside from using soul grass as its primary ingredient, most of the processes are similar to those of a normal bakery. However, after the netherworld pastries are baked, ordinary humans can't smell the aroma, only netherworld creatures are drawn to them endlessly. For this reason, all entrances and exits of the shop, as well as the windows and shelves, are sealed with dragon crystals that block out netherworld creatures. Only qualified legitimate customers can purchase goods from the staff. Since some netherworld creatures lack the currency used by living people, the bakery also accepts a variety of other payment methods. For example, netherworld creatures can exchange soul fire for netherworld pastries, or they can accept quests on the shop's quest board. Some of these quests are posted by Boss U, and the rewards are directly netherworld pastries. Others are posted by nearby residents and vendors, and the rewards are common currency, which can also be used to purchase pastries after exchange. The shop even has a clerk specializing in appraising antiques and jewelry, specifically responsible for identifying the various bizarre treasures brought by the netherworld creatures. Evidently, many ghosts would willingly sacrifice their own burial offerings to enjoy the offerings. This way, Boss U secured more netherworld workers. The spider weavers, capable of violent transformation, could even be considered the most normal customers of the netherworld bakery. Of course, such a dangerous shop, facing a large number of dangerous customers, also requires strong staff. Besides the baker in the back kitchen, the staff at the front counter, who face customers, are all highly skilled. A relic explorer specializing in appraising antiques and jewelry, a magician from the Magic Academy specializing in research on the netherworld and its creatures, and a 1,000-year-old ghost. The latter's salary is simply the daily unsold goods from the netherworld bakery. To put it in perspective, the hiring costs are quite low. With these influential leaders at the helm, the nether bakery's opening went smoothly, and it now boasts a loyal clientele, not to mention the earthbound undead of East City, who seek professional knights for delivery, but also the spider spirits from the textile mill across the street who frequent it daily, and many wandering ghosts, who only emerge from the netherworld to purchase goods. Thus, to the uninformed, this nether bakery appears deserted, with only a few knights and cicadas arriving daily to pick up their goods. But in reality, invisible spectral creatures constantly flit in and out. Notices float up and down the task board, strange ancient objects clink and land on the appraiser's counter, and purple-black offerings are baked and taken out by the clerks, vanishing into the void. This shop is truly haunted at all times. Chapter 460. The Netherworld Bakery is the second shop on the corner. When Jiangyu passed by, he stopped by for a look. The bakers in the kitchen here are all from the same batch of outstanding trainees as those in the bakery next door. With nearly 100 batches of pasta a day, they long since graduated from novices to seasoned professionals. With just a pinch of their eyes closed, they can knead the dough into a desired shape. However, soul grass is essentially just a wheat-like substance. Its practical uses differ slightly from wheat. It lacks protein, so it can only be used to make pastries, bake puff pastries, deep-fry twisted dough sticks, and make muffins or scones. It's not particularly suitable for toast. Of course, if you really want to, adding some high-gluten flour should do the trick. However, the bakers haven't yet figured out the optimal ratio, so the launch of this new product has been put on hold. When Jiangyu entered the shop, the staff all looked up. Seeing her, they beamed. "Hello, Boss Yu. The boss is here for inspection. Would you like to try some of our freshly baked netherworld egg tarts? They're a newly developed recipe, with a crispy crust and a tender interior. They're selling like hotcakes today. Pack me a box of egg tarts," Jiangyu said with a smile, glancing around the shop. "How's business today?" "Pretty good." The 1,000-year-old ghost employee gestured at his silvery white tentacles, resembling the corners of a bed sheet, and nimbly packed a box of purple-black egg tarts for Jiangyu. "But there's a strange customer. She's trying to pay with a strange currency, insisting it was given to her by you, boss. We're just at a loss as to what to do." "Huh?" Jiangyu was bewildered as the appraiser pulled out a few very familiar paper-folded gold coins, and pointed at a dark figure huddled in the corner. "Hey." The ghost in the corner revealed a face identical to the portrait in Miyu's student file. It waved its paw weakly and said shakily, "So, can I buy something to eat with this?" Jiangyu, wow. 3 minutes later, Boss Yu's attentive staff had set up a small table in the kitchen. Miyu floated on a chair, constantly using her purple-black tentacles wrapped around the dazzling array of offerings on the table, shoving them into her mouth with a clamorous groan. She looked incredibly hungry, lacking energy. Jiangyu's eyes burned with the kindly light of an old mother, and he pushed a freshly served plate of netherworld butterfly cakes toward Miyu. "Wow, delicious. This is so delicious." Miyu ate with a clamorous groan, her cheeks bulging with food, looking like some kind of hamster. I haven't eaten in ages. Wow, I never imagined someone would pay homage to me after I die. Of course. Jiangyu rubbed his bony claws. After all, you pulled me into this world and gave me a second life. From now on, you can eat whatever you want in our store, all for free. She addressed the last part to her staff, who were very considerate, and brought over several more bowls of freshly baked pastries. Miyu devoured the food for a full hour, nodding vigorously as Jiangyu recounted every detail of her journey through time. Her soul visibly solidified from a vague, tentacled mass of black smoke into a pale sheet. She finally slowed down, stretched out her paws, which had become like the corners of a sheet, wiped the corners of her mouth, curled up in a ball of happiness and contentment, and burped loudly. Jiangyu, She really was like a little hamster. So happy. The pale she-ghost, Miyu, clutched her stomach and exhaled comfortably. She said sincerely, "You're the summoned Lich. How wonderful." "Hey!" Jiangyu smiled, scratching his head. "I was inexplicably dragged into this world before. I don't know what happened, but I ended up occupying your workshop. If you still want that house." No. Miyu looked up in horror, nearly exploding into a pale dandelion. "I don't want that house. Since you like it, I give it to you. It's a prison for me. A cage, a trap. I don't want to go back." "Oh, fine," Jiangyu said, "then I obey your command. But I can't take your house for nothing. Do you have any wishes I can fulfill?" Miyu thought seriously. "Well, I'm already a ghost. It's safe to say there's no one freer than me. I can go wherever I want now. No one will ever constrain me, control me, or force me to achieve certain goals or complete certain tasks. In a sense, I already achieved everything I ever wanted. Ah, perhaps you could give me some money so I can buy brushes, paper, paint, and some picture books." Takumi laughed. That was a very Miyu-esque response. "No problem at all. By the way, do you want to open a gallery?" "Huh?" Miyu looked shocked. She pointed at herself with the corner of the bed sheet. "Who's opening a gallery?" "Me." "Yes." Takumi nodded. "Usually, you travel around to collect inspiration and paint. The gallery can hire a small worker to look after the house, clean it, and sell your favorite picture albums, novels, and picture books. Occasionally, you can also organize exhibitions for artists you know. Once you created some works, you could open a special exhibition in the gallery and sell them. By the way, don't they say that works only fetch high prices after an artist dies? That's a good opportunity for you to exploit a bug." Miyu suddenly turned into a cosmic cat, her ghostly brain boiling. She had indeed heard that saying, but didn't it also mean that after an artist's death, they couldn't produce new paintings, and so the price of their posthumous works would skyrocket? And in her case, was the artist dead? Of course he was. But his paintings were still being produced endlessly. Jiangyu continued to paint a rosy picture. "Don't you love the sea? There's no sea in Andre's territory, but we have money, and can help you buy a small house in Melori Harbor, or somewhere else by the sea. If you want to move to Dragon Island, I think I have connections there." Dragon Island. Miyu took a deep breath and excitedly wrapped the corner of the bed sheet around Jiaoyu's bone claw. She said seriously, "Please let me go to Dragon Island and have a look. It doesn't matter if I can't stay for long. Just let me paint a dragon, and maybe I'd be able to rest in peace." Chapter 461. You don't have to die so soon. Takumi's jaw clicked suspiciously. "You can go out and explore more, make up for the shortcomings in your life." Miyu sniffed with emotion. "Wow, you're so kind to me. Besides Teacher Mabucha, you're the only one who's been so kind to me." Just this alone could move her like this. Takumi looked at Miyu with a touch of pity. They continued to discuss the case for a while. Unfortunately, Miyu had been the one being used. She knew nothing about Mifuna's secret collaboration with Drisi and her plans. Takumi had to share most of the information with her. Takumi had anticipated this situation. She and Miyu discussed future plans, including locations for the gallery and residence, and finally shifted their focus to where Miyu would stay tonight. Miyu had no intention of returning to the brewery. The memory of it had left a deep scar on her. Fortunately, there were plenty of vacancies in West Eston. Jiangyu called an Angress, who efficiently found Miyu a temporary place to stay and arranged for the gallery to open. One of the benefits of being a boss is having countless subordinates to help her solve problems. Jiangyu only needed to tell them what she wanted, and the rest was handled by professionals. After seeing off Miyu, whose cheerful mood was floating like a white sheet, Jiangyu finally felt at ease. She packed up another batch of offerings and carried them to the weaving workshop. The weaving workshop was busier than Jiangyu had imagined at night. She had assumed the spider spirits would still abide by the rules of the disciplined sect and retire early, but she was surprised to find Aunt Wolf holding a reading club for them. Many children and parents from the neighborhood had arrived, enjoying the feast, listening to stories, and learning lessons. The atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. Jiangyo's offerings perfectly enriched the snacks for tonight's reading club. Eating the offerings to replenish their soul energy, listening to stories, to absorb wisdom and enrich their minds. Perhaps no evening was more satisfying for the newly arrived weeds than this. Furthermore, it had been proven that as long as soul energy was sufficiently replenished, even learning words and knowledge wouldn't cause the spider spirits to go berserk. After taking the first step, the second became a natural progression. Under Alexa's demonstrations and Aunt Wolf's instruction, many weeds bravely tried a few simple spells. All of these attempts were successful. The weeds were amazed at their ability to maintain composure while casting magic. Some also began to sense that something was amiss with their tribe's past practices. In short, more and more weeds were determined to move their families to West Eston. There were well-paying jobs here, delicious offerings that replenished their soul energy, calmed them, and quelled their rage, and schools and reading clubs where children could receive an education. There couldn't be a more suitable place to live. Jiangyu naturally welcomed this opportunity. These weavers were a valuable skill set. The new clothing industry in West Eston was just beginning, and they needed many skilled workers. She could foresee that this entire territory would continue to improve. Leodor flew incredibly fast, catching up with the great mage Mabucha and his men after a day's forced march in just half an hour. Even the last 15 minutes were spent searching for them. When the black-haired, green-eyed knight rode atop a dragon, seemingly descending from the sky, every knight, coachman, and servant present let out a heartfelt wow. Mage Mabucha didn't exclaim. Instead, his eyes gleamed with awe at the dragon rider. He clutched his staff, maintaining his image, and muttered to himself, "There's a dragon. If I could ride a dragon, why would I spend a whole day tossing around on horseback? My thighs are chafed." "Grand Mage Mabucha," Andre said, "there's new progress in the case. We learned the princess's identity." The Grand Mage, exhausted and drowsy from a long day's forced march, perked up. "Who is it?" "Baron Chan's widow, Eleanor Van Chand." It was difficult to talk on Dragon's back, so Andre switched horses and rode alongside Mabucha. Leodo, having returned to human form, didn't rush back to Eston West City. Instead, he sat in the carriage of the convoy, pulled out a bag of small cakes from somewhere, and began to devour them with a clamor. Great magician Mabucha's gaze struggled to move from the delicious-looking colorful cakes to Andre's parted lips. Then, inexplicably and uncontrollably, it drifted back to the cakes, only to be brought back again by the magician's willpower. Little Dragon Leodo seemed to notice the magician's gaze and generously took out a small cake and handed it to him. Come on, boss, Yu's baked cakes are super delicious. Have one too." "Thank you. You're such a good dragon," Great Magician Mabucha said with genuine emotion. After taking a bite of the delicious cake, he was finally able to focus on Andre's words. "Andre, case solved. Great Wizard Mabucha's true love is the cake. Eleanor Van Chand was probably replaced by the princess at Rose Hill." Andre spoke quickly. On the day Baron Chand died, at 2:30 p.m., the jester Peter heard a man and a woman arguing on his balcony. I suspect that was the time Eleanor was actually murdered. The arguing Peter heard might have been Valentine attacking Eleanor, or perhaps it was Valentine and Derisi arguing after the attack. Wizard Mabucha swallowed the cake and said, "The core of Lich cultivation is the creation of a phylactery. Once the soul is bound to the phylactery, the Lich has an eternal anchor in this world. Whether they have a body or not, or what kind of body they have, does not affect their existence. Of course, no sane person would want to be imprisoned in a small box. Without freedom, the phylactery is its coffin. Thus, a Lich typically prepares at least one body for itself while crafting its phylactery. These bodies are merely interchangeable shells. As long as a connection is established between the shells, anchoring them to the phylactery, the Lich can theoretically move freely between them. Wait a minute, so crafting a body isn't a very easy task for a Lich?" Chapter 462. Andre immediately felt something was off, but the great mage Mabucha laughed. "Don't be so nervous. Creating a body is still quite difficult for a Lich, especially for someone like Derisi, who carries a blood curse and possesses two souls within one body." He picked up a water bag from his horse's back and waved it before Andre's eyes. "Normally, the body is like this water bag, and the soul is the liquid contained within. The essence of the soul varies. For some, it's a cup of scented tea, for others, a pint of beer, and for others, a handful of water. The body and the soul have their own compatibility, just like beer needs to be stored away from light, and can't be stored in a clear glass bottle, otherwise it will produce a foul odor. An incompatible soul and body will harm each other. The soul will corrode the body, and the body will poison the soul. Although damage to the soul from the body is mostly reversible due to the presence of the phylactery, it doesn't mean the soul won't suffer when it's hurt. Furthermore, the capacity of each person's soul varies. Life is a miracle. The soul of each creature is perfectly matched to the capacity of its body, not a fraction more, not a fraction less. For example, if that dragon soul entered my body, part of it would inevitably be left without a place to rest. If my soul entered his body, I wouldn't be able to control part of his body due to my insufficient soul mass. He sighed. I originally thought Mifuna wanted Drisi to use Miyu's body, but after careful reflection during our journey, I finally realized that Drisi wanted a body that was a perfect fit. She needed Miyu to sacrifice her body and soul, magically creating a shell for her from scratch. Wearing someone else's clothes is no match for having them custom-made. However, this magic itself is extremely demanding, requiring not only the body and soul of the sacrificer, but also a voluntary sacrifice. No wonder Mifuna tried to confuse Miyu, making her believe she was struggling for survival. But Miyu eventually discovered the problem, and launched a desperate resistance. Mage Mabucha was silent for a moment, gazing thoughtfully at the road ahead. After a moment, he spoke again. Mifuna spent nearly 20 years cultivating Miyu as a sacrifice, and naturally her pride and ignorance played a role. She never realized that children are independent individuals, separate from their parents, and do not grow up to be what their parents expected. Mifuna wanted to cultivate a hollow shell without self-awareness, yet skilled in magic. This was an impossible task. Do you think Dracy has another body ready? Andre asked. Mabucha shook his head. If Dracy had another sacrifice, or a custom-made body ready for immediate use, she wouldn't have possessed Lady Eleanor Van Shand. After being dragged into hell by the twins' curse, the twin souls, when recalled, merged into one, becoming entangled and inseparable. Thus, once anchored by the phylactery, they needed a body of immense capacity, sufficient to hold both souls. And Eleanor was just an ordinary baroness. Aside from her blonde hair and youthful beauty, she had no other remarkable qualities. From this point, I hazard a guess that Drisi's choice of Eleanor, as her body was probably forced. She overly trusted Mifuna's plan, only to be thwarted by Miyu's desperate struggles. Forced to commit numerous murders at Rose Hill, she also found a younger, more beautiful body that would facilitate her social life. Choosing Eleanor likely reveals Drisi's preferences. She was deeply attached to her original blonde hair and stunning appearance, intending to retain these traits even after becoming a lich. While liches can use skeletons and puppets as their bodies, Drisi clearly only favors the living. This is probably her greatest obsession, and also her greatest weakness. Andre exhaled slowly. So, as long as we capture Eleanor promptly, she won't escape into another body and make a comeback. We can't jump to such a conclusion. All I can say is that if we set up defensive magic in advance to restrain her and prevent her from escaping, we have a high probability of successfully controlling her. Mabucha said sternly, you know, people make completely different decisions in life or death situations. If the goal is to escape, all those trivial matters, beauty, cleanliness, soul capacity, are irrelevant. A lich's method of possession is rather unorthodox. It simply attacks a living being's soul from the netherworld, completely devouring it, and then invades their body. For those who are untrained and don't carry amulets specifically engraved with defensive magic circles against liches, a lich's attacks are difficult to defend against. As far as I know, 1,000 years ago, a lich, besieged by the kingdom's knights and royal magicians, fled, changing bodies as it went, using innocent people as springboards to escape, and slaughtering hundreds of people in succession. History has called this event the Lich Plague. Andre took a deep breath. So, we must proceed with caution in capturing Drisi. Everyone within 100 miles must evacuate or distribute amulets to protect against liches. Ideally, we can lure Drisi out of the capital, to some secluded, remote location, and then capture her and her accomplices. Andre blinked. How do we lure her out? Bait. Mabucha's lips curled into a smile. Speaking of which, I've been curious these past few days about why Drisi fell in love with my brother and bore him a son. Before I discovered Drisi was the leader of the Evil Eye Moon, I always thought she was a lovesick princess imprisoned by the Delman royal family, but in reality, she's a pure, ruthless, and ambitious person. Well, Drisi didn't give birth to a son, but twins. Andre said, one is Winston, the other is Valentine. Well, that makes sense. Mabucha nodded slightly. You heard the superstitious legend circulating within the Delman royal family, right? They believe that twin souls are originally one, but after being split in two, their instincts drive them to devour the other and merge. The struggle between King Rupert and his twin brother, a Brew, was not only a struggle for royal power, but also a manifestation of this superstition. After the devastation caused, King Rupert and King Franz of Lorraine finally realized their mistake and cursed their own descendants. Chapter 463. Drisi only knows one side of the story. She senses the injustice the Delman royal family has treated her and her twin brother, and is determined to carve out a better future for herself. Little does she know that her ancestors, to prevent future twins from fighting for the throne, have placed a death curse upon them. Mabucha smiled. Then, Drisi herself has experienced the pain of having twins. She's not some overly romantic, love-struck man, nor does she love my brother madly. Why did she give birth to twins? Was it really just to get pregnant out of wedlock, challenge the dignity of the Delman royal family, and test their feelings for her? No, I don't think Drisi is that sentimental. No, all her actions are driven by ambition. In other words, Drisi's plans from the beginning included her having children. Perhaps having an only child or twins wouldn't affect her plans, or perhaps Drisi anticipated the high probability of giving birth to twins and took a gamble. The frequency of twin births in the German royal family is extremely high, especially for parents who are also twins. So, following this line of thought, I have a bold hypothesis. Perhaps becoming a Lich wasn't a casual consequence of Drisi's accidental death, but rather something she had planned from the beginning. Andre? Drisi had the great magic book in her possession, and she knew the method of becoming a Lich from the beginning. Drisi's health was significantly weaker than that of Crown Prince Frederick. After giving birth, she was even bedridden for several months. Given Drisi's character, having gone to such great lengths to seize the throne, she naturally desires a long-lasting reign. Wealth, power, and immortality are the eternal themes that people pursue throughout their lives, Andre said solemnly. That's right. Mabucha echoed, although these are commonplace, throughout history, all conflicts stem from this. People harm others for profit, crave power to protect their own gains, and ultimately, to enjoy it longer, exhaust all resources in pursuit of immortality. Drisi possesses the method to create a Lich, and has the motivation to become one. Wait a minute. Andre raised his hand. I understand what you're saying, but what does becoming a Lich have to do with giving birth to twins? Mabucha glared at him from behind his glasses, like an old professor disdaining a student who hasn't kept up. I said before that the body and the soul are compatible. If they're not, they will cause harm to each other. So, how can we improve the compatibility between soul and body? Close blood ties, strong bodies, and being twins. These conditions can all help the body and Drisi's soul become more compatible. Close blood ties allow soul and body to mesh, and the stronger and healthier the body, the more souls it can accommodate. And twins are inherently locked in a battle for soul fusion, meaning any twin's body is theoretically large enough to accommodate two souls. Andre gasped again. Are you saying that the child Drisi gave birth to was the body she prepared for her own lichhood? Indeed. Mabucha nodded approvingly. You're quite perceptive. From this perspective, it becomes clear why Drisi chose my brother. When he met Drisi, my brother had already developed a muscular build. He was handsome and very healthy. With him, Drisi would have a very high probability of giving birth to a perfect child, perfect enough to serve as a body. Of course, Drisi herself was imprisoned at Rose Manor, and her access to people was very limited. Aside from the servants and guards brought by the queen during her stay, there were only the surrounding villagers. The former dared not disobey the queen's orders and approach Drisi, while the latter were just ordinary village farmers, not worth Drisi's attention. For Drisi, her shipwrecked brother was a treasure sent by fate. Andre couldn't help but twitch his lips. He always felt that Grand Mage Mabucha had a strange filter for His Majesty the King. This idea came from Little Bone's strange idioms. But he had to admit that Mabucha's words made perfect sense. He immediately realized the greater problem this speculation pointed to. So, the perfect body Drisi had planned was always Winston or Valentine. Yes. Mabucha nodded. Personally, I think she prefers Winston. After all, Winston has now been crowned Duke of Huntington by His Majesty the King, making him the future heir apparent. Obtaining Winston's body would allow them to take over the entire Duchy of Huntington. For a Lich, gender is no longer an issue. In fact, in Drisi's eyes, being a man would be more advantageous for her in gaining power. But she won't possess him too soon. No, she won't take on this body until Winston is firmly established, and the king is dead. Otherwise, as his former lover, once Winston is replaced, the king will easily recognize her and prevent her from taking the throne. Andre opened his mouth, unsure what to say. No matter how he thought about it, this plan seemed insane and chaotic. A mother wanted to take her own son's life, use his body as a lich's shell, and thus gain the right to inherit the throne. To do this, she would have to kill her former lover. No, perhaps Dracy never loved the king. This was all just a plan for the perfect shell. My brother is in danger, Andre muttered. Dangerous? Medra shook his head. I think Winston is safe for now, but His Majesty the King has become a stumbling block on Dracy's path to power. It's a shame a Baroness of Eleanor's stature won't have a chance to approach His Majesty for a while, otherwise all sorts of poisons and spells would be unleashed upon the king. But this gives me an idea, Medra said. If we invite His Majesty the King and Winston to a secluded getaway, do you think Dracy would be desperate to follow them? Andre suddenly realized, you're planning to use His Majesty the King and Brother Winston as bait to lure Dracy out of her hole. Chapter 464. Andre, who had originally thought he was just delivering evidence, ended up going to see King Mayberry with Mabucha. The knight forced to work overtime. What's going on? He was still waiting to get home from get-off work for a midnight snack of small bones. But as a loyal minister, the overworked knight silently swallowed his complaints and listened as the great magician Mabucha told King Mayberry the entire case they had uncovered. They were sitting in the reception room on the second floor of the palace, the bright lights on, dispelling the gloomy night. I already received the list, but I'm hesitant to act now, considering the Lich's power. His Majesty, intently filling his pipe with tobacco, casually agreed to Mabucha's plan. The royal hunting grounds in the North Mountain should have been cleared. It's autumn, the time of year when the game is at its best. Andre, make arrangements. Call those who intend to rebel, and have Winston lead some of our men. Mabucha, make enough amulets and have our men take them. Oh, and that little Lich, call her too. Call Jiangyu? Andre asked doubtfully. Yes. The king lit his pipe and took a deep drag. Only the Lich can deal with the Lich. She will be our trump card. I reward you after you succeed. Seeing Andre's hesitation, he couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, she won't be treated unfairly. Not only will she be able to eat as much soul as she wants, but she can also choose from the wealth, land, and real estate confiscated from Evil Eye Moon. Ahem. Andre's mind flashed to the image of Jiangyu, a miserly little man counting his money. He awkwardly rubbed his nose and said, "Then I thank you for her kindness." The detailed plan to lure the snake out of its hole and catch the turtle in the jar gradually took shape as the three of them continued to refine it. This might be the most ambitious entrapment in the history of the Principality of Huntington. If successful, His Majesty would finally be able to eliminate the Evil Eye Moon that had plagued him for years, restoring peace to the world. After a busy night, Andre hurriedly left the palace and found the little dragon snoring in the garden. Leodore slept blearily. Ah, are we finally going home? Yes, thank you for your help, Andre said. He casually glanced at Leodore, and saw that the garden soil was already covered with a thin layer of dragon crystal. Leodore glanced down, then sheepishly scraped the dragon crystals with his claws, shoving them into the grass to hide. The gardeners here won't mind, will they? Considering the value of dragon crystals, I think not only won't they mind, they'd be happy. Andre said dryly, anyway, let's not dwell on this little issue. Let's go! The silver-blue dragon soared into the sky once more, streaking across the still unlit skyline like a meteor. While the entire capital was still slumbering, it silently departed, heading towards the western city of Eston. They landed in the backyard of the brewery just as Jiangyu was getting up to make breakfast. Hey, you're back. Jiangyu opened the window and leaned out. Leodore, what would you like for breakfast? Pig's blood soup. Fried dough sticks. And another serving of croquettes. Leodore happily ordered. If he weren't afraid of knocking down Boss Yu's backyard wall, he'd be practically wagging his tail with joy. If you need work like this in the future, please feel free to call me. I'm always available. He scratched at his scales with his claws, ripping off two, and handing them to Takumi and Andre. These are my scales, imbued with my magic. Just rub them, and I feel you calling me. I'd be there the instant you do. Hey, that's so convenient. Takumi casually took the scales, and tossed them against his head. Come in and have a seat. Breakfast will be right here. Since the garden restaurant opened and hired several chefs, including a retired military cook, Takumi has Uncle Wolf deliver the several live pigs ordered by the restaurant every day, which the chef personally slaughters. The advantage of this is that they can obtain many ingredients that Huntington residents wouldn't normally eat, but are actually incredibly delicious. Take pig's blood, for example. Pig's blood soup is a classic delicacy of the Chaos Han region, and many people enjoy a bowl for breakfast. It's steaming hot, delicious, and smooth. Paired with fresh vegetables like chrysanthemum, watercress, and motherwort, it removes the fishy smell and enhances the flavor, promoting health and wellness. Jianyu didn't find motherwort in this world, but that wasn't a big deal. After all, the otherworldly Ryuko had long since learned to adapt. Those who cling too much to their own desires can't survive in this world. Jianyu took half the basin of the chef's coagulated pig's blood and roughly cut it into large chunks. The bouncy, bright red pig's blood was then cut into evenly sized squares. Every evening, the kitchen at the garden restaurant brews a pot of fresh pork bone broth, simmering it until morning, when the rich, mellow flavor of the pork bones is fully infused into the broth. Jianyu scooped up a pot of broth and brought it to a boil. Once the broth reached a rolling boil, he added the pig's blood, offal, and lean pork, along with the watercress that had just been delivered this morning. Adding lard, salt, and other essential seasonings, the result was a cholesterol-rich yet incredibly delicious traditional delicacy. Alexei brought freshly made pudding tofu, fried dough sticks, and fried meatballs, setting the table overflowing with breakfast. Andre and Leodor had simply washed off the dust on their bodies. After a night of hard work, they were already starving. Xiaolong, restored to his human form, sat upright at the table, waiting. Andre went into the kitchen and helped Jian. You served 2 large bowls of pig's blood broth. Leodo took the large bowl and eagerly dove in, slurping down the smooth pig's blood with long gulps, mumbling, "Delicious. Truly delicious." He looked like he was enjoying it immensely. Juyo chuckled and handed him some tofu and fried dough sticks, letting him dip them in the soup. Andre took his own bowl and sat down at another table with Jiangyu. He explained succinctly, "His Majesty the King intends for us to go on an autumn hunt at the Beishan Royal Hunting Grounds. He needs your help, and if the hunt is successful, he reward you handsomely." "Hunting?" Jiangyu tilted her head, quickly understanding Andre's meaning. "You mean, the kind to capture another Lich?" "Precisely." Andre shifted his position, leaning closer to Jiangyu's ear, and recounted the entire story in a flurry. Jiangyu's eyes lit up, and her bone claws clenched into fists. "That's great. Even though that guy's promise seems a bit empty, it's still a big one." She was full of energy. "When do we leave?" Chapter 465. Today, the capital was as bustling as ever. The previous events had passed like a passing cloud, forgotten by the nobles. They ate and slept, reveling every night, staying up late and waking up at noon the next day. This was all natural. At 11:30 a.m., in the master bedroom of Baron Chan's mansion in the capital, a plump, white arm, as tender as a lotus root, emerged from the covers. It fumbled around before lifting the quilt. Eleanor, half asleep, yawned loudly. She raised her hand and rang the bell beside her bed. The maids, summoned, pushed open the bedroom door and filed in. Some drew back the tightly closed curtains, some helped Eleanor to her feet, some handed her warm white towels, and some brought her beautiful dresses for her to choose from. 15 minutes later, Eleanor, having been dressed and groomed by the maids, sat at the head of the long table in the dining room, sipping warm Earl Grey tea and carving into her tender eggs Benedict with a silver knife. She watched the golden egg yolk drip slowly, a seductive smile curling her rosy lips. "What's going on today?" A maid stepped forward and replied, businesslike and expressionless, "There's an afternoon tea party at 3 p.m. at Mrs. Mutter's. Tonight, there's a ball at Lord Hunter's mansion at 8 p.m. She listed all the city's events as if it were a menu, and Eleanor said with great interest, "Prepare my clothes and jewelry for me. I'm planning to show up." Perhaps having spent too much time alone in Rose Hill, now that she had regained her human form, Eleanor spent long hours in the capital, reveling in the extravagant, glamorous life of the nobility. She attended nearly every tea party, cocktail reception, and ball, gathering intelligence, seeking opportunities, or simply enjoying the sheer exuberance of the extravagance. No one could tell what her true purpose was, and perhaps even she herself occasionally felt lost. But what did it matter? Before this body decayed, before she could steadily advance her plans to obtain the most perfect body and regain control of the country, she still had plenty of time to squander. "As you command?" The maids dispersed, loyally preparing the most suitable clothing, jewelry, and cosmetics for their mistress. At 3:30 p.m., Eleanor appeared at Mrs. Mutter's afternoon tea, looking glamorous. According to Huntington tradition, a wife's mourning period after her husband's death is non-excessive. Generally speaking, 7 days for the poor and a month for the rich or noble is generally sufficient. If there is truly sincere affection between a couple, then there is no upper limit. They may mourn as long as they please. Eleanor naturally would not make any further sacrifices for her nominal ex-husband. Her makeup was vibrant and her dress was well tailored, its colors and styles in line with the latest fashion trends, attracting the attention of many nobles and men along the way. On the other hand, the prim and proper Mrs. Mutter snorted softly, seeming slightly dissatisfied. The old lady turned her head and announced the latest news she had received from her son to her friends. "Have you heard? His Majesty is planning an autumn hunt at the royal hunting grounds on North Hill. It is said that His Majesty does not intend to bring too many people this time, so as not to disturb the animals in the grounds. The number of attendants is quite limited. Wow, Huntington rarely holds these events. Is there something big to announce this time? It's hard to say. I heard the new Duke of the Northwest will also be attending the autumn hunt. Don't you think Winston looks a bit like His Majesty? If you're talking about similarities, I think he looks more like a Delman. The Huntingtons, on the other hand, all have black hair, green eyes, and are often muscular, like the Viscount of Wiltshire. But His Majesty's attitude toward Winston is certainly different. If we go by rank, Winston is probably the closest to the throne right now, right? So this autumn hunt is Winston's first official appearance on the social stage since becoming Duke? Hey, it sounds quite interesting. I'm kind of tempted to go. Madam, your news came so quickly, I'm sure you have a few spots on hand, right? The quick-witted people were already fawning over him. Mrs. Mutter smiled inscrutably. My son is a palace guard. So, I guess I do have some connections. Hey! Then you have to give me a favor. Look, you're a rising member of Parliament these days. I definitely reserve a spot for you, Mrs. Mutter said with a formal smile, glancing indifferently at Eleanor. You're not like some widows who go out and have fun. Eleanor's smile faltered slightly after being inexplicably teased. While this position offered considerable freedom, it occasionally involved staid individuals like Mrs. Mutter. But since she had already heard the important news, there was little point in staying. She quietly lingered at the tea party for a while longer, then quietly excused herself. She boarded her carriage and told her driver, "Go to the Countess of Canberra's residence." "Yes, ma'am." As the Countess, Durand de Canberra had indeed received news of the autumn hunt, and she even had a few spots in her possession. You heard it right. Mrs. Durand stood in the living room in her nightgown, pouring herself a small glass of gin. I heard similar things. His Majesty wants to take Winston on an autumn hunt, probably to reconnect with him and make up for lost time. Oh, Eleanor had already dismissed her servants and was half slouched on Mrs. Durand's sofa, a look of boneless laziness. For so many years, they ignored him, and now that he's exposed, they have to reconnect. What a hypocritical man. If I hadn't pushed him from behind, I'm afraid my eldest son would still be hiding in some remote mountain village, a spy at the mercy of others. Dressy said sweetly to Mrs. Durand, "Godmother, can you give me a few spots? I want to see this spectacle. If you want to go, you can allocate the spots." Mrs. Durand said kindly, "The hunting grounds aren't large, so it's inevitable you run into that Mayberry guy. Will he recognize you?" Dressy smiled slyly. His Majesty encountering a woman at the hunting grounds, who bears a striking resemblance to his former lover of many years ago, would certainly be a piece of gossip everyone would talk about. Chapter 466. Brother, as you expected, Tracy and her men have indeed managed to secure a number of spots. Mabucha flipped through his men's reports, impressed. She can't resist such temptation. Mayberry said confidently, Tracy thinks she's the hunter in control, but in reality, she and her followers are the real prey of this autumn hunt. Everything is ready, and the show can begin. A week later, a team set out from the capital, marching majestically to the royal hunting grounds in the northern mountains. The number of participants in this hunt was strictly controlled by the king, and even no noble was allowed to bring any servants. Although the nobles had their complaints, they remembered that King Huntington came from a military background, and that they were a fierce and ruthless warrior who single-handedly fought their way through the enemy. After ascending the throne, he was incredibly poor, so he naturally couldn't support the extravagant activities of ordinary nobles, who were accompanied by a large entourage and displayed with the ostentation of a relocation. Knowing they had gone to great lengths to endure hardship, many nobles frowned. But when they realized that this trip was likely related to the next heir apparent, they suddenly became more cautious. Duke Winston was a gentle man, not as harsh as King Mayberry Huntington. Establishing a good relationship with him in advance would naturally have countless benefits. Mayberry was a ruthless reformist monarch, and his conflict with the old nobility, including the Delman clan, was irreconcilable. But if the next monarch were a reasonable dove, the situation would be different. It's said that every monarch has his own ministers. Different emperors have different styles and approaches to governing. If living under a king is too unpleasant, well, history has also seen many capable individuals who have changed monarchs and dynasties through various means. Dressy, wearing Eleanor's skin and traveling alongside the caravan, had this in mind. Of course, her plans differed slightly from those of other nobles. She intended to use this autumn hunt to get close to Winston and Mayberry, taking the opportunity to poison Mayberry and help Winston establish his authority until her good son firmly established his position as crown prince. Once Mayberry was dead, she could immediately attack Winston. Admittedly, replacing one's body wasn't easy. To maintain a durable, incorruptible body, one had to treat it with care and meticulous preparation. First, they must stun the victim, meticulously and flawlessly drawing the magic circle. Then, relying on their powerful soul, they must sink into the victim's body, conquering it, devouring it, and, once the soul is completely consumed, they can then occupy that body like clothing. Next, they must continuously replenish the body with soul energy, transforming it so that it can remain alive for extended periods, achieving immortality. Each body change is a major battle for a Lich. Although Dressy knew that many Liches in history had changed bodies, like changing clothes, fighting to survive, and eating to grow stronger, this approach seemed unrealistic to her. The problem lay with her own brother, Frederick. He was definitely not a good roommate. If Dressy had the final say, she would have devoured this good brother, completely digesting him. Unfortunately, she had no say in this. The twin souls, like a lotus flower, are inseparable. Even after death, they remain entwined, sealed in the same phylactery. Without either, they'd be like a missing piece in a puzzle. If their relationship had been harmonious, like other twin siblings, sharing common ground, it would have been fine. However, her schemes had cost Frederick his life, and he missed his chance to become king. To miss an opportunity so swiftly was an experience far more painful than never having had hope in the first place. Frederick had always harbored a grudge against her, even resorting to desperate measures to oppose her. This good brother ignored the fact that she and he were now one soul, sharing a common destiny, a shared life and death, and her grand plan to secure the throne for both of them. When it came time to act ruthlessly, he resorted to ruthless tactics, hoping to send both of them to hell. Fortunately, her soul was stronger than that of Frederick, who had died of a long illness, and she could usually suppress him firmly within her subconscious. But if she slacked off for even a moment, this troublemaker would resurface. Each time she left her old body to occupy a new one, Dressy not only had to deal with the new body's owner, but also had to suppress the fool that was Frederick. Each operation always cost her a vast amount of soul energy, leaving her with more energy than she needed. Not to mention, she wasn't sure she could always win these one-on-two battles. The best strategy was to avoid confrontation as much as possible, or to choose weaker opponents. However, weak souls often possess weak bodies, and when their bodies are too weak, their larger-than-average souls become extremely uncomfortable. It was like two adults squeezed into a small cloth bag, afraid of poking a hole in it with every movement. The squeeze was as uncomfortable as suffocation, truly oppressive. If only Mifuna's earlier plan had succeeded. That would be a soulless body, a body she could possess without even trying her utmost to seize it, a body custom-made for her. There would be no backlash or corruption, she could use it however she pleased. With just a slight change of magic to her hair color and features, she could retain her original appearance when alone, and impersonate the shadowy Miyu among her neighbors. But alas, that child's trembling brushstrokes had completely destroyed all of this. The thought of this made Dressy's teeth itch. "It doesn't matter. I still have Winston," she murmured. "Indeed, he who has the right to inherit the throne is my only choice." She lifted the carriage curtain and looked ahead. Even with the reduced entourage, there were still dozens of nobles on this trip. Adding the king's own guards, the convoy was even more impressive. The royal hunting grounds in the North Mountains were ancient hunting grounds dating back to the days of the German kingdom. However, Dressy had only heard of them before, never having visited them in person. Frederick had hunted there many times, but he had no interest in sharing these beautiful memories with Dressy. Dressy didn't care. What good were the stories she heard from her enemies? Such interesting places had to be visited for herself to truly appreciate their charm. She wasn't completely unfamiliar with horseback riding and archery. If she had the chance, wouldn't it be even more exciting to have her mount a horse, bow an arrow, and bring back some ferocious and plump prey? Chapter 467. Jianyu and Andre were also part of this long convoy. Once again, Jianyu sat comfortably in the carriage, while the knight acted as a competent coachman with a serious expression. Since he couldn't bring servants, Jericho remained in the dining room as usual. This task was now familiar to him, saving Jianyu a lot of trouble. Jianyu then filled a carriage with various sauces and seasonings like onions, ginger, and garlic. Since the nobles enjoy grilling their game on the spot after hunting, Jianyu even ground and mixed a batch of barbecue powder. While this trip was to help His Majesty hunt the evil eye moon, the sauce business couldn't be neglected. The Beishan Royal Hunting Grounds were located in the Northmont Mountains northwest of the royal capital. This area boasts dense forests, deep valleys, and clear rivers. A large expanse of artificial grassland has been cultivated on the sunny slopes below. Whether it's natural deer, muntjac, pheasants, grouse, partridges, or farmed cattle and sheep, you can easily find them in this hunting ground. With exceptional luck, or perhaps even exceptionally bad luck, you might encounter enormous brown bears, packs of gray wolves, or cunning foxes with beautiful fur. Some even say they've seen a dreamy and beautiful unicorn in the forest. Because it's the royal hunting ground, this area is closed year-round and not open to the outside world. Andre explained to Jianyu, many hunters have a lifelong wish to hunt here. Not to mention, this place is a perfect setting for the hunt for evil-eyed moon. This mountain range is uninhabited, and the nearest town requires 2 days and 2 nights of walking. A magical barrier surrounds the outermost perimeter, preventing unauthorized entry. The mountain forests offer countless hidden spots for the king's knights and shadow scouts to ambush and hide. Once bandits infiltrate the convoy and enter the magical barrier, it's difficult to escape, and their only fate is to be trapped or captured. The nobles accompanying His Majesty this time seemed to have each painstakingly managed to secure their places, but ultimately, His Majesty had the final say over who could and could not come. Thus, in addition to Drisi, the convoy also included a small number of Drisi's men, a number of nobles whom His Majesty had already displeased with and wanted to eliminate, and His Majesty's trusted personal guards. It was truly a case of catching a tortoise in a jar. By the way, put this on. Andre pulled out a necklace and handed it to Takumiya. What is this? Takumiya curiously leaned halfway out of the carriage, took the necklace, and examined it carefully. Attached to the chain was a silver, round pendant the size of a coin, intricately patterned, and faintly emitting a surge of magical power. An amulet that protects against Lich possession. Andre said, of course, Liches can wear it too. This was crafted by the great mage Mabucha himself, and it's engraved with numerous runes. This unique method of engraving runes is a unique skill of the great mage Mabucha. It can simultaneously prevent Lich possession, defend against attacks from wild beasts and magic, sound an alarm, and count the wearer's kills, all without interfering with each other. While concealing the amulet's true purpose, it also conceals its true purpose. Wow! Jianyu explained with genuine admiration. How impressive! The great mage Mabucha made 2 amulets. Andre whispered in Jianyu's ear, our people all carry this kind, which can protect us. Those confirmed to be evil eye moon, and those His Majesty wants to eliminate, all carry a different kind of amulet. Another kind of amulet? Jianyu tilted his head. Well, that amulet doesn't have runes to prevent Lich possession, but it has a soul-binding spell that prevents Liches from entering and leaving. Once Drisi possesses one of those people, they be locked in by the spell, unable to remove the amulet or leave the body. It's like entering a human prison. At the same time, the activated amulet will emit a piercing alarm, instantly alerting our people that the person has been possessed by Drisi. The 2 amulets differ only slightly in the runes on the bottom layer. Once obscured by the complex runes above, the difference is almost invisible. Only our people know the specific identification method, making it very easy to tell them apart. Oh wow! Jianyu's eyes sparkled. What a brilliant plan! This plan targeted not only Drisi, but also those political enemies His Majesty hated. It was like driving a tiger to devour a wolf, a familiar feeling of if you're here, don't leave empty-handed, let's do it together. They traveled non-stop for 4 days, before finally reaching the Northmont Mountains. Of course, theirs wasn't the only caravan to arrive. Besides the king and the nobles in the capital, other nobles in other places, such as Winston, had set out on their own from their fiefdoms. Fearing to be late, they hurried along at full speed, and in fact arrived slightly earlier than His Majesty. At the entrance to the magical enchantment of the royal hunting grounds, there was a resting camp, now bustling with carriages and horses. His Majesty drew back the curtain of his carriage, his cold gaze sweeping over the fleet of vehicles parked within the camp. He paused for a moment at a few familiar faces before saying to Mabucha, open the enchantment, and we will enter. Great Mage Mabucha dismounted, staff in hand. He walked steadily toward the silver-blue barrier, raised his heavy staff, which appeared to have maxed out physical attack points, and struck it with a thud. A burst of silver light radiated in both directions, and a wide gap opened in the enchantment wide enough for the carriage to pass. Forward! The knight driving the king's carriage shouted a command, and the magnificent carriage led the way, following the straight road revealed by the gap in the enchantment and entering the hunting grounds. The carriages behind, arranged one after another according to their rank, carefully spaced evenly, followed without hesitation. They continued meandering along the forest path for a long time, before finally reaching the hunting grounds palace. The palace stretched from mid-mountain to the summit, resembling a magnificent castle in the sky, a towering, cold, and impenetrable mountain fortress. "Are we staying here tonight?" Jiang Yu held her head up, gazing at the palace, afraid it would fall off if she lifted it too high. "Isn't this magnificent?" The German royal family spared no expense when building these palaces. Andre, led by the knights, parked the carriage and helped Jiang Yu down. Many workers died on this mountain building this palace. Chapter 468. Jiang Yu nodded in understanding. All magnificently designed man-made wonders are mostly built on flesh and blood, whether it's the ancient Great Wall, the Afang Palace, or the Padala Palace, or even in foreign lands like Egypt or the Mayan pyramids. The more awe-inspiring and ingeniously crafted wonders, even if they were never completed, and now only ruins and dust remain, the more buried are the bones of unknown people. Even in this magical world, this principle holds true. After all, although the people here can use magic to resolve most dangers and difficulties, when the high cost of magic is compared to the low cost of human life, feudal rulers will naturally choose to sacrifice the latter to save more gold and silver. She rested her head on her hand and admired the truly magnificent castle halfway up the mountain for a moment longer. Then, she slowly exhaled and turned to accept the luggage that Andre handed her. "Someone will deliver the sauces and ingredients to the kitchen," Andre said. "We can just go to our rooms and rest." Jiang Yu nodded, stretched, and yawned sleepily. His Majesty always marched at high speed, stopping only twice a day to refill his water and rest. He ate mostly on the dry rations and biscuits distributed by the knights in the carriage. Even at the post station, he didn't rest. He simply changed horses and drivers and set off immediately, leaving the nobles groaning with pain. Jiang Yu felt deeply sympathetic. Even she felt her old bones had been shaken apart by the journey. Fortunately, as a lich, even if they were broken, it didn't matter, she could just shake them back together. There are hot springs in the mountains. We could soak and sober up. Andre was also incredibly sleepy. He glanced discreetly towards Drisi, and saw that the king's men had already arrived. He yawned in relief and said, with a double meaning, "Let's go and rest for a while. We have a tough battle to fight." Neither His Majesty nor Drisi chose to attack the enemy immediately after days of exhaustion and travel. No one wanted to charge into battle at their worst, their morale at its lowest. Even if the enemy was already severely weakened, who could say for sure if they might just be a bit stronger than themselves? Everyone tacitly chose to remain still, washing and brushing their teeth, eating and drinking, as if no one had any hidden agenda and were truly on a hunting trip. Just as Andre had said, a hot spring vein ran beneath the castle, halfway up the mountain, painstakingly brought up during its construction. Not only did each guest room have a bathtub for soaking, but there were also large and small baths reserved for the royal family and guests. As the king's reinforcement, Jiang Yu naturally received a rather superior room, spacious, comfortable, clean, and luxurious, with its own bathroom, which, while not luxurious, was far beyond the imagination of the average person. And it was right next to Andre's room. Even though Jiang Yu was now a skeleton, she had no desire to join the noble ladies in the bathhouse. After a brief farewell to Andre, she took her luggage and entered the room. She closed the door, filled a tub with the perfectly warm hot spring water, and comfortably soaked her shaky bones. Oh, how refreshing! As expected, when your joints ache, a good hot bath is the way to go. Hot springs are even better. She let out a long breath and simply sank into the tub, bubbling away. After all, as a lich, she didn't really need to breathe and wouldn't drown, so she could fully enjoy the all-encompassing hot spring bath. Even the cracks in her bones were soaked thoroughly, warming from her skull to her toes. Half an hour later, Takumu, softened by the warming warmth of the hot springs, climbed limply out of the tub. He wrapped himself in a large, dry, fluffy towel that smelled of sunlight, and collapsed onto the nearby recliner, a pile of bones. Fatigue dissipated, sleepiness immediately set in. Takumiya's eyes gradually dimmed, and he blew bubbles rhythmically. Andre also took a thorough and comfortable hot bath. The Duchy of Huntington is located at a high latitude, so only the summer is hot, the rest of the year is considered cold. Anyone who can afford it will not resist the allure of hot baths and hot springs. He usually pays attention to cleanliness and tidiness, but these past few days, following the caravan on a march-like journey, he hasn't had the luxury of proper camping, washing, and eating. Now that he's settled in, he naturally needs to take advantage of the calm to quickly address his personal hygiene needs, then eat a hearty meal, and get a good night's sleep to quickly recover his strength for the upcoming battles. Looking at Zyaguta's drowsy appearance just now, Andre felt that Jiang Yu probably wouldn't be in the mood to cook. However, the chef His Majesty had brought with him, this time was quite capable. Andre cleaned himself up, changed into clean clothes, and hurried out, making his way to the basement kitchen, where he snatched a pot of fragrant shepherd's pie from the busy chef. Shepherd's pie may be called a pie, but the crust isn't actually made of flour. The base is made of diced or minced boneless lamb, along with common vegetables like onions, garlic, celery, carrots, or tomatoes, stir-fried into a rich, meaty, and savory filling. Then, a thick layer of mashed potatoes is topped off. The top layer is baked in the oven until golden brown and crispy, and then sprinkled with chopped dill and celery for garnish and flavor. Of course, when preparing this dish for the nobles, the chef would also layer a thick layer of shredded cheese between the meat and mashed potatoes. This cheese melts in the oven into a semi-liquid, semi-solid state, stretching into long, delicious strands. Mixed with the mashed potatoes, it's a truly divine delicacy. Andre remembered that Takuya loved this specialty dish back in the witch's forest. He grabbed a bamboo basket and placed the shepherd's pie, plates, and cutlery inside. He also brought 2 jugs of sparkling grape juice. This was a delicacy only available to the royal family, sweet but not intoxicating, with a rich, bubbly texture that was incredibly refreshing. Of course, before leaving the kitchen, he cast a toxin and harmful substance detection spell on the basket and the dishes before him. After confirming everything was normal, he briskly returned to Little Bone's door. Carrying the basket in one hand, he cleared his throat and knocked on the door. "Little Bone, I'm here to bring you dinner." Chapter 469. Jiang Yu felt she hadn't slept so comfortably in ages. The exhaustion from the journey, nearly shaking her apart, and the healing feeling of soaking in the hot springs and then being wrapped in a dry towel, brought her into a strange and mysterious state, a state of ecstasy, as if her soul was floating in midair. She seemed to be awake, but also asleep, drifting and swaying in the void, feeling incredibly leisurely and comfortable. Hee, little Lich, you're staying here defenseless. Ha, I'm hungry too. She seemed to faintly hear someone talking, but Jian Yu was half asleep and half awake, completely unaware of their identity or intentions. She simply sniffed, feeling a sweet and alluring scent. It tastes a lot like peach oolong milk tea. After a hot spring bath, a cup of peach oolong milk tea is perfect. Jiao muttered in her dream, unconsciously opening her mouth and taking a deep sip of the milk tea. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Something sweet, milky, and peach oolong flavored was instantly sucked into her stomach, transforming into a warm current. Jiao felt a surge of comfort throughout her body, an endless stream of strength surging from her bones. Warm heat flowed from her throat into every part of her body, like being invited into a warm house after a winter storm, enjoying a steaming hot pot, and a cup of milk tea with just the right amount of sweetness and a rich tea aroma. The feeling of comfort was simply indescribable. Hey, wait, does she have a throat, arms, and legs now? Why can't she seem to feel them? Never mind, let's eat first. She couldn't help but slurp another mouthful, still unsure whether she was eating solid, liquid, or something else entirely. It was delicious, anyway. If it was delicious, she had to have another. Ah. The screams continued, one after another, but Takuya was so engrossed in his dream that he paid no attention to the voice. Huh? Not only peach oolong, but also vanilla cream ice cream mini cakes? Takuya slurped, half asleep, oblivious to the fact that he was literally inhaling like a whirlwind. Can I eat so well in a dream? And all sweets. Hee, eating sweets in a dream won't make you fat. I have to eat more. What? More mouthfuls? Ah! Stop it! No, I'm trying to escape, I'm trying to escape. The voice screamed miserably, struggling violently, and suddenly broke free from Takuya's powerful suction, like a cosmic black hole. Jiang Yu felt something slip from the side of her mouth. Jian Yu licked her lips curiously, finally regaining consciousness. She suddenly realized she had no body, no mouth, no skeleton. Instead, she was a blazing, brilliant soul fire, pure white, though faint streams of multicolored light could be seen as it burned. She burned brilliantly, like a star in the night sky, floating silently in the gray void. Hey! As expected of me, I look so beautiful even in my dreams. She was so absorbed in her own wondrous form that she completely failed to notice the small snack scurrying away from her. Little Bone, I'm here to bring dinner. A familiar voice rang out from not far away. Soulfire Jiangyu trembled, turned in midair, and moved slightly toward the voice. Little Bone, are you there? Open the door? Andre's voice continued, this time accompanied by several knocks on the door. I'm coming! Jiangyu struggled violently, breaking free from the dream. There was a crackling sound, as she automatically pieced together a complete skeleton from the scattered bones. As she finished putting herself back together, she burped violently. Strange. Did I just eat something? Why do I feel a little full? She scratched the back of her head with a bony claw, looking puzzled. She hurried to open the door for Andre. Wait a minute, I'll be right there. She welcomed Andre into the house, and took the basket from him. Wow, what's this? It smells. Huh? No smell. Wait, where are my spiritual wood and amulet? She was momentarily confused, then slapped her head, stuffed the basket back into Andre's hands, and went back inside. She went into the bathroom, and emerged a few minutes later, carrying the spirit wood and amulet. Hey, I just dropped it in the tub. Andre had already taken out the shepherd's pie, the plate, the knife and fork, and the grape juice, and placed them neatly on the table. He scooped a large piece of the pie onto the plate, and handed it to Takumiya. Try this. His Majesty's chef made this shepherd's pie. It should be delicious. Takumiya took the plate, and sat down across from Andre. Then, he burped loudly again. She stared at Andre, bewildered. What's going on? I feel like I just had a feast in my dream. Andre, ? Damn little lich. Drisi stood up angrily, picked up a vase, and threw it to the ground. It's just a little lich who knows nothing, and is only a few months old. How can he be such a glutton? She looked at her own skin, wrinkled and patchy, as if she had aged decades in an instant. She felt wronged and angry, completely forgetting that she was the one who attacked first. Whose unfortunate child is this? He has no manners at all. He just opens his mouth and bites me, and it hurts so much. That guy must have learned no lich skills or knowledge, and has put all his talent into eating. She glanced in the mirror and screamed miserably again, my face, my beauty. Ah! A man's voice rasped out, ha! Ha! You deserve it. Drisi, you deserve it. Frederick. Drisi gritted her teeth, don't be too happy. She bid you a few times too. I'm happy to. The man known as Frederick spoke triumphantly, his words tinged with the joy of revenge. To see you being devoured by her, powerless to resist, I gladly let her devour me whole. He gloated, ha ha ha, look at how ugly you are. How are you going to face people tomorrow? Your soul is damaged, so it's useless to acquire multiple bodies. Once your soul enters each body, it will tear them to pieces. Ha ha ha. Chapter 470. Dre's expression was particularly grim. She was too lazy to repeat to her brother, whose brain was clouded by hatred, that at this point, only the two of them are tied together, living and dying together, and that only she can lead her brother back to the throne. Frederick was clearly not a wise man who could rationally judge the pros and cons, and put aside hatred to cooperate. Of course, Frederick was never an ambitious person. From birth to adulthood, his entire life path had been clearly arranged by King Rudolph and Queen Isabella, and everything he wanted was served to him on a silver platter. Frederick didn't need ambition at all. Everything he wanted, didn't want, and was assumed to be his, automatically fell into his pocket. As the other twin, Dre had to fight, snatch, and fight to carve out a piece of the flesh that was rightfully hers. There was nothing he could do about it. Siblings in ordinary families can get along well when there aren't too many conflicts of interest, but when their parents favor one over the other, they often become enemies. But there's no such thing as sibling affection between children of an emperor. There's only one throne. The victor takes all the glory and wealth. The loser takes nothing. Dressy bit her nails, staring at herself in the mirror with a cold, cruel smile. I need to replenish my soul energy. She reached out, her long nails touching her reflection in the mirror. Mayberry isn't dead yet. It's not the right time to use Winston's body. And my wound is in my soul. Even if I want to switch bodies, I need to repair my soul first. Tonight's attack by that young lich has disrupted all my plans. The throne was already mine. Damn it! Damn it! The king hasn't noticed me yet, but tomorrow morning, the changes in my body will draw his attention. This matter must be resolved tonight. She grinned. It's time for those who have submitted to me, those who have obeyed me, to dedicate their soul energy to their great queen. 3 o'clock in the morning, the hour of the demons, when the guards are most tired and drowsy. The hunting forest, shrouded in darkness, was unusually lively tonight. From the beginning, figures clad in black robes, and wearing a variety of strange masks, completely obscuring their figures and faces, had quietly arrived under the cover of darkness and gathered here. The master has summoned us. Have you been summoned too? Has our queen finally revealed herself? Restore the glory of the house of Derman. Restore the glory of my ancestors. My father was a marquis, yet Mayberry has unjustly seized most of his lands and reduced me to a baron. This is a disgrace. Can we finally kill that old Mayberry? I long for this day. Should we stage a horse accident in the hunting grounds, drug his food, or go all out and take out his heir as well? Hush, don't get too excited. It's not time to act yet. These people seem to know each other well, their identities instantly apparent from their masks. All their disguises were merely to prevent their gathering from being witnessed by unsuspecting outsiders. These were the nobles who had joined the evil Eye Moon. Without exception, they were all members of the Delman royal family, and their support for Dreesy was due to King Mayberry Huntington being their acknowledged enemy. This king had drastically altered their interests, reducing their titles, honors, and wealth. They hated Mayberry to the core, and dreamed of killing him. The evil Eye Moon brought them together, allowing them to vent their indignation. Whether Princess Dreesy was truly a descendant of the Delman royal family, a living being or a lich, was never the nobles' primary concern. They only needed a reason, a leader, or even a scapegoat. As long as it gave them a legitimate reason to achieve their goals, the nobles cared little for the underlying truth. Of course, while many nobles joined Dreesy solely to protect their own interests, there were also some who were exceptionally fanatical and loyal to Dreesy. Most of these people had ancestral connections with the Delman royal family, or were drawn to the mysterious persona Dreesy cultivated. They were obsessed with her, madly driven by her, banging their heads against the wall for her. The level of their madness was so intense that even the other nobles, who had joined the evil Eye Moon, had to shake their heads. And tonight, the evil Eye Moon's mid-level cadres, over 30 nobles from all walks of life, had been summoned to the hunting grounds and forests by their master, the evil Eye Moon's supreme leader, the lost pearl of the Delman kingdom, Dreesy, using a magical communication tool. It was clear they were about to embark on a major undertaking. Many nobles, upon arriving and witnessing this spectacle, felt a surge of excitement, but also a slight tinge of fear. Was it their imagination? Calling everyone out of the hunting grounds at this moment, dressed in such a grotesque manner, if the guards spotted them, they'd be surrounded and rounded up instantly. Even more peculiar, the gathering seemed to lack several high-ranking officials who frequently appeared to deliver Dreesy's messages. This fact further unnerved the nobles, but before they could make up their minds to turn and leave, a blonde woman appeared at the front of the crowd. She too was clad in black, wrapped in a heavy cloak. The hood of the cloak barely concealed her face, revealing only a few fine, yet distinct strands of blonde hair. She wore a distinctive mask symbolizing Dreesy. It was the final, perfect work of a master jeweler from the Rusman Federation. Various magical runes overlapped, creating a dazzling and ever-changing phantasmal pattern that no one has yet been able to replicate. Recognizing the newcomer, the black-robed men bowed in greeting. Master, my subjects, my loyal servants, Dreesy's voice was filled with seduction. Our plan has reached its final stage. Now, we are but one step away from success. To fulfill our long-cherished wish, now is the time for you to act and make your final contribution. For our victory, for the boundless glory and wealth of the future, contribute your soul's strength. Rest assured, I will only take a tiny fraction of each of you. At most, you will feel a little tired. Nothing a good night's sleep can't solve. A dark purple light enveloped the woods. Dreesy's voice was a mixture of coaxing and threatening. Prove your loyalty to me. Chapter 471. Even though the nobles' faces were obscured by masks, Dreesy could still smell the fear emanating from them. However, at this point, she would not give these weaklings and fence-sitters any chance to regret. She grinned and beckoned her subordinates. Balls of soul fire flew from their chests, and the nobles collapsed one after another, falling limp to the ground. These were pure soul energies. Not the superficial energies of emotions and memories, but actual fragments of the soul itself. Dreesy had held back, however. She took only the perfect amount of soul from each noble, ensuring no permanent damage would be visible. At most, it would make them look a little weaker the next morning, as if their bodies had been drained by alcohol and sex. Of course, their overall lifespans would be shortened, but that was not Dreesy's concern. After all, in this dangerous world, anyone could die at any moment. That's good. Tracy held those soul flames like a bucket of steaming, freshly baked popcorn. With these souls replenished, I can return to my former self. Most importantly, no one died, and there were no sudden, abnormal signs of aging. Mabry wouldn't notice anything unusual. As for these good-for-nothings looking a little weak. So what? After 4 days of tossing and swaying in the carriage, it's perfectly normal for them to feel unsteady on their feet. Before her plan could proceed, she had to maintain a semblance of peace and tranquility for as long as possible, until Mabry died. At that point, she would, under the identity of Eleanor, confess to poisoning the king, then commit suicide in a spectacular and public manner. Of course, only the body itself would perish. She would stage a coup de grace, secretly possessing Winston's body and obtaining the ultimate treasure of her plan. It all made perfect sense. King Mayberry, having offended so many nobles of the Delman clan, was perfectly apt to be murdered by a crazed widow consumed by hatred after the loss of her husband. What connection could Eleanor's crimes, committed for the benefit of the Delman clan, have with Winston, who remained loyal to his majesty? They didn't even belong to the same faction. By then, people would remember only Eleanor's tearful, blood-soaked accusation. They would excitedly discuss the widowed assassin, hypocritically mourn the king's death, lament Mayberry's failed reforms, and then, after the next king ascended the throne, turn all their attention to the next exciting topic. No one would know that a Lich had quietly switched sides. By then, Mayberry's closest associates would regard her as their own child, and she could continue to manipulate Evil Eye Moon's minions through them. She would even secretly eliminate those who stood in her way when the time was right. Regardless of their former status, regardless of whether they had sacrificed or dedicated themselves to her, she would become the sole emperor, secretly controlling everything. All factions would obey her. Then, through the 2 factions under her control, she would change the country's name to the Dreesy Empire. She could legitimately commemorate her past self and gain the power she coveted for 2 lifetimes. Then, she would find the thief who stole her wealth and take back everything that belonged to her. The only remaining problem was dealing with that perceptive Mabucha. This was a bit of a challenge. After all, Mabucha was certainly capable and loyal to his elder brother, and Dreesy hadn't yet decided how to deal with him. There's no rush. Dreesy sent those who had surrendered their soul fires back to the palace. She herself, clutching the pile of soul fire, remained in the silent, deserted forest, devouring it with relish as she pondered, and that damned little Lich with a beastly appetite and her boyfriend. I have to find a way to deal with them too. The mere memory of being sucked into that gluttonous maw, its ruthless jaws chewing and crunching, made Dreesy feel a dull pain in her soul. She shuddered with a lingering fear, then mentally retorted, "There's no rush. I can save her for last, and let my men figure out how to deal with her." Thinking of this, a flicker of doubt crossed Dreesy's mind. Why haven't Mifuna and Number 4 contacted each other in so long? Could they be slacking off somewhere again? Never mind, I wait until I'm done with this, then I go find those lazy slackers. Being a boss these days is tough. You have to do everything yourself. Suddenly, the crisp snap of a branch echoed through the quiet forest. "Who's there?" Dreesy raised her head alertly and demanded sharply. A masked figure in a black robe stepped out. Dreesy, feeling slightly relieved, asked, "Why haven't you returned yet?" "No, wait!" Her gaze fell on the remarkably thick, familiar magic wand slung across his back, and she suddenly panicked. You are?" "Yes, it's me." Mabucha leisurely lifted her hood and removed her mask. "Long time no see, Her Highness Princess Dreesy Delman." Dreesy glanced down at the uneaten soul fire in her arms. Her mind raced, practically sparking, but she still couldn't come up with a suitable excuse to justify the scene. So desperately she said, "Long time no see, Mabucha. How much do you know?" "Almost everything." Mabucha removed his staff. "Perhaps some details are still missing, but that's unimportant. As long as I know you're the mastermind behind this, that's enough." He sighed deeply and pointed his staff at Dreesy. "Surrender, Lich." "Ha ha ha." Dreesy sneered arrogantly. "You expect me to surrender? You overestimate yourself, the so-called great magician." She shed Eleanor's body like stripping off a piece of clothing. A ball of terrifying purple-black soul fire, as if emanating from the depths of the netherworld, broke free from the limp body and instantly absorbed all the scattered noble soul fires. It began to lengthen and grow, sprouting terrifyingly sharp claws and 2 twisted, hideous heads that resembled roaring mummies. "I don't overestimate myself." Mabucha smiled and snapped his fingers. Team after team of knights emerged from the dense forest and surrounded the clearing where Dreesy stood. "You are surrounded." Chapter 472. At 4:30 a.m., Lord Lansley de Maccastle dragged himself wearily down the long, dark staircase, tiptoeing past patrolling soldiers as he returned to his assigned guest room. He casually tossed his black hooded robe and mask onto the sofa and plopped himself down into the soft bed, seriously regretting whether he had joined the wrong organization. To be honest, they spent 4 days essentially eating, drinking, and defecating in the carriage, followed by a bone-shattering march. Then, before they could even relax, they received a message from Dracy summoning them to the dense forests of the hunting grounds at 3 a.m. After so many days of hard work, the sudden notification of urgent overtime was one thing, but they were so excited, thinking they were about to accomplish something earth-shattering, that Dracy, half undercrowded, had plundered a soul fire from them, leaving them completely exhausted. I never heard of working overtime for the boss late at night, and then having to risk your life to treat him to a late-night snack. He was covered in cold sweats, his vision blackening from time to time, and his stomach churning, as if he had contracted some nasty disease, and was about to attack. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. He took out a handkerchief, and wiped the sweat from his sweat. That Mayberry guy is only after money, but Dracy is after life. The Lich is really not a good thing. We see her as a backing for a comeback, but she sees us as just a plate of delicious snacks. He could lose his title and wealth, but not his life. If even his soul was devoured, there would be no chance of reincarnation. It's horrible, truly horrible. He was still muttering to himself when he heard the door click. Someone opened it. Hold still. Several fully armed knights rushed in, silver swords pointed at Earl Lansley de Maccastle's throat. Earl Lansley de Maccastle, you are suspected of participating in the evil Imoon's gathering and attempting treason. The knights of the kingdom, acting by order of the king, are arresting you according to the law. Please do not resist. Everything you say could be used as evidence against you in court. Earl Lansley de Maccastle, gazing at the gleaming silver swords, swallowed hard and raised his hands. I surrender. Tell His Majesty. I am willing to cooperate. The same scene unfolded in every marked guest room in the palace. His Majesty had already arranged for a group of knights at the hunting grounds. They had been well-fed, and well-trained for the past few days, thoroughly covering the surrounding hunting grounds and forests. After ensuring that each knight was thoroughly familiar with every path, every fork in the road, and every landmark, so they wouldn't lose their way even if they were desperately chasing after a prisoner, His Majesty entrusted them with the task of rounding up the prisoner at the hunting grounds. As for the knights and trusted aides, who had accompanied His Majesty on the long journey, upon arriving at the palace, they immediately arranged their shifts, completing every necessary routine, including rest, meals, showers, and sleep. At 3 o'clock in the morning, fully rested, they assembled promptly, refreshed and ready for tonight's hunt. No need to worry. His Majesty was remarkably calm. Standing at the edge of the window, his sharp eagle eyes gazed at the dense forest below, his demeanor as composed and confident as ever. Add to that his muscular build, and he could give almost anyone a sense of security and assurance. While observing the netherworld this evening, Mabucha discovered a battle between two liches. Our chef Jiangyu, with his strength and talent, severely damaged the opposing evil lich. After this battle, the lich that possessed Lady Eleanor Van Chan's soul has been damaged. It will undoubtedly attempt to replenish its soul energy as quickly as possible to heal its wounds. Our men possess amulets to protect against liches. After adequate rest and a fresh spirit, the amulets will be more effective. This way, to replenish souls quickly and discreetly, the lich will have to target her own people. These unfortunate nobles, already exhausted from the journey, barely caught their breath when they were told to gather in the dense forest in the middle of the night. Then, some of their souls were devoured. By the time they return, they undoubtedly be exhausted, tired, and filled with resentment. When they return to their rooms and relax, we can capture them all in one fell swoop. The knights had already become familiar with their hunting targets during their travels over the past few days. Now, with the king's order, they all smiled knowingly. Small teams guarded the doors of their praise rooms, watching from the shadows as the nobles, seemingly cautiously avoiding patrolling guards. Unaware that the patrolling guards had long been aware of their movements, and were merely cooperating diligently. As the nobles who attempted rebellion were dejected and bound, escorted to the prison beneath the palace, the autumn hunt was largely successful. The great magician Mabucha was still battling Dracy. As a lich, Dracy possessed a vast array of skills. She initially attempted to possess the knights, but it wasn't until she encountered the defensive runes on their armor that she realized Mabucha had come prepared. You're trying to possess someone, but it's not that easy. Mabucha's narrow eyes narrowed behind his spectacles, and he smiled like a fox. You didn't bring your precious son and those loyal guards with you this time? Indeed, Valentine and Number One, as wanted criminals, would have a hard time sneaking into such a heavily guarded event. Drisi gritted her teeth, realizing that Mabucha knew quite a bit. Number 4, whom you sent to the Twin Tombs, has been apprehended. Mifuna has also been captured in the west city of Eston. The nobles who attended tonight's gathering are presumably in the dungeons by now. Who else do you have available to you now? Well, let me see. Madame Duran, she participated in the autumn hunt, but not your nightly gathering. It's because she's still important to you, and you don't need to devour her soul to replenish yourself. There are simply too many useless things you could use to replenish your soul. There's no point in consuming someone who could truly help you. Oh, don't worry, she's on our arrest list tonight. Mabucha said enigmatically. As for Winston, we also secured him. He remained in a secret room engraved with anti-lich runes, guarded by his most trusted personnel until this is all over. You know everything. Chapter 473. Damn it! Damn it! Drisi's two heads opened their mouths simultaneously, and the male and female voices overlapped, blending into an eerie echo. I originally wanted to achieve this peacefully, but you forced me to do it. She inhaled sharply, and the noble soul fire that had been absorbed into her body began to shimmer and dissolve within her soul. Drisi's demonic soul grew even larger and more twisted. Her dark purple skin became as rough as dry bark. Gnarled dark purple tubes emerged from the thick skin, cracking open with a swish. Snap, snap. Through the cracks, bloodshot eyeballs flared open. Viscous dark purple liquid dripped from the eye sockets like tears, splattering on the ground, corroding visible holes. By this time, Drisi had transformed into a high-level undead, seething with resentment. Her lower body had transformed into thousands of black and purple octopus tentacles, as thick as thighs, which slapped the ground with a crackling sound, causing tremors. A lich without its body is merely a spirit bound by its phylactery. Mabucha rubbed his chin with interest. It seems there's some truth to that. His apparent obsession with academic research infuriated Drisi once again. 7 or 8 thick tentacles instantly shot out in all directions, charging at the knights surrounding her. The targeted knights immediately raised their swords in defense. 5 men blocked the attack, while the other 3 were swept up by the tentacles. Like dolls discovered by a mischievous child who had infiltrated a relative's house during Spring Festival, they were swept up and thrown, flung into the air, and flung into the bushes, where they crashed into several trees, breaking them with a clanging sound. Several bolts of lightning struck the tentacles, and the searing aroma of grilled octopus tentacles filled the air. Grand Mage Mabucha declared solemnly, now is the time to act. One group of knights charged forward to attack, while another dispersed to rescue those unfortunate enough to be thrown into the woods. Deep in the dense forest, a small dining table stood uncomfortably. Standing beside it, a green-eyed knight looked at the dark-haired young woman seated at it, and said solemnly, "Are you ready?" "Ready! I've been in human form all night to digest what I ate." The young woman who spoke was Takuya. She cheerfully gave Andre a thumbs up. "Now I'm hungry. I can use another breakfast. Then let's attack." The silver-white fighting spirit wrapped around the sword, slicing through the scorched octopus tentacle like a sharp blade through tofu. The storm the Grand Mage swirled up swept the tentacle up and flung it into the dense forest. Andre calmly caught the takeout dish delivered by the pale green wind elemental, slicing it into pieces on a nearby cutting board. He then placed it on a plate and handed it to Takumiya. "Grilled octopus tentacles, please try." "Wow! So fragrant." Takumiya picked up her chopsticks, picked up a slice of octopus, dipped it into a sauce she made of soy sauce, yuzu vinegar, and minced garlic, and placed it in her mouth. As she chewed, the grilled octopus slice quickly transformed into pure soul energy. "It definitely has the aroma and chewy texture of octopus," Takumiya commented. After grilling, the octopus meat shrinks slightly, making it incredibly chewy. But it's not completely cooked, retaining a fresh tenderness. So, if the soul changes shape, the taste and texture will also change? Perhaps the emotions contained within it are different. Andre had never tasted soul fire before, so he couldn't comment on its taste or texture. He could only speculate, look, every time you eat the same person's soul fire, it tastes different. Indeed, Jiangyu happily accepted this explanation. The next takeout item that flew over looked rather terrifying, like a thick branch with eyes. Andre, knife in hand, was unsure how to proceed. Takumiya, however, didn't seem to mind. She sniffed the scent, her eyes brightening. "It smells nice, though a bit mixed. Wait, let me share." The scene was incredibly bizarre, even more unbearable than Takumiyu's usual slicing of pig heads and offal. Andre began to doubt the great magician Mabucha's plan. No, is this really edible? A moment later, Takumiyu brought out a plate of perfectly normal-looking bonkachin, and another plate of something a little strange, but not unacceptable. Ding dang! Bonkachin and sheep's eyes. Andre, how did they do that? Could it be that a lich's soul changes in the hands of its own kind? Takumiyu, however, was enjoying the meal. Sheep's eyes look strange, but they're really delicious. In my old country, you could only find them in the northwestern and northern areas where sheep were raised. And they're roasted, and they're incredibly juicy. Andre, I just feel like this way of eating them is rather brutal. People next door are playing with flying sand and rocks, while here we are eating salty, spicy, fragrant, and sweet food. Takuya took a bite of octopus, a goat's eye, and a small cake, his salty-sweet perpetual motion machine revolving with unbridled delight. Drisi and Mabucha fought back and forth, both suffering wounds. Of course, thanks to Mabucha and the knight's deliberate actions, Drisi suffered even greater damage. Unaware, she continued to laugh heartily. Do you think you can weaken me by cutting off my limbs and throwing them away? That's wishful thinking. As long as the phylactery remains, the Lich cannot be defeated. I only need to summon those souls, and they will fly back again. Huh? Drisi's waving tentacles suddenly froze in midair. She finally realized she had lost contact with the severed souls. Mabucha wiped the blood from the wound on his face and looked at her calmly. What? Can't fly back? He laughed. Indeed, normally, a Lich with a phylactery is nearly impossible to kill. The phylactery gathers the Lich's fragmented, chopped, and shattered soul, restoring the pieces. But what if those soul fragments are devoured and digested by an equally powerful Lich, transformed into its own energy, and then bound by another phylactery? Jianyu next door burped at the perfect moment. Drisi's face grew even more ferocious, realizing what had happened. It's that little Lich. That's right. Mabucha nodded. Her soul originates from a higher plane, far more powerful than you or I. Even a casual nibble from her in a dream would send you fleeing in panic. He raised his wand. It's time to end this. Drisi. Chapter 474. This was perhaps the most spectacular battle in the Duchy of Huntington in recent years. Countless knights used their bodies to build a towering wall of flesh and blood, firmly protecting the great mage Mabucha in the rear. Mabucha was the absolute main attacker in this battle. Even with his abilities, he could easily handle short-term close combat. However, protecting the mage in the rear, allowing him to concentrate on chanting spells and controlling the battlefield, was the optimal strategy for maximizing combat effectiveness. As all the nobles who had joined the Evil Eye Moon in the palace were captured one by one, the knights in the castle began to join the battle, replacing the wounded knights on the front lines. A clearing had been cleared for a first aid camp. The knights hurriedly supported their injured comrades, carrying them on their backs, shoulders, or stretchers, carrying those in varying degrees of injury off the battlefield. Magicians, priests, and bird-beak doctors skilled in healing busily shuttled between the camps, stitching wounds, channeling vitality, and stabilizing vital signs. They continuously pulled one dying life after another back from the brink of death. Drisi still fought tenaciously. She had long realized that Mabucha and the others were planning a rotational battle, hoping to wear her down with a constantly rotating force of knights, Mabucha's rear guard, and the Lich lurking in the dense forest. Each knight's gleaming armor was engraved with a Lich-proof amulet crafted by Mabucha. Furthermore, they each carried another amulet hidden on their bodies. Even though Drisi tried her best to destroy their armor, she could not attach herself to their bodies or devour their souls. Unable to sustain herself through battle, unable to replenish her energy, she was constantly exploited by the combined attacks of the knights and the great magician, losing yet another tentacle, another soul. Once swept into the dense forest by the winds evoked by Mabucha's magic, these parts vanished, unable to be summoned again by Drisi. As a result, Drisi, weakening with each battle, could only conserve her soul energy as much as possible. Her current fighting style resembled that of the undead, primarily relying on physical tentacle attacks, supplemented by corrosive tears from her eyes, and a sight-numbing curse. Those eyes, which opened and closed randomly, were not only terrifying but also disturbed the gaze of those who encountered them. Even a casual glance would cause a momentary blanking of the mind, paralysis of the limbs, and inability to move. This state of paralysis was extremely deadly in battle, instantly making the knight a target for all the tentacles. In just a dozen seconds, a paralyzed knight would melt, metaphorically, under the concentrated fire. At this point, His teammates would need to step in and provide immediate relief, either by weaving a massive shield with their fighting spirit or launching a surprise attack to divert Drex's attention. Archmage Mabucha would also unleash Mage's Hand, conjuring a giant phantom hand in midair, flinging the unfortunate stunned knights to safety in the rear, where they could recover. The battle raged for hours, from the pitch-black night until dawn. Next door, Takumi feasted for hours. A portable snack stand had been set up next to the table, 2 stoves ablaze. With the delivery of ingredients, varying in parts, moods, and flavors, Takumi employed various cooking techniques to achieve the most delicious result. Strangely enough, those hideous, horrifying ingredients that would send the hairs of the back of your head standing on end, in Jiangyo's eyes, were all incredibly delicious, with a gourmet filter. Perhaps the souls of liches are just that delicious in the eyes of their kind. And as soon as Jiangyu touched the ingredients, they inexplicably transformed from unappealing family dishes into respectable, decent dishes by traditional standards. After all, in the eyes of most foreigners who don't understand the art of eating, many normal Chinese dishes are worthy of being considered horrific. Even more curiously, once transformed into proper dishes, these soul fragments were no longer subject to Derisi's summoning and control. Jianyu no longer had to struggle to suppress them, and could enjoy them slowly, according to her mood and appetite. Thus, Jiangyu went from simply eating and drinking to happily enjoying the food after cooking. There was no other way. The energy she consumed had to be consumed somewhere, otherwise she would always feel bloated. Unfortunately, Andre couldn't eat the soulfire dishes, and there were no undead or katydids in the hunting grounds, otherwise the soul energy could have been quickly consumed. As Jiangyu ate and cooked and ate, Derisi grew weaker and weaker. No matter how strong her soul was, no matter how abundant her energy was, it couldn't withstand this kind of exhaustion without replenishment. Soon, with a scream, Derisi transformed into a ball of purple-black soulfire. Before she could escape into the void, Mabucha quickly raised a ring in his hand and cast a spell, drawing the last of her soulfire into the garnet embedded in the ring. He exhaled slowly, glanced up at the clear blue sky, then glanced at the tangled woodland. He said to the knights, "Rescue the wounded, and clean up the battlefield. I'll be back soon." Mabucha strode briskly into the woods, and soon arrived before Takuya and Andre. Takuya, still struggling to finish the plates of soulfire dishes before him, looked up blankly. "Any takeout?" "This is the last bit." Mabucha raised the garnet ring in his hand, and handed it to Andre. "I have trapped Derisi within the garnet. The magic circle on this ring is sufficient to keep her trapped for a long time. Perhaps hundreds of years. Of course, before that long deadline. Andre, I want you to use this garnet ring to locate Derisi's phylactery, destroy her phylactery and her lair, eliminate her last remaining followers, and confiscate her vast wealth, acquired through illegal means." He tapped the garnet with his fingertips. A lich's soul fragments are involuntarily attracted to the phylactery. As long as you wear this ring, you feel a subtle attraction. The closer you get to the target, the stronger this force becomes. Follow this force's guidance, and you find Derisi's phylactery. "As you command?" Andre saluted Mabucha. Mabucha smiled. "Perhaps, in your quest for the phylactery, you find the ghost-faced man who murdered your mentor." "So?" Juyo raised a hand, puffing out his cheeks as he chewed and asked, "Can I take it all?" She sounded rather annoyed. "This soulfire dish is delicious, but I'm already bloated and can't eat any more. But since it's soulfire food, it shouldn't spoil. Perhaps I can freeze it in the refrigerator and enjoy it later?" Chapter 475. In Guangdong, if someone leaves a lot of food unpacked after eating at a restaurant, it's basically a sign that the restaurant is so bad they call the police. For Jiangyu, even if he can't finish a delicious dish, he absolutely has to pack it up. Moreover, these are delicious soulfire dishes, so there's no chance of spoiling. "Let me help," Mabucha said with a gentle smile. "Although these soulfire dishes appear safe for now, it's best to store them in special containers to prevent them from being attracted to the phylactery in the future." So Jiangyu received a pile of soulfire dishes packaged in a specially crafted magic crystal box, along with a space magic bag crafted by a master magician himself. It looked like an ordinary, small cloth bag, easily crumpled and folded to fit into any carry-on luggage, quite inconspicuous. But inside, there was a vast expanse of space. The opening had a drawstring, allowing it to be pulled very small normally, but expanded when needed to easily fit a living person. This bag can hold living creatures. Once inside, they can't enter or exit freely, relying on you to free them. So, it can also be used to imprison enemies in times of crisis, said the great mage Mabucha. But time doesn't stand still inside the bag. Remember to ventilate it, and give it some food and water, Otherwise you might end up with a lot of corpses. Only you can enter and exit the bag freely, even if you crawl inside. Got it. Takuya happily took the bag and began to play with it, slipping himself in and out. Hey, this is much more useful than my skull. The independent space within the bag has its own ceiling, floor, and air walls, and it won't change if the bag itself is squeezed, folded, or bumped. It's as large as a factory, capable of storing a vast amount of things. Just think of what you want when you need it, and the bag will automatically deliver it, said Mabucha. No need to bother looking for it yourself. Wow! That's so convenient. Jiao happily stuffed the boxes into the bag, then tightened the drawstring and shook it. The small bag remained deflated. The only problem is, it can't be placed in a container with spatial magic. Yeah, I know that. Spatial magic can't be stacked together, otherwise it causes a bug. Jiao didn't stuff the small bag into her skull this time, but instead slipped it into her dress pocket. This is perfect for when I'm in human form. Jiao was delighted with the gift, but that wasn't the end of her thanks. After returning to the palace, His Majesty summoned her again. This time, we were able to successfully eliminate Drisi, a remnant of the previous dynasty, with minimal casualties, thanks entirely to your help. His Majesty said, after arresting the traitorous nobles who joined the evil Amun, I have a number of vacancies and territories available. Do you wish to become a countess? The location and size of Count Canberra's former territory are very suitable. His Majesty snapped his fingers, and a servant immediately presented a map. Of course, you can choose another territory as well. You can take your time to examine the map and choose. There's no need to rush to answer me. Hey! Jianyu happily took the map. That's great. Andre has already led his troops to search for Drisi's phylactery and eliminate the remnants of evil Amun. For the next few days, you can rest assured and stay with us in the palace. After we deal with these traitors, we go hunting here for a few days. The king smiled. Real hunting. Andre will surely be back by then, so you can enjoy a royal hunt. Jianyu settled down peacefully in the palace. She happily strolled through the woods every day, feeding the animals. When she was hungry, she eats some soul fire or swagger into the kitchen to cook, watching the king's men bustling in and out. If the king asked for help, she would gladly oblige, digging a few soul fires from the prisoners and eating them. No matter how hard the prisoners tried to hold their tongues, once Jianyu read the soul fire, the truth would be revealed, even recorded directly into the recording crystal. What a convenient ability. 5 days later, Andre finally returned, dusty and exhausted, carrying a phylactery, leading a team of knights, and escorting a group of bruised and battered men. He was lightly bandaged, but his eyes were bright. He reported to the king in a resounding voice. I have fulfilled my mission and found Drisi's phylactery. Ghostface number 1 has been killed, Valentine has been apprehended, and the remaining ghost faces have surrendered. He spoke with a resounding voice, emphasizing each word. The evil Amun has been completely eradicated. Wow, that's great. But Jianyu, who was listening in, glanced at the bandages with concern and whispered, Are your injuries serious? It's not serious. Andre turned and whispered to her, They're just scratches from the wire. They heal quickly. His eyes were resolute. Most importantly, I finally avenged my teacher, Count Saka de Motor. A heavy burden that had been weighing on his mind for years was finally healed. Andre's steps became lighter, and a sense of relief permeated his entire being. For a moment, Jianyu felt as if he were witnessing the students rushing out of the university gates impatiently after their last college entrance exam. They stayed at the palace for another week. After helping His Majesty sort out the remaining trivial matters with evil Amun and the nobles, they spent a few days at the hunting grounds. Andre hunted, while Jianyu handled the prey. The two of them worked in perfect harmony, enjoying a sweet and joyful time. Before departing from the palace, Takumi and Andre finally decided on their rewards. Takumi accepted the confiscated territory of Countess Duran de Canberra, while Andre, having once again performed a remarkable feat, received the vacant title and territory of Earl of Rosewood. The two territories were adjacent, a perfect match for the young couple, allowing them to develop and support each other while remaining independent and allowing each other freedom. Of course, Wilshire, where Eston West City was located, would still belong to Andre. They could choose to settle permanently in one place, or, like other nobles, own properties in the capital and in various territories, spending a few days here, a few days there, each day offering a new scene. So, on the final day of their journey, His Majesty the King held a ceremony at the palace to bestow honors and infect the two young lovers. The news sent shockwaves through the land. Chapter 476. Wait, Viscount Andre? Wasn't he just granted a fiefdom not long ago? How did he become an earl again? The members of the Royal Capital's Council were the first to receive the news. Seeing the influx of letters, they could hardly believe their eyes. What's with that Lich? A Lich Countess? She's not of noble descent. Has His Majesty's behavior become so unruly now? Isn't he afraid of the Delman nobles causing trouble? Hush. The latest news. This time, His Majesty has wiped out all the Delman nobles. Of course, that's not the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous thing is? All the arrested nobles admitted to joining the Evil Eye Moon. They followed the orders of Princess Drisi, who had become a Lich, and intended to overthrow the entire country, committing all sorts of evil deeds. When His Majesty arrested them, they had even just returned from a rally. Right here at the royal hunting grounds, right under the king's nose. How brazen. It's said that Viscount Andre and that Lich were the greatest contributors to the extermination of the evil-eyed moon. Given their achievements, then making them each an earl is entirely justified. Shoo! That's truly incredible. Even the murder of Baron Chand at Rose Hill wasn't supposedly a spur-of-the-moment plot by remnants of the previous dynasty. It was all part of Darcy Delman's plan from the very beginning. Valentine, the suspect in the Rose Hill incident, has been arrested. He accuses Darcy of being the mastermind, and Valentine is actually Darcy's son. The Parliament members were overwhelmed by the explosive letters that arrived one after another, their mouths full of gossip overflowing with gossip. Deep within the palace of the royal hunting grounds, His Majesty the King entered a cell. The haggard-looking blonde Valentine lay bound in chains and shackles to a cold iron chair. His Majesty sat down across from Valentine, placed his pipe on the table before him, and leisurely began to fill it with tobacco. You say, all this was Darcy's order? Yes. I was her chosen scapegoat, Valentine said. From the very beginning, within Rose Hill, she had no intention of clearing me of suspicion. She simply intended to use me to draw everyone's attention and remove herself from the whole thing. We learned that Baron Chandler Jr. was trying to sell the old Baron's notes, and my mother wanted a new, useful body. So we hired Madame Butterfly Yadra, who was very popular among the nobility, and paid her a large sum of money to arrange this murder for us, posing as one of the heirs to Rose Hill. We knew from the beginning that young Baron Chandler was allergic to nuts. While not to the point where a few nuts would kill him, a sufficient amount would be enough to kill him. So, we used a large amount of nut oil to create a lipstick with a high nut content. After consuming Eleanor's soul and taking over her body, Mother applied this lipstick and, with a kiss of welcome and farewell, said Baron Chandler to his doom. We didn't need to prepare any almond cookies. In fact, even if the Lich hadn't prepared any nut dishes from the beginning, it wouldn't have affected our plan. But our only mistake was probably giving Yadra too much freedom. After discovering that Madame Butterfly had secretly hired a skeleton as a cook for the sake of performance, we had to take action. Action? Our plan was for me to periodically dress as Madame Butterfly and guide the entire game, but the Lich has a natural ability to discern the scent of souls and emotions, so we had to disrupt her senses. My mother said that the scent of murderous intent and deception is similar to that of white pepper. So, after discovering she was wearing the spirit wood, I deliberately obtained 2 bottles of strong-smelling white pepper and placed them where they could easily be knocked over. Asking her for nuts, and using roasted almonds from ladyfingers to make a powder decoration were all done to divert attention. That way, once Baron Chandler dies, they focus on me and completely ignore Eleanor, whose soul has been replaced. Drisi just swaggered around in front of the Lich, unafraid of being recognized. His Majesty lit his tobacco, took a deep drag, and blew out a round, white, hollow smoke ring. When the Chandlers arrived, I, disguised as Madame Butterfly, immediately led them to a room that had been prepared. Baron Chandler was eager to finish his notes as quickly as possible, while Madame Chandler was exhausted from the journey. I suggested that she retire to her room after the initial gathering in the living room, and that the housekeeper provide lunch service. Breakfast is the busiest time, but while everyone was gathered in the living room, servants brought the Lich food, and I was on hand to attract their attention. Apparently, the Lich hadn't come into contact with Eleanor Van Chandler. She's merely a Lich created by Mifuna's magical accident. She might not even fully grasp her own abilities, making it difficult for her to notice the weary Eleanor without any clues. After breakfast, Eleanor retired to her room to rest. I had Madame Butterfly deliver a letter to Baron Chandler, asking her to inquire about the price of the notebook. This way, his activities for most of the day were clearly planned. After separating the couple, I sneaked into Baron Chandler's room, drugged Eleanor, and took her to another empty room. There was a pre-drawn magic circle under the bed in this room. Simply activating it would summon my mother, and have her possess Eleanor's body. However, even with a ready-made magic circle, successfully activating it, and summoning the Lich to possess her body would be a very time-consuming process. Not to mention my alibi, which required frequent public appearances. I was busy from morning until after 2 in the afternoon. Because the time was too long, the medication wore off, and Eleanor woke up, forcing me to knock her unconscious again. The noise even woke up Peter, the jester who lived upstairs. Thankfully, no further incidents occurred. Next, my mother devoured Eleanor's soul, assumed her body, and ate the lunch I had ordered in Eleanor's name and had delivered to Mrs. Chandler's room by the housekeeper. She sensed the presence of the little Lich and asked me to go to the kitchen to disrupt its perception and ask for nuts. So, after completing the transaction with Baron Chandler for the notes at 3 o'clock, I went to the kitchen and, following her plan, sprinkled pepper, ordered almond cookies, and sprinkled ground almonds among the rose petals. Under the pretext of going to the hot springs, I left through the tunnel and, disguised as Madame Butterfly, met Baron Chandler again and gave him the roses. Baron Chandler returned to his room at 3:30. He handed the bonds to his mother, and, having received another lingering kiss of death, was feeling incredibly proud. When he met me, as Madame Butterfly, he began to show signs of an allergy. Chapter 477. So, it was Dracy who actually killed Baron and Baron Chand, and you were merely her accomplice? The king sneered and blew out another smoke ring. At this point, there's no point in me shirking responsibility. Besides, the Lich should have devoured her soul, and can now judge the truth of everything I say, Valentine said with a sorrowful expression. I was the one who killed Victor, I was the one who imprisoned the real Madame Butterfly, Yadra, and I was the one who later killed the historian and the magician. But I didn't kill Lady Samantha. That was my mother. She hated Lady Samantha for a long time. Okay, His Majesty tapped his pipe. The matter of Rose Hill is now clear. Let's talk about the past. Count Sarkar de Mordo, why did you kill him? You were the one who sent Count Sarkar de Mordo to retrieve Winston, weren't you? Valentine looked at His Majesty, a look of unspoken admiration in his eyes. You let him adopt Winston, and he treated him like his own son. Perhaps due to his years of meticulous care, he noticed something strange about Winston and suspected he was one of the twins. Count Sarkar is a brilliant man, and he controls the shadow detectives, with abundant resources at his disposal. He had visited Rose Hill, and knew of your past with Dracy. He began investigating Dracy's connections, and discovered that the Countess of Canberra had a close relationship with Dracy. He then traced the Countess of Canberra to the Earl of Rosewood, and then became aware of my existence. If he had only discovered another of my illegitimate children, it wouldn't be a cause worthy of murder. The king said gravely, let me guess, Sokka discovered other secrets. Was Dracia's initial resurrection a collaboration between the Countess of Canberra and the Earl of Rosewood? Yes, Valentine admitted. The Countess of Canberra was a close friend of Queen Isabella and my mother's godmother. Although my mother's relationship with Queen Isabella wasn't particularly close, the Countess of Canberra doted on her. When my mother was imprisoned at Rose Hill, it was the Countess of Canberra who helped her build her network. Given the Countess of Canberra's close ties with the Delman royal family, the change of dynasty would have been a significant blow to her. If Dracy had been able to regain control of the country, she would have been the Queen's godmother, not just some marginalized countess. King Mayberry said, with Dracy's death, both Cambella and Rosewood suffered a great loss. Rosewood adopted you as his own son, yet gained nothing from it. Dracy possessed the great magic book. Presumably, Cambella discovered the secret of resurrection from it, resurrecting Dracy as a zombie. Then, using Dracy's hidden wealth and resources, he transformed her into an even more powerful immortal Lich. Valentine continued, Earl Rosewood discovered Count Sokka's activities. He didn't know how much he had discovered, but he couldn't let him continue his investigation. He informed his mother of this, and she dispatched Ghostface Man No. 1. Those Ghostface men were orphans brought up by old Baron Chand from the village at the foot of Rose Hill. They were entrusted to Earl Rosewood and trained to become formidable assassins. No. 1 is the most accomplished and brutal of them all. His face and vocal cords were damaged in the fire that destroyed the village. His mother specially commissioned an alchemical machine from the Rusman Federation to replace his voice. He is fiercely loyal to his mother. Valentine paused, then admitted with a hint of reluctance, on par with me. His Majesty, This competitive streak is truly inexplicable. No. 1 assassinated many people for Mother, from Count Sokka to Baron Newman, who betrayed Mother and stole her money, to the magicians who invented various magical items for the common people, bringing high-level magic to the masses. He was a skilled warrior and a master of stealth. Anyone he targeted was practically killed. All remaining doubts were resolved. Mayberry nodded, picked up his pipe, and stood up. "Wait," Valentine said anxiously, "don't go. I answered your question, now it's your turn to answer mine." His Majesty paused. "Go on. Did you truly love Mother?" Valentine asked. "Perhaps it was when I lost my memory in the shipwreck," Mayberry said. "She was as beautiful as a fairy from a dream, but I later discovered that all that beauty was a deliberate illusion created by the demon named Drisi. Generations of evil committed by the German royal family ultimately created this mad demon. They knew no love, only power and wealth. Drisi, having never felt love from her parents or brothers, can only feign love, but over time, the deception will eventually be exposed." He looked at Valentine's expression, desperate for an answer, and said, "No, I don't hate her, I only pity her. The distortions of the Delman royal family have ultimately led to this tragic outcome, and I will dedicate my life to preventing this country from returning to its former state." "What are you going to do with me?" Valentine asked softly. "Winston is your heir, and I am a criminal with blood on my hands. Are you going to kill me? But I still bear the Delman royal blood curse. If you kill me, the curse will count as you clearing the way for Winston." He laughed, a mad and evil laugh, his voice rising. "If one person kills the other, both will be dragged down to hell. But this curse is not limited to one's own hands. Myrna poisoned Frederick, but my mother was still dragged to hell by the crown prince's spirit. If you kill me, I will drag Winston down with me. Then you will be left alone, without an heir. Ha ha ha. You can only imprison me, hoping I live as long as possible. One day, Winston and I will become one. He will become as mad as I am. You will have no choice but to hand over this country to someone who can go mad at any moment. Ha ha." He laughed almost manically. "Oh, Father! This is my curse on you. Your beloved son will forever live in my shadow, praying that I live long enough, terrified that I will die." "Oh," Mayberry said. "Actually, I never thought of leaving this country to Winston. I always had my eye on another heir." Valentine's smile faltered. "As for you, I will hand you over to Mecha." He was very interested in the twin curse of the German royal family. "You know, outside of the Delman royal family, there's never been a case of twins being forced to kill each other out of sheer morbidity. Perhaps he figure out a way to sever your spiritual connection with Winston's?" Mayberry smiled warmly at him, and walked out of the cell, ignoring Valentine's cries, or the clanking of shackles and chains behind him. His Majesty walked straight out of the palace and into the woods, breathing in the fragrance of the grass and trees, until he saw a perfectly matched couple cuddling under the shade of a tree. The man resembled him, with night-black hair and emerald eyes, like a green ghost. The woman, petite with black hair and dark eyes, wore a light yellow dress and a large straw hat adorned with wildflowers. Her smile was as bright as a sunflower. With these two around, this country will only get better. Chapter 478. The Dresden family's territory lies just ahead. Jianyu leaned halfway out of the carriage window. The wind was so strong off the cliff that she had to hold down her hat to prevent it from blowing away. Her black hair danced in the wind, and she smiled brightly. "Wow, it's so beautiful here." A massive volcano stood majestically, and beneath it, several rifts split the earth, sending white steam rising from them. Even though it was late autumn and early winter, the surface temperature was still as warm as summer. More than 2 months had passed since the complete destruction of the Evil Eye Moon. Jianyu and Andre had finally finished the various tasks of inheriting their new titles and territories, and together with Anina, they embarked on the long-planned journey. Well, a month late, but that wasn't a big deal. Holly had already arrived with his family's harvesting team when the first batch of sugarcane ripened, and the Troll engineering team, hired by Anina, had built a sugarcane processing plant. Today, vast quantities of sugarcane undergo daily processes such as pressing for juice, filtration, evaporation and concentration, crystallization and separation of the honey, and refining and decolorization, transforming into the Huntington Duchy's most valuable seasoning: granulated sugar. The sugar-making equipment combines the alchemy of Melori with the advanced magical machinery of the Rusman Federation. While the investment is substantial, it's undoubtedly effective. The granulated sugar produced this month alone is more than enough to recoup their investment. Upon arrival at the territory, Anina took Takumi with one arm and their son with the other, and took them to see Holly's experimental plot. Jericho drove the carriage carrying the luggage to the mansion for their stay. Takumi looked up and saw endless sugarcane fields. Numerous half-people were moving through the fields, carrying harvested sugarcane stalks onto carts to be taken to the sugar factory. Wow! What a spectacle! Jiangyu couldn't help but exclaim, his wide eyes filled with anticipation. With sugarcane, there's sugarcane juice. With sugar, there are countless sweets to make. Butterflies, crepes, peanut butter cookies. Hey, just thinking about it makes me want to eat them. Andre nodded silently. He, too, was craving them. Besides sugarcane, Holly also planted a wide variety of plants. In addition to the already abundant olive trees, grapes, tomatoes, figs, citrus, peppers, rosemary, and thyme, sweet potatoes and corn were now grown below and above the Rift Valley, on the gentle slopes of the mountains, and the plains beyond. Rice was even grown by the lake. In medieval Europe, a food desert, it wasn't without reason that the countries surrounding the Mediterranean had the best food. Their climate was ideal for growing a variety of delicious crops, from staples and vegetables to fruits and seasonings. Livestock was also well developed. With vegetables, meat, seasonings, and fine wine, and with a little culinary creativity, anything could be made delicious. Ever since digesting most of Drex's soul fire, Jianyu's soul power has exploded. Now, in her human form, she can consume ordinary meals without the need for the spirit wood, though digestion consumes some of her soul power. For now, her soul energy is abundant, even allowing her to burp occasionally. This occasional enjoyment of human nature isn't a big deal. Jianyu even feels like the legendary white-boned spirit. While she can't yet transform into an old man or an old woman at will, switching between her skeleton and her original human form is quite easy. Andre liked her in every form. She was sweet and adorable in her human form, and her little bone form was also quite stunning. Ahem, they say loving someone requires accepting all their strengths and weaknesses. Andre felt that little bone was brimming with virtues, from soul to body, without a single flaw. Their relationship was now sweet and inseparable. While it wasn't particularly dramatic, they both thoroughly enjoyed this daily routine, planning the governance of their territory together, calculating business costs and expenses, and enjoying each other's companionship, support, and emotional value. When they weren't busy in the mornings, they sleep in together, and when they felt like it, they get up early to watch the sunrise together. They shared a hearty dinner every day without fail, and when things got busy, they would chat and laugh, and stay up late for a late-night snack. From time to time, Jiangyu would happily rub his abs and squeeze his pecs. They both thought of each other, wanted to share a delicious meal, and immediately shared a funny story with each other. Love is just that simple. After defeating the evil Moon, Andre and Jiangyu both had more financial resources. Although taking over the new territory and building infrastructure still required significant expenses, the profits were also considerable. After both received earldoms and titles, they paid off all their foreign debts and renegotiated various business partnerships. Holly's partnership was transformed into a research employment agreement. Jianyu and his team hired Holly, a botanist, to oversee the cultivation and research of various tropical and sugar plants. As for the high-quality fruits and vegetables produced by the Axe family, Jianyu purchased them through her restaurants and factories, buying only what was needed at fair prices, a process that satisfied both parties. Thanks to Heidi's foresight, the Lothar family promptly sided with Andre and the king's faction, successfully avoiding the political turmoil and reaping significant profits in the culinary industry through their partnership with Jianyu. After Jianyu became a countess, Heidi furthered her alliance with Jianyu. Where Jianyu went left, her family would never go right, demonstrating their unwavering loyalty. As for the dwarven merchants, Jianyu had them incorporate her and Andre's new territories into the trade routes. The Countess of Canberra's former territory, Delancey County, is nestled between mountains and the sea, facing the Rusman Federation on one side and adjacent to the former Earl of Rosewood's Rosewood County on the other. It boasts abundant seafood and a highly developed shipping network, perfectly complementing the inland lava valleys of Wiltshire and Dresden, which lie far from the seaports. Rosewood County, comprised of mountains, forests, and plains, is rich in flowers, trees, and perfumes, and boasts numerous pastures and hunting grounds. It is a major supplier of cheese to the Huntington royal family. This allows Takumiyu to source a wide variety of high-quality and affordable ingredients from her own territory, Andre, and Anina, creating a variety of sauces and delicacies. Of course, now that Takumiyu is a countess, she no longer has to cook daily. Unless she chooses to. Hips in her previous life became the foundation of her current struggle, and now they have once again become hobbies. Now only Jiangyu's friends and family, and the chefs she trained are lucky enough to taste her cooking skills. Chapter 479. Dresden's territory is rich in local specialties. After a stroll through the fields, Takumi and Andre each left with their baskets overflowing with fresh fruits and vegetables. With his family and several familiar partners present, and ample fresh ingredients and seasonings, Takumi was eager to get cooking. Anita's mansion also had several skilled chefs, making it easy for Takumi to assist him. Takumi glanced at the vegetables he had picked, the kitchen overflowing with cheese, olive oil, and a steaming oven, and decided to make Garfield's favorite lasagna. It was filling and easy to make, especially with more people. In the kitchen, there was a large, freshly harvested pumpkin. He could make pumpkin soup, pumpkin pudding, and pumpkin bass cake. He could stir-fry green peppers, eggplant, and sweet potatoes for a delicious 3-in-1 dish. As for meat, we have some excellent beef and pork today. Sweet and sour pork would be great too. Sweet and sour pork tenderloin would be a great way to use up some freshly baked sugar. We have staples, meat dishes, vegetables, soups, and desserts. Hey, done! Once we decided on the recipe, we can mobilize the public and enjoy cooking together. The Dresden family chefs are responsible for washing and chopping vegetables, mincing the meat, and making pumpkin soup, pumpkin pudding, and pumpkin bass cake. They also know how to make pumpkin soup, pumpkin pudding, and pumpkin bass cake. After reviewing the steps with them, Takumi assured them of these dishes. Lasagna has 3 main steps: stewing the meat sauce, making the dough, and boiling the white sauce. Finally, simply combine these 3 ingredients and bake them in the oven for a fragrant and delicious dish. Authentic tomato sauce is essential for Italian cuisine. Jianyu learned this recipe from a video tutorial by an Italian chef. Wash a few tomatoes, place them on a baking sheet, drizzle with olive oil mixed with garlic, sprinkle with black pepper, and bake in the oven at 240 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes. Once done, remove any burnt parts of the tomatoes and blend them into a tomato sauce. She put the tomatoes in the oven first, then chopped garlic, onions, and other vegetables before starting to make the meat sauce. Sizzle, pour oil into a pan over high heat, and add finely chopped garlic, onions, celery, and carrots. Stir fry, then cover and simmer for 5 minutes, until the garlic and onions turn golden and the carrots and celery are tender. Now, add the chef's mincemeat, half beef, half pork, to the hot pot. The mincemeat, half beef, half pork, is jostled with a pleasant sizzling sound by the spatula, gradually turning a beautiful brown color under the heat and blending with the vegetables. The high flames lick the bottom of the pot, searing the meat filling and releasing a rich aroma. Adding a little red wine to enhance the flavor makes the aroma even more profound. At this point, add the tomato sauce made from mashed roasted tomatoes, add salt, and toss with the Thai bay leaves and thyme. Reduce the heat to medium and simmer for 20 minutes. The traditional pasta recipe is simple. Add 1 egg to every 100 grams of flour and a bowl of water. When kneading the dough, dip your hands in some water and continue kneading if it dries up. This dough is relatively dry and firm, so it doesn't require much water, just a bit of strength. This physical work naturally fell to Andrea. Fortunately, there was a croissant sheeter in the kitchen. After kneading the dough and letting it rest, it could be put into the sheeter and pressed 1 scale at a time, from thick to thin. The pasta press has 9 scales, with 0 being the thickest and 9 being the thinnest. For lasagna, pressing to scale 6 is sufficient. Cut the rolled dough into a suitable rectangle and set aside. When the meat sauce is almost done, you can prepare the white sauce. Italian white sauce is a 1:1 mixture of butter and flour, then milk and cooking until the desired consistency is reached. Jiao found a suitable small saucepan, melted the butter, then added the flour in 3 portions, mixing until the butter and flour were combined. Then, he added the milk and continued to simmer. The white sauce also needs seasoning. Salt, pepper, and nutmeg are commonly used. After adding the seasonings, continue simmering over low heat until the consistency is satisfactory. Next, take out the deep square pans that chefs use for baking bread and cakes, and repeatedly add the sauce and dough layer by layer. For the bottom layer, simply add the red meat sauce and layer the noodles. For the top, add the meat sauce, white sauce, and noodles in that order, continuing until the penultimate layer, where you add a thick layer of shredded cheese, top with another layer of noodles, and then pour another layer of white sauce. Cover and bake at 250 degrees Celsius for 20 minutes. While the lasagna is baking, you can prepare the sweet and sour pork tenderloin, and 3 fresh delicacies. Pot-fried pork is a famous dish from northeast China. While it's easy to make, it takes skill to create an authentic and delicious dish. Marinate the thinly sliced meat with salt and cooking wine, then coat with starch paste and mix well. Deep fry in 70% hot oil until bubbles appear. Once all the meat is fried, increase the oil temperature and fry again on high for about 10 seconds before removing and draining. Then put the pan back on, pour in oil, add sugar, vinegar, and salt, and boil it into a slightly sticky juice. Then add thinly chopped carrots, coriander, onions, ginger, and garlic slices and stir fry. Finally, turn on high heat and pour in the fried meat slices, coat it with juice and serve. The recipes for sweet and sour pork tenderloin and sweet and sour pork are actually somewhat similar. The core of both is to coat the meat in batter, deep fry it, then reheat it to prepare the sauce, and then coat the meat in the sauce. For the 3 fresh vegetables, coat the eggplant, sweet potato, and green pepper in starch, deep fry them, and then stir fry them in the sauce. With all this in mind, Jiangyu heated up the pan once, threw in all the ingredients that needed frying, then deep fried them again. After that, he prepared the sauces for each, and added them to the pan to stir fry evenly. First came the sweet and sour pork, followed by the 3 fresh vegetables. The sweet and sour pork was the last dish to be served, as it was most likely to become soft if left out for too long. By the time these dishes were served, the lasagna was also baked. Jiangyu removed the noodles, sprinkled them with shredded cheese, and baked them in the oven for 5 minutes, and it was done. The cheese melted under the high heat, bubbling slightly around the edges to create a golden, crispy, and fragrant crust, perfect for perfection. Anina, Aunt Wolf, and Holly were already sitting at the dining table, hungry for food. Jericho and the servant set the table, and filled glasses with red wine. When Takuya and Andre emerged from the kitchen, they were greeted warmly by the crowd. A large bowl of lasagna was served, alongside sweet and sour pork tenderloin, sweet and sour pork, and succulent 3 fresh seafood. The chefs also served a thick sweet pumpkin soup. As for dessert, that was, of course, a delicacy to be enjoyed after the meal. Chapter 480. After everyone was seated, Andre's father, General Alexander, also arrived late. The father and son exchanged a glance, neither saying a word, but sitting down in tacit understanding and peace. Since it was a family dinner, there were no formalities. Everyone brought their own bowls and chopsticks, taking whatever they pleased. Those sitting closer helped those further away with dishes and soup, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. Whether it was the steaming, crispy, and fragrant sweet and sour pork smothered in sauce, the tender and sour sweet and sour pork tenderloin, the soft and delicious 3 fresh seafood, or the lasagna, whose perfect blend of milk and tomato aromas captivated everyone's senses, all were incredibly delicious and well received. Unfortunately, the chefs' meticulously prepared pumpkin soup fell flat on their faces. Chefs, biting their handkerchiefs with tears in their eyes. JPG. Thankfully, both desserts were very popular. The natural sweetness of the pumpkin in the pudding blends perfectly with the custard. The light cream on top creates a cool, fragrant, and sweet pudding. It's tender and smooth when you bite into it, and its fragrance swirls into your stomach with a sizzling swirl. The pumpkin basque cake has the rich sweetness of cheese, while the refreshing aroma of pumpkin is refreshing and brings a touch of autumnal romance. Jericho served a slightly bitter black tea, perfect for these sweet treats. White sugar has a wide market. The white sugar we make from our own sugarcane costs only 1/3 of what's available on the market. Once all the initial investment is recouped and the workers become more familiar with the process, we can further reduce losses and costs. Anina beamed at the thought. Currently, our white sugar production is enough to supply all of Shuyo's shops and our own territories. We soon be able to supply the capital. This is just the yield from the first year's trial planting. We can grow even more next year. When they sell sugar to the outside world, they don't have to lower the price too much. Just a few nickels below the market price will draw countless customers. As for the sugar supplied to Takumiyu, the price is only 10% above the actual cost, as long as they don't lose money. Of course, such a discount, almost losing money, comes with conditions. Takumiyu needs to open dessert shops in the capital and several cities and towns in Dresden's territory that Anina frequents. Simply because Anina loves sweets. Takumiyu has no objection. It doesn't matter where they open a shop, and opening it in their own territory will also exempt them from rent. She just needs to buy equipment and train pastry chefs. After a few years, when we have more sugarcane planted, we can gradually drive down the price of sugar. By then, perhaps even the poor will be able to enjoy sweets to their heart's content. Anina was full of hope for the future. That day will come. Holly swallowed the pudding in his mouth. Actually, inspired by Boss Yu, I cultivated a new type of beet. While the sugar content isn't high enough yet, I successfully extracted a small amount of sugar from the juice. I'm still working on increasing the sugar content. But the good news is, It's very cold resistant, and can be grown even in the far northern reaches of the Huntington Duchy. That's great news. General Alexander was immediately interested. The soldiers in the northern border really need this. The colder the weather, the more energy people need. Sugar and oil are both precious strategic commodities in the northern border, the dividing line between life and death. The sugarcane crop in the Lava Valley is limited, but if sugar beets can be developed that can grow well throughout the northern frontier, soldiers could grow their own vegetables, make sugar, and become self-sufficient. Seeing General Alexander, who had always been stern and arrogant, finally joined the conversation with interest, Anina exhaled slowly and nudged Andre with a smile. Ever since Andre eliminated the remnants of Evil Amun and earned the title of Earl, his relationship with General Alexander has eased considerably. Well, in Takumi's eyes, it's more like the way parents in East Asian families force themselves to say, "Let's eat." They still have a long way to go before they can fully reconcile, but at least they've taken the first step. Several Lich-related restaurants have now opened in the central town of the Royal Academy of Magic. Besides the first to open Lich's snack shop, new additions include Lich Hot Pot, Lich Malatang, and Lich Night Market Bistro. Each of these places boasts its own unique characteristics and delicious dishes, greatly enriching the culinary life of the faculty and students of the academy. Lich Hot Pot is a favorite gathering spot for students. As soon as a group sits down at a table, a waiter comes to light the stove. The hot pot offers 7 bases: Sichuan spicy, Yuanong sour soup, mushroom, clear beef, tomato, and congee. Each is a unique delicacy never before tasted by the people of Huntington. To enjoy the congee-based hot pot and its accompanying seafood, fish, and shrimp, you must make a reservation half a day in advance. The restaurant will purchase fresh seafood based on your order and cook it into a soft, thick, and glutinous porridge base. It's said that the seafood was even delivered by a flying dragon. This stuff isn't cheap, but it's truly delicious. Even if it's not for the taste, booking a table like this when entertaining guests will make the host the center of gossip at the academy for the next month. Besides the seafood delivered by dragons, the beef and mutton here are all freshly slaughtered and shipped in fresh from farms outside the capital, kept at low temperatures. Once sliced thinly, the color and texture of the meat are incredibly fresh. Each part of the beef and mutton has a different fat content and texture, some tender, others crisp. The handmade meatballs are so chewy they could almost be played like pinballs. The vegetables are also freshly supplied by the Hafa tribe. When served, each leaf is so tender and juicy that it looks as if it's just been plucked from the fields. Next to each dish, the restaurant places a small sign detailing the required cooking time. This simple and straightforward method quickly gained acceptance among the magicians and students, who were adept at keeping records of their experiments. Now, almost everyone was a master at blanching vegetables and meat. Eslin and his friends had become loyal customers of this hot pot restaurant. Ever since their chance encounter with the Lich chef, they had been obsessed with mushroom hot pot. However, after the restaurant opened, they discovered the vastness and depth of the world of hot pot, and that their superficial understanding had ultimately been too superficial. Now, they were obsessed with every hot pot base. If they weren't so financially strapped, they'd probably eat hot pot 3 times a day, 7 days a week. However, while they couldn't afford to eat it 7 times a week, 2 or 3 times a month was still manageable. Chapter 481. When 3 friends can't get together for various reasons, they solo the Lich Malatang dungeon. While there are only 2 soup bases to choose from, spicy or non-spicy, it can barely be considered a low-end version of a single-person spicy hot pot. It's also relatively affordable, and you can choose your own ingredients. If you're feeling indecisive, there are also discounted combos available. They even offer Raven delivery and overnight service. As the weather gets colder, for the ever-busy magicians, this shop is like manna in the desert, a hearth on a winter's night, a life-saving elixir. At 3 in the morning, when research is thwarted and hunger is rumbling, a raven flies through the open window with a bowl of fragrant, piping hot malatang, always moving tears to the eyes. Of course, the spiciness might also be the reason for the tears. After hot pot, do you want to go to the bistro for a game? Eslin's friend Henry rubbed his hands eagerly. I come up with a new strategy, and I really like to try it out. Sure. I'm just not sure if we can get in line. Let's finish eating early, and go check it out, Eslin said, speeding up his cooking. Lich Night Market Bistro, that's a fantastic little tavern. It sells witch beer, Dresden red wine, and Lich-inspired cocktails, along with a variety of delicious light meals and snacks to go with it. Whether it's a Magic University student looking to splash out on a few drinks after a failed experiment, a paper rejected by their advisor, or a breakup, Or perhaps they made a breakthrough in their research, received a university award, or are looking to treat themselves after a hard-earned project. Or perhaps they simply want to relax, have a few drinks, and play a few rounds of mahjong with friends or strangers. This is the perfect place. There's a dedicated board game area where enthusiasts of all kinds can gather in groups to play. Each table in the gaming area has been engraved with a field-scale amplification array by a Magic Academy instructor specializing in illusion. No matter what tier of deck of cards a player brings, they can enjoy a top-notch projection experience. Poor students mostly play with cheap decks of cards, costing 3 coppers a deck. The small deck of cards projects a simple pixelated projection, often requiring squinting to read the numbers, which is very inconvenient. However, now, anyone who sets up a table in the board game area can experience the ultimate experience of transforming a simple pixelated style into 3D high-definition VR in a split second. For just 1 copper and a ball of soul fire, an hour of gaming will leave students completely mesmerized. Although the Lich owner had foresightly considered the flow of people from the Magic Academy and the students' enthusiasm for deck of cards, building a larger storefront, it was still packed every day. Not only was the table game area always packed, but the adjacent bar and private dining areas were also constantly bustling with customers, dining, drinking, and waiting for a table. The 3 friends wolfed down their hot pot and, with their bellies bulging, arrived at the main entrance of Woolwich Night Market Bistro. It wasn't peak hour, so the line wasn't long. They quickly followed the flow of people to the main entrance and greeted the burly concierge guarding the door. "Hey, uncle, are there any seats in the table game area?" The concierge glanced at the magical parchment in his hand. "You arrived just in time. A table just left, and table 127 is now vacant. Come on in." "Wow. So lucky." The 3 of them entered the tavern, and a waitress immediately led them to an empty table in the board game area. As they passed the dining area, Lonnie spotted someone familiar. "Hey, junior sister. You're here too. Want to play cards?" The 3 of them said goodbye to the waitress, and quickly veered off course to head over to junior sister's table. They immediately spotted familiar faces sitting at her table, Dimitri and Sherry, the couple who ran the Lich snack shop. Their table was filled with the tavern's signature dishes, and there was even a small cake with candles. It looked like they were celebrating. "Huh? Junior sister, your family is here? Whose birthday is it today?" Lonnie asked curiously. "It's not a birthday." Ellie smiled brightly. "My father's leg is finally healed. We're celebrating together." "Wow! Congratulations!" Eslin exclaimed in delight. "This is such a great event. Thanks to Boss Lich." Ellie sniffed excitedly. "If it weren't for this snack shop, we probably wouldn't have earned enough money to cover the medical expenses." "That's not necessarily true. After all, Ellie has a great talent for magic, and you guys are really hardworking. You earn enough money sooner or later. But it's truly a great thing that he's been healed now. Ellie, you can now focus on your research." The 3 seniors offered their congratulations again, said goodbye to the junior sister, and walked over to the side, feeling her up. "What should I do? This is the first time I heard about this, and I don't have any gifts prepared? Or maybe we should just settle their bill secretly?" "Great idea." The 3 of them chatted quietly with the waitress leading the way, repeatedly asking her to keep it a secret. She took the purse they handed her and smiled. "Okay, leave it to me." Feeling they'd done a good deed, the 3 happily walked to the tabletop gaming area and took their seats. They were quickly matched with a lone card player, and they took out their leaf cards and began to clash on the large tabletop, illuminated by a high-definition, real-life magic projection. They fought tooth and nail, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had already passed. Eslin patted his slightly deflated stomach and said, "Should we order something?" "Yes, yes, yes." The men nodded vigorously. Just then, the waitress arrived with a large plate of food. Eslin was stunned. "Huh? We haven't ordered yet. This was reserved by your junior sister before she left." The waitress covered her mouth with a smirk. "She knew it was you who paid, and she accepted your kindness. As a token of her gratitude, she used her employee benefits to order a large family meal for you. This is our signature dish. If it weren't for employee benefits, even making a reservation would normally take months. You guys have such a great relationship." "Wow. That's so sweet." Ronnie poked her head in. "What's in the set menu?" "Black tofu meatballs, braised shrimp with mushrooms and cream, grilled pork neck, raw beef tartare, grilled corn, and truffle fries." The young woman reached out and tapped the table, and it snapped into a 2-tiered, 3-dimensional shape. The magic game board on top floated in the air, while the lower surface still held dishes and utensils, allowing for both eating and gaming. Chapter 482. Having already battled all night, the three of them, unfailingly, invited the casual player to join them for a late-night snack. The student was deeply touched and immediately placed an order for drinks for the three of them. After all this friendly interaction, all the diners were delighted, and the waitress, who had profited from the extra orders, was even happier. "By the way, have you heard?" the casual player asked. "The boss of the Lich group is teaming up with High Priestess Anina of the Moon Worship Cult to host the Huntington Cup Leaf Card Tournament." "Wow!" The three of them were surprised. "We never heard of that." Then they began to discuss it in a frenzy. "Where will it be held? What's the format? Wait, since it's co-hosted by the Lich group, won't there be delicious food?" "The preliminaries will be held across the country, and the finals should be held in the royal capital." The casual player said, "I heard our academy will also be holding a preliminaries. I heard the professors whispering that the preliminaries will probably be held after final exams, perfect for winter break and the new year. The specific date and schedule haven't been determined yet, but there will definitely be all sorts of new delicacies. The prizes for winning are also generous. I heard the top 10 will receive a Lich group food pass of varying durations, and the winner will even have a chance to meet His Majesty the King." He lowered his voice. "There's also a rumor that those who perform well in the competition might be noticed by the Lich group and receive a job offer." Not surprising. Leaf cards are strategic battles related to governing territory. Players who excel will be noticed by the nobles. Isn't that natural? Before Henry could react, Lonnie nudged him with his elbow. "Is that the point?" "The point is working for Boss Lich." "Yes." "Those magicians who were invited by Viscount Wilshire to work in Eston West City never returned," Estlin said, a look of immense envy on his face. This statement might sound a bit scary to those who didn't understand, but those in the know knew its true meaning. It said that the Academy was initially worried about those magicians who never returned, but after the Academy secretary, responsible for liaison, tirelessly announced their daily work meal menu, the number of magicians submitting resumes to Eston West City suddenly tripled. If Boss Lich hadn't opened several new shops in Central Town, even more people would have wanted to leave. But hasn't Boss Lich taken over Count Canberra's territory now? She'd probably need a lot of manpower, right? Estlin asked. That being said, taking over a new territory isn't an easy task. Especially since the Countess of Canberra and the Earl of Rosewood are both established royal nobles. Their families have long been deeply rooted in these territories, and their influence is truly complex. Even though these two families have fallen, some residual power and influence still linger. I heard that Boss Lich and Earl Andre only visited the new territory briefly, completed the paperwork, and made a few appearances before heading off to the Lava Valley for vacation. For now, most people are waiting to see where they open their next restaurant and decide if it suits their tastes. Everyone fell silent. There was a time when the magicians of Huntington never considered their tastes when planning their future careers. Only a few months had passed, and times had truly changed. With the onset of winter, Huntington, save for the Lava Valley, was transformed into a silvery world of ice and snow. The bustle of the autumn harvest had completely ended, and the nobles mostly flocked to the capital to begin the social season, while the common people began their winter retreat. In the eyes of the people of Huntington, winter is the most boring season. For the nobles, every day was the same boring tea parties and dances, with the same old gossip that made one sleepy. For the common people, winter meant no farming, fewer odd jobs, and the cold weather meant more energy, so they avoided going out if possible. However, this winter was a little different. First, the Lich dessert shop chain opened in numerous locations, including the royal capital, the central town of the Magic Academy, West Eston, and Dresden. A sweet, fragrant aroma filled the city. While this was merely an exaggeration, many people braved the cold, bundled up, and squatted near the dessert shops to inhale the wonderful aroma of freshly baked desserts. There were the butterfly pastries, generously filled with butter, baked to a crisp and fragrant hue, shaped like a butterfly about to take flight. There were the small, round, saucer-like tarts, with puff pastry wrapped in soft, springy, pudding-like solidified egg liquid. There were the milk hadou, sprinkled with white icing and filled with thick layers of fresh cream, resembling a puff pastry, yet also resembling a hot dog dessert variant. There were the finger-long sea salt cheese crisps, with a rich, cheesy aroma and a sweet and salty taste. Filled with thick cream, shaped like a unicorn's horn, and topped with fragrant sesame seeds. With each batch of freshly baked desserts, the staff would set aside some for tasting, cutting them into small pieces, and serving them to those queuing at the door and passers-by. The nobility never queued up to buy these internet-famous products themselves, but the impoverished nearby, sniffing the scent, unexpectedly got a chance to take advantage. They were all thrilled, savoring even the smallest sample, the size of a thumbnail, bit by bit, cherishing it with all their heart. The aroma of the most traditional, exquisite, and generously prepared desserts, carrying with them the joyful memories of craftsmen, is reborn in towns and cities across the world. My eldest brother is in charge of selling soy sauce for our family. After work, he spends most of the year in Shanghai. It's there that he met my sister-in-law. During the years we were dating, every time he came home, he'd bring me a bunch of classic desserts from century-old shops. He say my sister-in-law heard I love gourmet food, so she got up early and queued up at the bakery downstairs from the hotel to buy them. The line there easily stretched from Huanghe Road all the way to Nanjing Road. Jiangyu, holding Andre's hand, watched from across the street as the shop assistants distributed sample desserts to passers-by, murmuring to him about his family. Then my brother would catch the afternoon flight or high-speed train, carefully transporting them all the way home. I always had a great time eating them. I felt that those already incredibly delicious desserts not only carried the weight of a century of history, but also the care and love my family had given me. It's wonderful, Andre said. Although he didn't understand many of the terms, he felt the warmth of the heart. After that, I specifically researched how to make these desserts. When my sister-in-law came home for Spring Festival, I made them for her. She was so happy that time. Chapter 483. Jiangyu sniffed. Ah, I'm feeling a little homesick. She pulled a light blue soul fire from her chest and crunched it in her mouth. A little sour, the taste of homesickness. This wasn't the first time Andre had seen Jiangyu self-sufficiently consume his own soul fire, but he still found it quite amusing. Jianyu's adorable antics were so numerous, he never tired of them. Jianyu looked up at Andre and suddenly saw a barrage of comments flash past his head. She raised her hand and rubbed her eyes. The string of words love you, love you, love you appeared without warning and vanished into thin air in an instant, as if blocked by some mysterious force. Ah! Could it be that I've been consuming too much soul fire lately, negating the moon goddess's blessing? Jianyu muttered to himself. Andre tilted his head, looking like a confused Doberman at that moment. Aw, no, nothing. We should go check out the card game tournament venue. Jianyu laughed and once again took Andre's muscular arm. Let's go! With the announcement of the Huntington Cup card game tournament, Lich Night Market Bistro opened in advance in every city where the preliminary rounds would be held, ushering in this scorching winter. The board game tavern business model had already withstood the test of the students at the Royal Magic Academy, and the first wave of staff who had mastered the business model were promoted to managers and transferred across the country. To accommodate the gaming and spectating needs of the large number of card game players, each tavern was sizable. The board game area will serve as the venue for the preliminary rounds, while the bar dining area will serve as a viewing area. Jianyu, a fan of using photo crystals, collaborated with the magicians at the Magic Academy to develop photo crystals and projection screens for live broadcasts of matches, ensuring that viewers nationwide can watch the live broadcasts of the matches on the large projection screens at every bistro branch. The medieval people, who had never imagined such a use, suddenly realized live broadcasts of matches through magic, leaping straight from the 9th century to the 21st. This leap was truly thrilling. In addition to the bistro branches, Jianyu also had the magicians build additional large and small screens, which he sold at considerable prices to magic academies, nobles, and wealthy merchants. Of course, the moon worship cult, represented by His Majesty the King and Anina, also purchased a number of screens at a 20% discount. This effectively dispersed the crowds of spectators. The king, nobles, and wealthy merchants stayed at home, believers went to church, and students went to the academy. The remaining common players could gather in warm taverns, enjoying delicious food while watching the big screen. Everyone had their own viewing spot, which made conflict less likely. As taverns opened everywhere, Jiangyu also came up with a new initiative. She acquired all the animal liches of the same species as Xiaoniango from all over the country, primarily bone falcons, bone ravens, bone parrots, and bone hamsters. These animal liches signed contracts with Jiangyu and were managed by Xiaoniango, specifically responsible for collecting money from these shops. Oh no, collecting soul fire. Every few days, Xiaoniango would cross the netherworld to visit a branch to collect soul fire. Of course, a small portion of the soul fire would become the salary of the animal liches and Xiaoniango, as agreed, while the remaining soul fire earnings would be distributed by Jiangyu. The emotionally stable soul fire is primarily supplied to Takuya, the weavers working within the Lich group, and a small number of undead employees. These employees' salaries are generally divided into two parts, cash and soul fire, and the monthly payout ratio can be adjusted based on their immediate needs, a truly considerate approach. Those seemingly toxic negative emotions are carefully bottled and stored by Takuya, serving as strategic self-defense weapons. Although she is now a powerful countess, protected by the kingdom's knights, thinking of the changes she has made in so many lives since her arrival in this world, Takuya feels she still needs to improve her combat effectiveness. Take the weavers, for example. They are perhaps the group whose lifestyles have undergone the greatest changes. With this supply of emotionally stable soul fire, the weavers no longer have to fear losing control at any moment, transforming into giant, devastating spiders and wrecking their homes. Gradually, people besides Takuya are willing to employ these efficient and reliable women. They excel at weaving, but not all of them are devoted to it. Many cicadas, after joining the reading club, opened the door to a new world and enrolled in classes at the newly opened public magic school in the western part of Eston. More and more cicadas chose to move from their former small villages to the bustling cities. They even became the first new residents to move into the newly acquired Delanceta County by Takumiyu. Given the cicada's former reputation as a dangerous force, the remaining forces of Countess Canberra in that land dared not provoke them. Just kidding. Who dares to mess with a group of terrifying women who can transform into giant spiders at any moment? They arrive with nothing but bags, carrying no money or possessions. If a fight breaks out, it be the locals' houses that get demolished. With the departure of these weavers, their male partners, long hidden in marriage, family, and work, are forced to make some changes. Some men resent the changes brought about by the abominable Lich, and they frequently curse the women who violate ancestral customs and precepts by leaving the village to strive for success. Perhaps at first, some were still afraid of them, but as more and more weavers learn magic and take steps towards a new life, the intimidation they pose diminishes. Gradually, no one pays attention to their words anymore. The men who see these cursing men simply sneer and walk away with disdain, continuing to live their lives. Some men breathe a visibly relieved sigh. They no longer have to worry about their wives losing control and transforming into terrifying giant spiders, biting their heads off. Those whose relationships were already strained took advantage of this opportunity to part ways, while those who were already deeply in love became even more inseparable. These husbands, who already loved their wives, were the first to support them in mustering the courage to leave the village. They moved to the city with their families. Those who found work worked alongside their wives, while those who couldn't stay home to take care of the children. After letting go of their strange obsession with face, and their desire to control their partners, the men gradually regained their rationality, and were able to see that life at home was improving. Chapter 484. Most limited thinking only occurs within a small, enclosed, and confined area. Once they ventured beyond the confines of their small village, they discovered that there were always people better than them, mountains beyond mountains, and heavens beyond heaven. Things like face, which they once considered more important than life and death, were now insignificant in the eyes of those in the big city. No one recognized the strangers they passed by, and people cared little about such trivial matters. What was the point of gossiping about an unknown loser? The Lich boss's new shop and the thriving leaf card tournament were the hot topics of the day. People didn't care who could afford to marry or who insisted on being single. They simply informed the patrolling kingdom knights when they heard a fight or noise from their neighbors. Then, news of cowardly criminals thrown into prison for only assaulting their own family became a topic of conversation. Regardless of gender or race, people's perspectives were always shattered by the impact of vast cultural differences, then gradually reshaped by the influence of the people and events around them. Even if it's difficult to change some deeply ingrained, corrupted ideas quickly, as long as enough people share the right perspective, humans, naturally inclined to follow the crowd, will eventually find their place within the group. Jiangyu felt that as the new lord, he had the ability to accelerate this process. In fact, in this magical Middle Ages, the difference in ability between men and women wasn't significant. Any physical differences could be compensated for with magical power. However, after research, Jiangyu discovered that the biggest problem lay in the issue of reproduction. Even in the magical world, the physiological state of humanity, broadly defined, hasn't changed much. Furthermore, when it comes to childbirth, even for egg-laying spider spirits, the mother's physiological investment is far greater than the father's. At the time of conception, the father's biological responsibility for continuing the offspring has already been fulfilled, while the subsequent burden of pregnancy, childbirth, and raising the child until at least 2 years old falls largely on the mother. Human children are generally weaned by 2 years old, after which the mother can temporarily gain some freedom. This assumes that someone still needs to continue caring for the child. And this doesn't even include the high mortality rate during childbirth. Giving birth is a daunting task in modern times, and medieval medical care was extremely poor. Even with magical treatment was extremely expensive and unaffordable for ordinary people. The mortality rate at every stage of pregnancy, childbirth, and even after birth was alarmingly high, making childbirth a leading cause of death for women in this era. In a world where death is already a high risk, the mortality rate of women in childbirth is comparable to that of men in battle. Whether working on the farm or employed, pregnant women struggle to become effective laborers. No matter how much sympathy bosses may harbor for these women, they fear that if they ask them to do something, they might bend over and die right in front of them. Give them a day off. Even if there's no such thing as a confinement period, they should at least be allowed 10 days or half a month of rest, not to mention that a baby still needs care. If they're given a few more months off, who's going to do the work for the rest of the year? Wouldn't they have to hire someone? If they don't work for a year or two, they can't afford to pay their wages, and not paying them seems unethical. And what if they have no other source of income? Won't they starve to death at home? The Principality of Huntington lacks modern laws to protect women's rights in this area, leaving it entirely up to the employer's conscience. And small business owners can't afford such turmoil. Their own businesses are often struggling on the brink of collapse, and a little kindness towards others could very well lead to their own bankruptcy. If it's a kind and familiar person, they might wait and say, "Come back when your child is older." But a less ruthless boss might simply fire them out. From the employer's perspective, compared to the financial pressure and moral agonies of hiring a woman who needs to bear children, they naturally prefer to hire a man who doesn't have to bear children. It's stable, less likely to die, doesn't require long leave, and is simpler and more cost-effective. Jiangyu. Fortunately, she's an immortal skeleton who doesn't need to bear children. Immortal races generally don't consider having children. This is an established principle of the world. Jiang sighed softly. Luckily, neither she nor Andre had any desire to have children. Andre was still planning to obtain a phylactery, and upon his death, he would transform himself into a lich. Then, as a pair, they could travel, eat delicious food, and investigate cases, whether as skeletons or in the flesh. This was the true meaning of a lasting love. If they truly desired an heir, they could follow the traditions of the Huntington royal family and Earl Sokka, and adopt a few kind-hearted orphans with good qualities, and raise them well. But the situation in the Duchy of Huntington is relatively easy to resolve. After all, even a girl can inherit their throne. First, we need to improve medical care to reduce the risk of childbirth mortality. Then, we need to improve childbirth benefits within the territory and build reliable nurseries, kindergartens, and elementary schools. This will give parents a way out. Annie Wolf is familiar with this matter. After all, she's a professional in this field. These public facilities give priority to hiring mothers who have given birth and want to return to the workplace. They can care for their own children, and they can also look after multiple children. Why not make money if you can? Teach them a few more dishes suitable for children. 3 meals a day are all covered. Even parents after get off work can come along for dinner. Well, they have to pay for it, After get off work, I pick up the children, have dinner together, and then I go home free and have the mood and time to play with them, deepening the parent-child bond. How wonderful. Let's start with the cicadas as a pilot. Oh, and we need to increase publicity, and give those village elders a heads up. Jiangyu pondered, chuckling. Let's start with, let them see the cicadas as real people. Let them learn to respect their own choices. Don't try to restrict others' lives under the pretext of doctrine or rules. Girls should live colorful lives. As long as it's within the law, they can live the way they want. They don't have to dress like men or deliberately look ugly to demonstrate their independence. They can dress themselves up, grow their hair long or cut it short, remain single or have many sweet romances. Well, preferably not all at the same time, but even becoming a sea king wouldn't matter. All girls deserve respect as living beings. They shouldn't be manipulated by anyone. Whether it's to bear children or to be exploited as a sacrifice for power, not even their parents or relatives can make decisions for them. The only people who can control their lives are themselves. Even if they stumble and hit walls along the way, no one can stop them from pursuing their dreams. Chapter 485. Thus, in the bitter cold of winter, in Delancey County, the former domain of Countess Canberra, now belonging to Countess Jiangyu, a multitude of new buildings sprang up like mushrooms after rain, quietly incorporating themselves into people's lives before they even realized the change. Oro City is the largest city in Delancey County, 1.5 times the size of Eston West City. It lies beside the largest mountain range northeast of the Principality of Huntington. It sits in the southwest corner of this range, only tens of kilometers from the foot of the highest peak. The icy wind blew in from the west, crashing against the peaks and transforming into even colder snowflakes that drifted down over Oro's city. "No, please don't kick us out on a snowy day like this." A woman's voice broke the silence of the snowy night. "Please give me a few more days, and I make up the rent." "You've been saying that for 3 months now." The landlord callously tossed Joanna's luggage out. "Take your child and get out. This place has been rented out." The door slammed shut in front of Joanna, and a gust of cold wind blew. She quickly grabbed the tattered blanket the landlord had roughly tossed to the floor, and wrapped herself and the baby in her arms tightly. She had little luggage, only 2 small bags. Now that seemed like a good thing. After all, she had to carry the child, and she wouldn't have been able to carry any more. "But where can we go?" she said desperately, looking at the falling snow, her heart filled with desolation. It was late, and the dark streets were deserted. Because of the cold, snowy night, all the houses were shut. Holding her child in one hand, a bundle on her back, and another in her other hand, she trudged toward the city center. She remembered there was a hotel there. Though she had little money left, winter was a time of few travelers, and she might be able to persuade the owner to give her a room, even if it meant sleeping on the cold floor of the kitchen or woodshed, even if it meant offering something in exchange. Suddenly she sniffed, paused, and looked toward a brightly lit house nearby. The delicious aroma of food wafted from the house, and a sign hung on the doorway. This organization provides the following services. Women's and Children's Shelter, open 24 hours, welcomes all women and minors in need, providing food, shelter, hot water, medical care, and work. Please ring the bell if you need help. Daycare, 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. provides childcare, meals, education, and medical care for parents. What is this? Joanna was bewildered. She couldn't even remember when this house had appeared here, but she honestly pressed the bell. Soon, a furry Woolfolk woman, wrapped in a thick cotton jacket and a round, warm-looking nightcap, answered the door. Noticing Joanna's lips, bruised from the cold, she quickly ushered her in. "Oh, come in, before you freeze." Joanna shivered as she slipped inside. The wolf woman went out to scoop a basin of snow and quickly closed the door. Once the door was closed, the cold wind was immediately blocked out. Inside, a large fireplace, a roaring fire, radiated warmth. Aunt Wolf hung her cotton jacket by the door. She was only wearing a thick nightgown and looked quite casual. "Hello, hello. Rub your hands and feet with this snow first. Warm them up before you go to the fire, or you freeze." Joanna unwrapped the swaddling clothes from her chest and checked on her child. Seeing that he was still sleeping soundly, his hands, feet, and face rosy, she slowly exhaled and rubbed her frozen blue hands and feet with the snow. "I'm Melanho Talia. Call me Talia or Aunt Wolf." Aunt Wolf said, "This is the shelter run by our lord, the Lich Countess. Whatever difficulties you encounter, we will help you resolve them. You can rest assured and stay here. Warm yourself by the fire first. I get you something to eat, and then take you and the child to see a doctor. Winter is a time of many illnesses. You've been freezing in the snow wearing so little. Be careful not to catch a cold. Then I find you a spare room. No matter how big your problem, you and the child can get a good night's sleep first." Joanna was almost overwhelmed by Aunt Wolf's remarkably clear and enthusiastic instructions. She stammered, I don't have much money." "Oh, that's not a problem. We're a non-profit organization, so we don't charge." Aunt Wolf waved her hand, her face lovingly saying, "What do you want? Bread or rice? Fast food is the only option at this hour, but the chef should still have corn cream soup." "Soup and bread would be perfect," Joanna answered, swallowing uncontrollably. She hadn't eaten all day, and the sweet aroma of cream wafting from the depths of the room made her salivate wildly, and her stomach growled. Aunt Wolf led her to a soft chair by the fireplace, and swiftly slipped into the back of the house. A moment later, she emerged carrying a large tray. On the tray sat a deep, round, pot-bellied soup bowl filled with thick, milky corn soup. Joanna could even see thumb-sized chunks of ham floating in the soup. Beside the bowl, on a small plate, were 2 crispy, fragrant pieces of white toast, which looked very expensive. She practically trembled. Such expensive food. "Here, let me eat it." "Yes, this is your share." Aunt Wolf produced a bottle filled with warm goat's milk. "This is for your child. It's just the right temperature. Would you like to feed the child first or eat first?" "I can help you feed the child. I nursed at least 80 children. if not 100. I'm an expert at it. I feed him first. Joanna took the bottle shakily, dripping a drop on her wrist to test the temperature before quickly licking it off. The goat's milk was fragrant, and the temperature was just right. Her child, having been starved 9 times in 3 days, had grown much smaller than his peers. As soon as the bottle was brought to his lips, the infant greedily seized the nipple and began sucking, drinking rapidly and forcefully. Half the bottle of goat's milk was quickly empty. Joanna picked up the child and burped him loudly. Only then did she feel at ease. Aunt Wolf placed the child in the cradle nearby while she wolfed down her only late meal of the day. Chapter 486. 2 large slices of toast, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, fragrant and soft. Joanna nibbled away a piece without even trying. The moment she dipped it into the soup, she was even more astonished. She immediately fell into her classic state of silent, deep-seated devotion. Only after she had consumed the entire bowl of this thick, almost non-Newtonian fluid, with chunks of diced chicken, sweet potatoes, celery, carrots, and other delicious ingredients nestled beneath, did Joanna let out a hearty burp of relief. All her sanity returned instantly. Whereas Joanna, who had just been thinking with such generous terms, the Lich Lord wouldn't want my soul, now had only this. Such a delicious dinner. If the Lich Lord wants my soul, he can take it. She had completely transformed into a zealot. After entertaining the child for a while, Aunt Wolf carried all the empty bowls and plates into the kitchen. Then, she led the mother and child through a door, and a long corridor, to a door with a sign reading infirmary. She knocked. "Come in." An elderly voice came from inside. "Hey, old Duke, come check on them." Aunt Wolf opened the door and gently pushed Joanna, who was holding the child, into the room. Joanna immediately recognized the old doctor, Duke, sitting at the examination table in his bird-beak doctor's uniform, but without his mask. Duke was a renowned bird-beak doctor in Orosei. He knew a vast array of healing magic. Legend had it that anyone with the money to pay for his services could successfully rescue someone from the goddess of death, even if they were only breathing their last breath. However, his consultation fee was far too high. Typically only the nobility could afford it. But fortunately, old Duke was a kind man who accepted credit. In emergencies, he would save lives first, then make them pay for their lives. "Oh, it's Joanna." Old Duke recognized her, and said apologetically, "It's a shame I couldn't save your husband. If he had been found sooner, if he had still breathed, I could have brought him back." What a pity. Joanna's husband was a guard escorting goods for a trading company. 3 months ago, their company received a large order, and for the sake of their newborn son and the approaching winter, her husband gritted his teeth, canceled his vacation, and forced himself into the escort team. Unfortunately, they encountered robbers, and her husband slipped and fell off a cliff. He wasn't found until a day later. When old Duke was called to his side, he had already breathed his last. Sad memories flooded her mind. Joanna sniffed and handed the baby to old Duke for examination. The light of the inspection magic swept over their bodies one by one. Old Duke smiled and said, "You both have some nutritional deficiencies, but overall you're in good health. Stay here for a few more days. The Lord's delicious food will nourish you." Joanna sniffed again, smiled, and took her son. After thanking old Duke, she nervously followed Aunt Wolf out the door. "Don't you have to pay for the consultation?" she asked Aunt Wolf, her voice carefully lowered. "No. Old Duke is paid by the Lord, so you don't have to worry about that." Aunt Wolf led her up to the 2nd floor, opening a door. "Here, this is your room. Here's the key. La Nana's already asleep at this hour. I take you to see her tomorrow morning." "La Nana? Who is she?" Joanna asked. "La Nana is the one in charge of this shelter. She's a weaver. But don't be afraid. She has a supply of soul fire from Xiaoyu. Ahem, the Lord. Unless an outside enemy attacks the shelter, she won't transform into a giant spider." Auntie Wolf said, "I just been bored lately, so I've been following Xiaoyu around the shelters, traveling and lending a hand. Everyone's been busy all day and tired this evening, so I volunteered to help keep watch while they all go to bed." Joanna, seeing how reliable Auntie Wolf is, she thought she was the one in charge. Auntie Wolf helped Joanna light the small fireplace in the room, and warmth immediately spread throughout the room, which wasn't cold to begin with. Joanna walked to the window, intending to open it for some fresh air, but was surprised to find that, despite being closed, fresh air was still filtering through the glass. Oddly, she didn't feel the cold at all. "Those are dragon glass windows." Aunt Wolf saw her confusion and explained with a smile, "They're programmed to expel carbon monoxide and let in magically warm fresh air. In short, they automatically ventilate without letting in cold air." "Joanna, Wow, so classy. There are many rooms here. Remember your room number and keep your key with you. There's a shared bathroom and toilet at the end of the hallway. The bathrooms have free hot water, so don't waste it. Only girls live on the second floor and above. Get some rest. I come take you to the cafeteria for breakfast at 8 a.m. tomorrow and meet Lanana. Aunt Wolf smiled kindly. Perhaps you have a chance to meet our lord, Count Jianyu. Joanna nervously scratched her tattered dress. She had never seen a noble before, not even from a distance. To her, the nobility was essentially an unattainable symbol. She saw Aunt Wolf off, thinking about the possibility of meeting a noble tomorrow, and grabbed a change of towels and clothes. She went to the bathroom and washed herself thoroughly. The water was warm, and there was even complimentary alchemical shower gel. It smelled delicious, and after her bath, Joanna felt as fragrant as a flower. She gently washed her son with a clean towel and hot water, cradling the milk-scented baby in the soft, warm bed. She felt as if she were in a beautiful dream, almost wondering if she had frozen to death in the snowstorm, and then ascended to heaven. She slept soundly all night long. Perhaps the room was so comfortable that even her usually boisterous son slept soundly, barely crying. When Joanna woke, her son, eyes wide open, was tugging at her hair and giggling. She had just finished changing his diaper and getting herself ready when someone knocked on the door. Good morning. It's Aunt Wolf. Would you like to join us for breakfast? I'd be right there. Joanna shoved the key into her pocket, strapped her son to her back with a piece of cloth, and extinguished the remaining flames in the fireplace before hurriedly opening the door. Good morning, Aunt Wolf. Chapter 487. Joanna's condition was noticeably better than when she first arrived last night. Aunt Wolf nodded with satisfaction and led her downstairs, explaining the various areas of the mansion along the way. This mansion was originally the Countess of Campbell's property in this city. It has now been awarded by His Majesty the King to Count Takuyu. The house is so large that I couldn't use it, so we converted it into a shelter and nursery. From the second floor up are all residential rooms, some empty, some occupied, mostly girls like you, with no one to rely on, some with children, some alone. The first floor entrance is the reception room, which houses the nursery, dining room, and infirmary. She led Joanna through the fireplace-lined reception room from the previous night and walked to the right. This was once the Countess of Campbell's ballroom and living room, but it has now been converted into a nursery and playroom. The dining room and kitchen over there have been combined to form the dining room. You visited the infirmary last night. Joanna nodded and followed Aunt Wolf into the dining hall. The dining hall was large, with many simple but functional long tables flanked by wooden chairs. Many people had already taken their meals and were seated at their seats on either side of the long tables, engrossed in their meals. Each expression was filled with exceptional devotion, reverence, and enjoyment. Thinking of last night's delicious meal, Joanna couldn't help but lick her lips. At one end of the dining hall was a row of windows, through which she could see the simple, brightly lit kitchen. Joanna peered in, and saw that the first window was filled with a variety of breads, cakes, and sweet-smelling pastries she couldn't name. The second window was neatly stacked with metal boxes, the third window held several huge soup pots, and the fourth window was dedicated to cows and goats' milk. The food here is free. You can help yourself. Just don't waste anything. Auntie Wolf took a wooden tray and began selecting food at the window. Take whatever you like. Don't hesitate. Joanna followed her example, picking up an empty tray and placing a fork and spoon on it. Then, blushing slightly, she took the same toast she had last night. Try this. Auntie Wolf placed a tin box on her tray. This is today's special. She led Joanna directly to the fourth counter and got a bottle of goat's milk for the baby. Joanna glanced reluctantly at the soup pot in the third window, then down at the toast and the nonsensical tin box on her plate. Obediently, she followed Auntie Wolf to the empty seat at the long table. As usual, she began by feeding her son the goat's milk. Then, she saw Auntie Wolf lift the lid of the tin box, revealing the griddle of dishes inside. Joanna, ? She hadn't expected the plain iron box to hold such a secret. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and she nearly poked the pacifier into her son's nostrils. Fortunately, the baby grasped the pacifier with perfect accuracy and began to suck vigorously. Auntie Wolf was still teaching her the secret to opening the lid. There's a little groove here. Use the handle of a fork to push it open. Joanna quickly fed her son, burped him skillfully, and, following Auntie Wolf's example, opened the lid. Sure enough, she saw 4 compartments filled with dishes. The iron box was rectangular and a little hot. Inside, it was divided into 4 compartments, some large and some small, filled with steaming hot dishes. The largest compartment held emerald green, fresh spinach. All green vegetables are rare delicacies in winter. In a world of ice and snow, even an ordinary wild vegetable can fetch exorbitant prices. The medium compartment held fragrant pork ribs, with a few things that looked like fermented soybeans nestled in the middle. The other medium compartment held a small, round, soft, white object that bounced back when pressed. It was sprinkled with dried osmanthus flowers, and had a sweet aroma. The smaller compartment held golden, slightly soft strands of an unknown object, mixed with celery and drizzled with a brown sauce that smelled of a pleasant bean aroma. Spinach, pork ribs with fermented black beans, osmanthus rice cakes, celery and bean curd sheets. Auntie Wolf listed the dishes one by one. Xiaoyu said that big pot meals are difficult to prepare and don't taste good when they are. With too many people, you have to stir-fry a lot of dishes. Throwing them all into the pot, a spatula pokes in, and the bottom gets mushy, while the top isn't cooked, and the seasoning can't be mixed evenly. She came up with this idea and had the dwarves make a large number of these iron boxes. The cooks helping out in the kitchen simply placed the washed and cut vegetables, meat, and frozen pastries into designated compartments, add seasoning, cover, and steam them all in the steamer. The iron boxes conduct heat quickly, preventing steam from escaping, thus retaining warmth and moisture. Each compartment has a fixed capacity and steaming time, and the recipes are carefully adjusted to ensure health and nutrition, without the risk of undercooked or overcooked food. The prepared iron boxes are kept in the refrigerator. When there are many people, a batch is steamed. When there are fewer people, they can be steamed as needed. It's very convenient. They usually only prepare a single day's supply and consume it that day, never leaving it overnight. While Aunt Wolf was happily explaining, Joanna was already clutching osmanthus cake in one hand and stabbing pork ribs with a fork, shoveling them into her mouth. She didn't see anything wrong with a sweet and salty bite. All she could think about was delicious, delicious, delicious. The dishes change every day, but the recipes are all Xiaoyu's, so they're all equally delicious. Although steaming is the only method, the flavors are far from monotonous. It's more than just boring. Joanna couldn't help but mutter to herself. She never tasted anything so delicious in her life. Meat, sweet pastries, and green vegetables, and it was winter. She had never tasted yuba before, but she fell in love with it the moment she tried it. Soft yet slightly chewy, it slid across her tongue like silk. The perfect saltiness and the refreshing aroma of celery, combined with the rich, savory aroma of beans, filled her mouth. It was so delicious, she almost wanted to swallow her tongue. This steamed dish. Even if the dishes were the same every day, she could eat them forever. After a full meal, Joanna was incredibly satisfied. She burped slowly, suddenly realizing that last night's soup pales in comparison to today's dishes. Wait! Where did this extravagant thought come from? Yesterday at noon, she couldn't even afford a piece of dry, hard black bread. Joanna reflected deeply on herself and said to Aunt Wolf, a little embarrassed, "Well, I can't stay here for free." "Oh, that's what I was going to tell you." Aunt Wolf raised her paw and waved to the woman who had just entered the restaurant. "Lanana. This way." Chapter 488. A tall woman named Lanana nodded to Aunt Wolf, quickly brought the meal over, and sat down across from Joanna. Lanana was beautiful, but her beauty was also quite aggressive, giving the impression of being formidable. Joanna's mind flashed through countless terrifying childhood fairy tales about cicadas suddenly transforming into giant spiders and devouring entire villages, and she couldn't help but shudder. "Newcomer last night? I'm so sorry. I should have been the one to greet you." Lanana gave Joanna a welcoming smile, the sharp aggression that had been spreading around her instantly diminishing. "Did you sleep well last night?" "Good, very good." Joanna was a little nervous, but remembering the warm, comfortable room and large bed last night, a happy smile still touched her lips. "That's good." Lanana nodded. "Let me introduce myself again. My name is Lanana, and I'm the director of this shelter. As you can see, we're a non-profit organization founded by Lord Jiangyu. Aside from the optional fees at the nursery and fines for violators, everything here is free." "What are the fines for violators?" Joanna asked cautiously. "For example, maliciously damaging the shelter's facilities, wasting water and food." Lanana took out a rectangular card, turned it over, and pointed to the small print on the back. "The rules you need to follow are written here. Do you recognize them? If not, I read them to you." "Yes, I used to be an accountant for the Chamber of Commerce. I quit after I married my husband." Joanna's expression darkened again as she recalled the past. She took the card and read it carefully, Finding the rules to be fairly straightforward, they were basic and reasonable requirements. For example, meals could only be consumed within the shelter, and could not be taken out or sold. If you took more than one portion, and couldn't finish it, you would have to pay a fine upon leaving the restaurant, payable in gold or sulfire. However, the shelter also encouraged sharing among friends. For example, if 2 people felt 1 portion wasn't enough, and 2 portions were too much, they could pool together and take 3 portions, splitting 1 equally. The same went for water. Each person was given a daily quota, and any excess would require payment. Using violence or verbal intimidation against anyone in the shelter, or stealing food, water, or supplies, was strictly prohibited. Discovering and verifying the situation would result in immediate expulsion from the shelter. In short, friendly sharing and not wasting even a drop of food or water were encouraged, but violence was strictly prohibited. Joanna flipped the card over and found her name and room number written on it, along with a daily water allowance. "This card is for you," Lanana said. "You need to insert the card when you draw water." Joanna's heart sank again. "What about the water I used last night? Aunt Wolf gave you temporary access last night. You came in late at night, and I'm the only one who can use this card. I can't let this little procedural issue delay your water use." Lanana waved her hand, sounding very agreeable. "Besides, that amount of water was already counted towards your allotment yesterday. By the way, you have a baby, right? There's a supply window next to the cafeteria. You can use this card to get diapers, clothes, and firewood for your fireplace. You're also not allowed to take more than you need or resell, but the free portion should be enough for your daily needs." Joanna mentally calculated the amount of water on the card and nodded. "However, our accommodation isn't completely free," Lanana said. "First, you need to keep your living area and the common areas clean and restore the restroom and bathroom after use. Second, there are so many women and children in need, and we don't have unlimited rooms. Normally, we only allow those seeking help to stay here for 3 months, but in special circumstances, this period can be extended. You have a baby and are alone. Given your situation, we estimate that you can stay here for 18 months. During your temporary stay, we will help you find suitable employment and permanent housing. After your temporary stay, if you need someone to look after your child during the day while you work, you can send him to our daycare and pick him up at night." Joanna took a deep breath and excitedly shook Lanana's hand. "Will you help me find a job?" "Yes, if you lack certain job skills, you can attend the classes we offer during your temporary stay. But since you can read, write, and keep accounts, things will be much easier." Lanana smiled. "Both our shelter and the Lich group are very short on staff. You can go with Aunt Wolf to the recruitment office later to see if there's a job you're interested in. Are you hiring here?" Her eyes lit up. "Can I stay and work here?" "Of course I can, but I wouldn't recommend it," Lanana said. "We operate entirely on taxes allocated by the Lich Lord, so our finances aren't very strong. All food and supplies are provided directly by the Lord. Although food and lodging are included, the wages are extremely low. Compared to the other positions we offer, this is the worst option. We hope to enable more women to gain a foothold in this world with their own 2 feet, and to earn a bright future for themselves and their families with their own hands. You have talent. Don't let the current conditions here blind you. Take a step forward, and you see a wider world." "But can you still find such delicious food there?" Joanna said subconsciously. "Of course." Lanana and Aunt Wolf both laughed. "When you make money, you not only be able to enjoy these steamed dishes, but also even more delicious stir-fries and fried foods, and live a life of buying whatever you want." Joanna couldn't imagine such a future, but she couldn't help but be drawn to Lanana's description. After breakfast, Lanana took her, holding her child, for a stroll. She saw the cooks diligently assembling vegetables and meat into metal boxes in the kitchen, the manager busily counting supplies in the warehouse, and the teachers enthusiastically telling stories to the children in the nursery, leading them in songs and dances. She saw happy smiles on the women's faces, the children jumping and playing, yet quietly sitting down at the teacher's whistle, and the familiar stream of parents arriving at the nursery, registering their children, leaving them with the teachers, and then paying for dinner after get-off work. Everywhere was vibrant. Chapter 489. Jiangyu slowly awoke, the fire in her eyes slowly igniting from dim sparks into flames. She yawned and stretched with one hand, her slow mind belatedly realizing something seemed amiss. Turning her head, she saw the entire bone of her right hand cradled in Andre's arms. The Doberman Knight, sound asleep, dreaming of something, nuzzled her bones and smacked his lips. Dogs dream of sleeping with bones in their arms. This was a dream come true, wasn't it? She silently remotely controlled the bone claw, and the bone crept out of Andre's arms, restlessly rubbing here and there. By the time she had successfully retrieved her disobedient claw, Andre had woken up. "Good morning, little bone." He rubbed his eyes and muttered, looking out the window. "It's still snowing hard outside. Won't you sleep a little longer?" Gio put his arm back in place with a click. She glanced at the falling snow outside, the still burning fireplace inside, and the knight reclining at the headboard, his lower body covered only by a soft, cloud-like silk quilt, revealing his graceful muscular form. Her yellow eyes instantly ignited, and with a roar, she transformed into a human form and pounced on him. In the dead of winter, the longer you lie in bed, the better you feel. Giulio and his friends were currently staying in the former Countess of Canberra's castle on the outskirts of Orosei. As Queen Isabella's best friend and Doris's godmother, the Countess of Canberra possessed immense wealth, with luxurious properties scattered throughout her domain. After the king executed the Countess of Canberra and her followers for treason, Jiangyu inherited her entire estate. However, Jiangyu herself had no interest in constantly moving from one place to another, and constantly busying herself with property management. She only kept this castle to fulfill her princess dream of living in one. The rest of the property was put to proper use. The farm outside the city was used by Holly for research on beets and winter hardy crops. The mansion within the city was used as a shelter for women and children. The remaining buildings that could be used as shops were used to open bakeries, dessert shops, sauce shops, gourmet restaurants, and board game bistros. The Lich Group's various businesses were to flourish throughout the Duchy of Huntington. The castle had been thoroughly searched and inspected by the kingdom's knights and magicians, and all historical safety hazards had been addressed. The castle was then renovated by the Troll engineering team, with dragon crystal windows provided by Xiaolong. Thanks to Jiangyo's creative ideas, a number of modern amenities were added, blending magic and technology, greatly improving living comfort. Taking a winter vacation in a warm, off-season location is naturally a delight, but hiding in a cozy castle amidst the snow, sipping hot pot, and watching a live broadcast of the Leaf Card Tournament, sleeping when tired and eating when awake, is even more elegant and fitting. Add to that the company of his beloved, whose appearance is pleasing to the eye, whose hands are firm, whose energy and stamina are astonishing, and whose service attitude, duration, and length of service are truly satisfactory to the Lich, and Jiangyo's happiness is soaring. Ever since Holly shifted his focus to plant research, Jiangyu has helped him recruit several high-caliber professionals with expertise in business and management. These individuals all come from military logistics backgrounds, accustomed to tasks like hauling supplies, transporting goods, and coordinating plans. They work efficiently and effectively, and Holly is very pleased with them. Thus, Aunt Wolf was successfully liberated. After hearing Takumi's plan to build maternity and child shelters, her fighting spirit was rekindled, and she now accompanied Takumi to build these shelters city by city. Aunt Wolf even declined Takumi's invitation to live in the castle, instead packing up her belongings and moving into the shelter in Orosei. Truly worthy of Aunt Wolf, she loved her work and was incredibly passionate about it. Featuring the night's nourishment, Count Takumi, brimming with energy and a look of satisfaction, finally entered the shelter she had built around noon. Takumi looked around, delighted with what he saw. Well, everything is clean and tidy, brightly lit, and the atmosphere is warm. Very good, very good. Nana, who was in charge of all matters here, followed behind her, hands folded in her pockets, looking ready for her boss's inspection. Winter will be the busiest time. We need enough food, hot water, medicine, clothing, and bedding, Jiangyu said. If we're short on manpower, we organize capable people to do the work. We're all just sitting here doing nothing anyway. Newcomers must be examined by a doctor. Anyone found ill will be sent directly to the newly built hospital for treatment. We can't let illness spread here. Yes. Luo Nana replied. She hesitated, then added, Boss, our conditions are so good here. Once word gets out, won't some people who don't need help take the opportunity to come? Then let them come. Jiangyu was unconcerned, his whole body radiating the aura of I'm rich. Girls, who have suddenly fallen on hard times always have many concerns. We're a newly opened shop. Instead of letting them struggle and hesitate about whether to lower their dignity and come in for help, why not open our doors and welcome everyone? Even if a few people sneak in looking to take advantage, it doesn't matter. She smiled slyly. You learn how to draw soul fire now. If you think there's something wrong, take some soul fire to identify it. If it's confirmed, assign these people who are taking advantage of the situation more menial tasks, dirty work, and backbreaking labor. If someone comes for the food and the money, then have them clean toilets more often empty chamber pots more often, dig septic tanks, and fertilize the vegetable gardens. I'm sure they'd be happy to do that. Luonana suddenly understood. Their sewer system, improved by boss Jiangyu, now flushes automatically, but it still collects waste in a septic tank dug in the yard. Since they have so many people and produce so much manure, they need someone to clean it out regularly, and use the fermented and disinfected fertilizer for fertilization. Although she could arrange for people to clean up their own messes after using the restroom and bathroom, cleaning the septic tank was a job everyone dreaded. She even had to pay the employees extra compensation for it. The hard work, which no one had ever wanted to do, suddenly became a job. Now Luonana was eager to snag a few freeloaders. Oh no, volunteers who volunteered to do the hard labor. Jiangyu rubbed his hands. People, after all, need to be open-minded. From one perspective, those people were just taking advantage of the situation by offering free food and drinks. But from another, she was just providing food and shelter for a few hard laborers, and she didn't even have to pay them extra. There was an endless amount of dirty and backbreaking work like this at the shelter. If someone was willing to shoulder the burden, those already poor girls wouldn't have to scramble to find work while simultaneously drawing lots for work and toiling away. Hey, what a steal! Chapter 490. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. After hearing the Lich boss's advice, Luonana's mind suddenly opened up. Drawing inferences, she said, so, for those women who have been away for a while and come back, can we also take them back in and have them work for us? Of course. Jiangyu nodded. As they say, when it rains, it pours, bad things always come one after another. Even though we help them gain a foothold the first time, there's no telling if they might stumble again soon. Don't turn away those who come back for help. Whenever they encounter difficulties, no matter how many times, we must help them. That's the purpose of building this shelter. Everyone gets more than one chance. However, our Lich catering group is still short of staff. Our stores in Orosei City need a large number of chefs, waiters, and various logistics staff such as finance, warehouse management, and cleaning. Our group offers a wide range of positions for these women to choose from, and the compensation is quite good. We should train as many of them as possible to join our own group. Those who are illiterate can go to school first, and those who lack certain skills can receive training. But we must not accept those who harbor malicious intentions and seek to break the law and disrupt order. Jiao intends to use this shelter as an incubator for her group's employees. After all, the veteran reserves from Andre and his father's side have been largely exhausted, and her business empire is only just taking shape, so there's room for more. Since we need to recruit anyway, why not start with these impoverished women who have no one to rely on and transform their lives first? Moreover, with no one to rely on, they had to rely entirely on their own hard work, which resulted in a high level of employee loyalty. As long as the benefits were adequate, there was no need to worry about well-trained employees leaving with business secrets. Perhaps there wasn't a company in the entire Principality of Huntington offering better benefits than the Lich Catering Group. Luonana had always worried that the shelter's amenities would be too good, attracting lazy idlers. But Jiangyu had no such concerns. After all, the house and property donated by the Countess of Canberra would have been enough for these poor people to live lavishly for hundreds of years. If the mansion was full, newcomers could be relocated to other vacant houses. The sick would be sent to the hospital, those with children would be nurtured from childhood, those with the skills would be employed, and those who weren't yet able to attend school. Once inside the shelter, everyone's future was clearly planned. As such, Jiangyu couldn't imagine any reason why anyone would choose to work at the shelter, even foregoing the much higher salaries, corporate benefits, and plentiful staff meals that far surpass those at the shelter. If such people truly exist, they likely harbor a profound yearning and pursuit for the cause of helping women and children, and they could certainly use their support. Philanthropy requires a noble, resolute heart, and the ability to endure hardship and perseverance. After inspecting the shelter, Jiangyu was delighted with his new venture. As soon as Luonana escorted her to the door, the wind and snow suddenly ceased, sunlight streaming through the clouds onto the earth. A group of knights rode down the snow-swept streets, cheers echoing along the way. The bandits in the mountains outside the city, who are constantly robbing people, have been busted by Count Andre and his men. The messenger soldier trotted along, spreading the news. The trade route has reopened, safe to travel. The knights paraded the captured bandits through the streets toward the Kingdom Knights camp. Andre left the group, riding his majestic horse, Diego, and stopped in front of Takumiya. Want to go home together, my lord? Very well. Takumiya held out his hand, and Andre nimbly lifted her onto the horse. She sat sideways in the saddle, using Andre's firm, warm embrace as a cushion, resting her head comfortably on his chest. Let's go home for hot pot. One of them focused on building the city and the commercial group, while the other, a skilled warrior, went out to eat and wiped out the surrounding bandits, maintaining law and order. A truly harmonious combination of civil and military power, their work never tiring. Upon hearing that Count Takumi was coming to inspect the shelter, Joanna, who had joined the crowd at the gate, clutched her child and wiped away tears. She gazed at the two men riding away, her eyes filled with gratitude. One of them saved us, mother and son, and the other avenged our blood feud. Joanna bent down and kissed her son's forehead, tears streaming down her face once again. Our days will gradually get better. Gioyo's maternal and child shelter business grew rapidly, quickly attracting the attention of Vivian, a rising new counselor in the capital. So, in the spring, Vivian brought Winston to Andre's newly acquired Rosewood County. After a winter of reorganization, Andre's drastic measures had completely resolved any remaining minor issues in the area. The hunting grounds, castle, and fragrant woods left behind by the former Earl of Rosewood have all been spruced up, making them perfect for a spring getaway. Andre and Takuya would periodically move to a new location, inspecting local conditions while expanding the Lich food group's reach, and taking in the local cuisine, scenery, and local customs. Balancing work and leisure, they truly mastered the art of living. Rosewood County is rich in flowers, herbs, and fragrant woods, and is a major producer of perfume. It also boasts numerous hunting grounds, and when spring arrives, a casual stroll through the area promises game. However, at the dawn of spring, the animals, having starved all winter, are emaciated, making meat unappealing. The news that the powerful pink cannonball was coming to visit the territory had Andre restlessly on his feet. But after a few days of recuperation, the allure of reuniting with his sworn brother finally overcame the psychological strain left by Vivian. After not seeing each other for months, Winston remained as gentle and refined as ever, and Vivian as forthright as ever. Still, Takumi and Andre could sense that Vivian's time on the council had brought about subtle changes. She had become more confident, more radiant, and her actions and words were more composed and thoughtful. Andre even saw a faint hint of Count Sokka in her. He had just breathed a sigh of nostalgia when he saw Vivian rushing into the restaurant, shouting and following the aroma. The momentary calmness and resemblance vanished in an instant, like a fleeting illusion. Winston laughed indulgently. With all the traveling you've been doing, she hasn't tasted Takumi's cooking in ages. She's really missed it. Chapter 491. Rosewood County has excellent pastures, and Andre had cattle and sheep raised there. Today, to welcome Winston and Vivian, he specially slaughtered a cow. Fresh dragon meat, spoon-handle meat, 3 floured toe, 5 floured toe, and breast fat, platters of it covered the table. In the middle of the table, a large pot of beef broth simmered on a small magic stove. The rich aroma wafted out, tempting Vivian to move. Jianyu, wearing an apron, came out with beef meatballs and Chaos Han rice noodles, smiling, "Today we're having Chaos Han hot pot." Wow! This was the first time Vivian had seen Jianyu in human form. She exclaimed in surprise, "Lich boss? You're the Lich boss, right? Wow, you're so cute." As soon as Jianyu put down the plate, Vivian affectionately put her arm around her and whispered to her in a familiar, whispered manner. Andre and Winston glanced into the dining room, but didn't rush inside. Andre opened the French window that led to the small terrace off the hallway and invited his brother over for a chat. The spring air was still chilly, and the moment they stepped outside, they were chilled by the crisp air, instantly refreshing and alert. "This is my first time here," Winston said, looking around. "But the strange thing is, the scenery feels so familiar. Is it some kind of twin connection?" Andre pondered. "How is Valentine now?" "He's been imprisoned at the bottom of the tower of the great wizard Mabucha, in a semi-permanent sleep. Until Mabucha finds a way to break the twin curse and sever the spiritual connection between us, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape his shadow." Winston smiled wryly and said, "The royal family has mad blood. Perhaps one day, I will suddenly fall into my ancestral madness and completely lose myself." "Not necessarily. You are half Delman royal blood, but also half Huntington blood." Andre comforted him. "If Grand Wizard Mabucha can't find a solution, the worst that can happen is that Little Bones consumes Valentine's soul. Eating one is eating two is eating." Dressy had no idea how many people he had eaten. His soul energy was abundant. Even after a whole winter, Little Bones could switch to human form at any time. Besides, Little Bones didn't usually consume human souls. He usually only consumed positive emotional soul fire, which digested slowly and steadily. So far, there haven't been any side effects like lingering personality changes from indigestion. Using Valentine as a reserve for energy shortages was a completely beneficial option. That's a solution. Winston's previously dull eyes lit up as he reflected on this new line of thought. The person whose soul is devoured won't die, but will simply become a vegetable. This way, the curse of one killing the other is circumvented. Besides, Valentine's soul had already been devoured, so why should he fear being possessed by the other? After hearing his good friend's advice, Winston's initial gloom vanished. He said joyfully, now that this major concern has been resolved, I can finally propose to Vivian. His relationship with Vivian was blossoming. Using the handover of the Shadow Army as an excuse, Winston would frequently invite Vivian out for dinner, meetings, or errands. Their mutual affection grew rapidly as they spent time together. Furthermore, Vivian's skills were remarkable, and her career was flourishing. She cared deeply about the poor and vulnerable, often speaking up for women who faced injustice. She quickly amassed a large constituency across the country, commanding a significant number of votes. From now on, Vivian and Jiangyu, one in politics and the other in business, could work together to establish shelters and other charitable causes. They would surely resolve the long-standing historical issues of the Duchy of Huntington while consolidating their own political standing and helping their future sister-in-law, Jiangyu, prosper. Career, family, money, and delicious food, all within reach, a bountiful harvest. Vivian started her own business before falling in love. Now a successful woman, she wasn't afraid of being accused of relying on Winston for her success. This festive occasion was the perfect time for Winston to propose. Their relationship had blossomed naturally, and all that was needed was a formalization. Winston had been hesitant to act because Valentine remained a thorn in his side. Otherwise, bearing the curse of the twins of the Delman royal family, Winston didn't want to wake up one day after marriage and find that the person lying next to his wife had changed. Then he'd be cheating on himself, crying out to heaven and earth for help, with no one to turn to. Winston felt like he was going to die just thinking about it. Now that the problem had been solved, he felt much more refreshed, and his smile became more genuine and brighter. That's great, Andre said sincerely, then congratulations in advance, big brother. By the way, what are you and Little Bone planning? Winston nudged Andre gently with his elbow. I see you guys get along pretty well. Ahem, Andre rubbed his nose sheepishly, a slight blush on his face. He subconsciously touched the ring box hidden in his pocket and replied, I'm planning it. Little Bone loves ceremony, and he plans to plan a grand proposal. He wants to have everything others have, and everything others don't. The main theme is pampering to the utmost. After chatting for a while about their love lives, the two returned to business. Now that His Majesty has clipped the wings of the Delman clan, no one dares to openly challenge His Majesty. Only the Royal Parliament and His Majesty remain, supporting and checking each other. They serve as a voice of reason when the other is overbearing, and harshly mock each other when the other is slacking off. A subtle kind of mutual support and love-hate relationship. Thanks to Dracy's unwilling, generous donation, the Duchy of Huntington's finances, once stretched thin and relying on the minister's treasury for subsidies, have improved significantly. Over the past few months, the Drodana Merchant Guild has been eradicated, its hidden assets recovered, and the money owed to its subjects has been repaid with interest by His Majesty the King. Everyone has had a prosperous year. The nationally popular Leaf card competition has finally concluded. The top 4 to 10 players have been recruited by Little Bone into the Lich group, while the top 3 have been snatched up by His Majesty the King to be trained as future ministers and generals. The Leaf card competition has also been designated a permanent fixture of the Principality of Huntington, to be held every 3 years, providing both entertainment and talent selection. After chatting about the major events and changes happening in Huntington, Andre suddenly noticed that behind every good thing was Little Bone. It's time to eat. The floor-to-ceiling window opened, and Jiangyo's head popped out from behind the curtains. Don't stand out in the cold. Come in, and have some hot pot. Andre gave her a broad smile. I'd be right there. Perhaps, Little Bone's arrival was his, and this country's, greatest fortune. Chapter 492. Lich Brewing Workshop Operation Log, 17th of the mid-spring month, year 989 of the Tower calendar. Andre finally proposed today. Although he'd been sneaking around for days, and I had some suspicions, I was still deeply shocked when the music started and he knelt on one knee and took out the ring. In that instant, his love overflowed, and not even the moon goddess's blessing could mask the overwhelming barrage of affectionate words. It must be said, being able to see the true heart of a partner is truly a blissful thing. I never imagined that after death, I could start a new life in another world as a skeleton lich, and even find true love. Even after I started dating Andre, my inexperienced self would occasionally wonder what love felt like, whether what I felt was truly love. But now I gradually come to understand that when someone truly cares about you, respects all your decisions, and silently supports, protects, and helps your dreams come true, that rich emotion will eventually break through all obstacles, transforming into a sweet, warm current that envelopes you and intoxicates you. Perhaps at first, I was simply drawn to his handsome face and perfectly defined muscles, but now his every move captivates me. I'd be amused by his casual words, bursting into laughter. His thoughtful gestures would heal and warm me, as if my whole body were filled with strength. I couldn't help but smile when I saw him. I feel fulfilled and satisfied just by helping him solve a difficult problem. When I'm with Andre, I always feel happy and blessed. Perhaps this is what love is. Anyway, the wedding is scheduled for 3 months from now. According to local custom, a midsummer wedding is always blessed. I really hope my loved ones can also know that I'm living happily in this world now. I don't know how dreams work. Perhaps I can ask a real ghost? Last spring month, 11th day of the 9th lunar month, year 989 of the talk calendar, you sent me a reply, along with several new works she created on Dragon Island. The self-portrait of you surrounded by handsome men and beautiful women is truly enviable. Well, no, it makes me feel genuinely happy for her. Now that her gallery is successfully open, Miyu has become a true wandering painter, ghost version. I heard she's made many new friends during her travels, and is planning her first solo exhibition. No one will stand in her way of achieving her dreams. Anyway, Miyu said her best friend, the store manager, seems to have some connections, and might be able to deliver messages to me through dreams. I think this is probably close to sentences. I hope my family can hear my message, and be happy for my current happy life. 22nd day of the first summer month of the year 989 of the Tower calendar. In less than a month, I'm getting married. Wedding preparations are in full swing. Oh my goodness, I never knew aristocratic weddings were so complicated. Even the wedding garden has to be planted from scratch. Luckily, I know a professional botanist. Hey, following his successful beet cultivation and the publication of more than a dozen papers, Holly finally received his scholar certification and was appointed a visiting professor of magical botany at the Royal Academy of Magic. He was arguably the youngest professor in history, a fitting distinction considering that even the northernmost icy frontiers could now grow mountains and fields of sugar beets, which grew sweeter the colder they got. The Akers and Price families naturally joined forces, merging their businesses. It proved that where there were sufficient common interests, there was no need to sacrifice women's marriages as a bridge of connection. Half of their staff continued their traditional farming operations, while the other half focused on cultivating sugar beets, sugarcane, and tropical crops. The food basket in the Principality of Huntington is now becoming increasingly abundant, with more and more food to eat. Oh, and by the way, as the source of inspiration and clues for beet cultivation, I was listed as the second author on Holly's paper, earning a rather honorary title. His Majesty also granted me a special discount of 50% on all sugar produced from the beets. That's a real reward. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Lich Group's business is also booming. Soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, and noodles are now available in thousands of households, becoming affordable for everyone. As for rice, glutinous rice, and fermented glutinous rice, we are still working hard to increase production and lower prices. We hope to further improve the living standards of the people of Huntington in the near future. Due to the custom in Huntington that engaged couples cannot see each other for a month before their wedding, Andre moved back to his territory. Even though we live next door, we can't see each other for the time being and can only communicate through the contact book. But distance does create beauty, and it fosters longing. I find myself missing him more and more. Oh, the venue, the bouquets, the dress, the banquet. There's so much to worry about. Speaking of which, there's something strange. I sent out 100 wedding invitations, but when I received the receipts, there was one extra one. The receipt read, "Thank you for your invitation. We will be here with gifts from our family. M and I have no recollection of this signature. Who could this strange guest be? Midsummer, 13th, year 989 of the talk calendar. Ah, I'm getting married." Takumiya wrote the last words in his business journal, then snapped it shut, shrank it, and stuffed it into his skull, transforming back into his human form. She donned a pristine white wedding gown, her long black hair tied up in a beautiful bridal bun. Her face, reflected in the mirror, was flushed, a radiant glow of joy. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the lounge door. Jiangyu, a bit puzzled, said, "Come in." The lounge door opened, revealing two handsome men holding a gift box that looked very familiar to Jiangyu. The man with dark hair and dark eyes, a touch of office worker charm, politely said, "Hello, Miss Jiangyu. I'm Mou, the younger brother of your brother's wife, Chu Shiqiu." He pointed to the beautiful woman with flowing silver hair and pale silver eyes standing beside him and introduced her. "This is my partner, Ailan. I'm from your hometown. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, I traveled to another world called Ozelia and gained the ability to travel between worlds. But that's a story for another book. Your family received a message from you in a dream and heard the news of your marriage. My sister, your sister-in-law, told me about this dream. So, I decided to stop by and visit you and offer your family's best wishes." Mou held up the familiar gift box in his hand and smiled gently. "I brought your favorite butterfly cakes and some new soy sauces from your company. It's just a small gift, not a token of my respect. I wish you a happy wedding." "Ah!" Jiangyu jumped for joy. Guests are welcome. When fellow villagers meet, tears well up in their eyes, especially when they're relatives we never met. She excitedly took the gift box from Mou and said, "Please both attend Andre and I's wedding. By the way, if you can travel back and forth, could you please bring a message or a video or something back for me?" "Of course I can." Mou smiled. "But my sister doesn't know about this adventure yet." "Well, so whether it's a verbal message or a video recording, I probably have to find a backdoor through the world consciousness and continue to send the messages in their dreams. Even a dream would be fine. Resurrection and time travel are difficult to explain in real life, so a dream would be quicker." Jiangyu, knowing when to stop, agreed very straightforwardly. "I want my family to see my happiest moment." In another world far away, Jiangdian helped his wife coax their mischievous son to sleep. He finally let out a long sigh and collapsed exhausted on the sofa. When he was taking care of his children, he always thought of his sister, whom he had raised since childhood. Perhaps it's because what you think about during the day, you dream at night. Last month, he dreamed that his sister had traveled to another magical world, where she became a white-boned demon, cooking while solving crimes, and even had a boyfriend. The most amazing thing was that when he mentioned this in the family group, all the relatives jumped in, one after another, saying they had had similar dreams, and even the plot matched. This was a bit strange. So, during the National Day holiday, Jiang Diyun took his wife and children back to his hometown, and went to visit his sister's grave with his family. Perhaps from the long day's travels, and the sadness of visiting the grave, Jiang Diyun was extremely tired and fell asleep directly on the sofa. Then, he had a long, beautiful dream. He saw Jiangyu, wearing a pure white wedding dress, standing at the altar of a cathedral, hand in hand with a handsome man with black hair, green eyes, and a very European appearance. With the king as witness, they exchanged their vows of love, then placed rings on each other's fingers. Jiangyu's face flushed with happiness, and she nestled in the man's arms like a little bird, calling his name. "Andre?" That seemed to be the pronunciation. The newlyweds kissed and embraced to the sound of music, tossing bouquets to the guests' blessings. Jiang Diyun saw wolves leaping and trying to catch the bouquets, giant caracals trying to squeeze into their seats, dragons crushing the seats, even ghosts with purple tentacles. Oh my god, could this be a ghost marriage? The most curious thing was that he seemed to catch a glimpse of his wife's brother-in-law and his partner among the guests. "Why are these two people in my dream too?" he muttered in confusion. "Is my subconscious so strange?" At the end of the dream, he saw his sister, dressed in a wedding dress, looking at him with a beaming smile. "Dad, Mom, brother, sister, everyone, don't worry. I'm living a happy life in this world. I'm getting married today. This is my husband, Andre de Huntington. From today on, I'm Jiangyu de Huntington." Seeing his sister's radiant smile, watching her introduce her beloved, showing them, on camera, her territory, the restaurant group she founded, and the people she met along the way, he felt an indescribable happiness. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his face, and Jiang Dian found himself still sitting on the sofa, awake from his long dream. Only the chat group on his phone buzzed with messages, one after another. He picked up his phone, and sure enough, everyone in his family had had the same dream almost simultaneously. "Bad news, it's haunted. The good news is that my sister came to me in a dream. The bad news is that my sister had a ghost marriage. The good news is that she found her partner herself, and they seem not only a perfect match, but also quite happy." The worried eldest brother couldn't help but pinch his nose, but a helpless smile broke through. "As long as you're happy, as long as you're happy."